बिहार के लखीसराय में दूसरी शादी रचा रहे युवक की दोनों पत्नियों में हुआ झगड़ा। अलीगढ़ में शराब पार्टी का वीडियो वायरल होने के बाद चौकी प्रभारी समेत 4 पुलिसकर्मी लाए नजर। छत्तीसगढ़ के सूरजपुर के थप्पड़बाज डीएम के तबादले पर भी पीड़ित संतुष्ट नहीं। सूरजपुर के पूर्व कलेक्टर रणवीर शर्मा पर एफआईआर दर्ज करने की मांग। सूरजपुर में चेकिंग के दौरान डीएम रणवीर शर्मा ने एक शख्स को मारा थप्पड़। थप्पड़बाज रणवीर शर्मा को निलंबित करने की केंद्रीय मंत्री रेणुका सिंह ने की थी मांग। कहा ऐसे डीएम ने नियमों का उल्लंघन किया, तत्काल प्रभाव से सस्पेंड किया जाए। सूरजपुर में एसडीएम की भी दादागिरी का वीडियो वायरल। प्रकाश सिंह राजपूत ने एक शख्स को जड़ा तमाचा। थप्पड़ मार डीएम के बाद सूरजपुर के पुलिस इंस्पेक्टर पर गिरी गाज। स्कूटी सवार को पीटने का आरोप। दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री अरविंद केजरीवाल ने कहा है कि दिल्ली में वैक्सीन नहीं है, खत्म हो गया स्टॉक। केजरीवाल ने कहा कि वैक्सीन के उत्पादन की जरूरत है। विदेश की कंपनियां सिर्फ केंद्र को ही टीका देने के लिए तैयार हैं और राज्य को टीका नहीं मिल रहा है। दिल्ली में कोरोना का वैक्सीन खत्म, सेंटर्स पर ताला। अरविंद केजरीवाल ने कहा कि सेंटर तभी खुलेंगे जब वैक्सीन होगी। वैक्सीन का उत्पादन बढ़ाने की मांग की अरविंद केजरीवाल ने।
हमारी फाइजर से बात हुई। फाइजर वाले कहते हैं जी आपको नहीं देंगे, हम केंद्र सरकार से बात करेंगे। हमारी मॉडर्ना से बात हुई। मॉडर्ना वाले कहते हैं जी हम आपको नहीं देंगे, हम केंद्र सरकार से बात करेंगे। मेरी केंद्र सरकार से हाथ जोड़ के अपील है कि हमारा देश ऑलरेडी काफ़ी समय लूज कर चुके हैं। हम लोग काफ़ी समय हो चुका है, तो अब हमें और समय नहीं गंवाना चाहिए। ये कोई भी विदेशी कंपनी जो है, अब तो कई सारी वैक्सीन आ चुकी हैं इंटरनेशनल मार्केट में। जॉनसन एंड जॉनसन है, मॉडर्ना है, फाइजर है और भी बहुत सारी हैं। तो इनसे सबसे केंद्र सरकार बात करके केंद्र सरकार इनसे सारा इंपोर्ट करे और राज्यों के अंदर बांट दे। तो ऐसा क्यों नहीं हो सकता कि केंद्र सरकार इन सारी कंपनियों को बुलाए, बिठाए, उनसे बात कर ले। और मुझे लगता है 3-4 दिन के अंदर सारी कंपनियों के साथ डील स्ट्राइक की जा सकती है, एग्रीमेंट किए जा सकते हैं कि सारी कंपनियों के साथ कितने वो इतने इस अर्जेंसी के साथ काम क्यों नहीं किया जा रहा। उसी तरह से ये जो भारतीय बायोटेक जो कोवैक्सीन बना रही है, मुझे खुशी है कि भारतीय बायोटेक जो है वो अपना फॉर्मूला सबके साथ शेयर करने को तैयार हो गई है। एक नेशनल न्यूज़पेपर के अंदर खबर छपी थी कि 16 कंपनियां ऐसी हैं जो भारतीय बायोटेक की कोवैक्सीन बना सकती हैं। उनमें से शायद अभी 4-5 दिन पहले खबर छपी थी कि भारतीय बायोटेक की केवल 2 कंपनियों के साथ करार हुआ है। तो ये 16 की 16 कंपनियों को केंद्र सरकार बुला ले, बिठा ले और उनसे रिक्वेस्ट नहीं करनी, उनको आदेश देना है, फॉर्मल ऑर्डर पास करना है। ये 16 की 16 कंपनियां अगले कुछ दिन के अंदर अपना प्रोडक्शन चालू करेंगी। उस खबर के मुताबिक ये 16 कंपनियां अगर प्रोडक्शन चालू करे तो 25 करोड़ वैक्सीन हर महीने बनाई जा सकती है।
तो राज्य वैक्सीन की कमी की बात कर रहे हैं, लेकिन जरा सुनिए केंद्र क्या कह रहा है। केंद्रीय स्वास्थ्य मंत्री डॉक्टर हर्षवर्धन ने इससे इनकार किया है। उनका कहना है कि राज्यों के पास अब भी 1.5 करोड़ से ज्यादा वैक्सीन है।
Even today we have 1,60,57,858 doses which are still available with the states to vaccinate people at this point of time. And also in the pipeline, when we say in the pipeline, it means that which are likely to be delivered in the next 2-3 days. We have another 21,08,160 doses for the states.
सीधा चलेंगे 2 सहयोगी इस वक्त मेरे साथ जुड़ चुके हैं। पंकज जैन मेरे साथ दिल्ली से, मुस्तफा मेरे साथ मुंबई से इस वक्त मौजूद है। पंकज, वैक्सीन नहीं है, सेंटर बंद। केंद्र कह रहा है वैक्सीन है, तो फिर टीका क्यों नहीं लग रहा? सेंटर क्यों बंद हो गए? रियलिटी क्या है?
देखिए, दिल्ली सरकार रोजाना आंकड़े जारी करती है और सच्चाई ये है कि आज महज 2 या 4 स्कूलों में ही वैक्सीन लगाई जा रही है। 100 से ज्यादा स्कूल ऐसे हैं नवजोत जहां पर वैक्सीनेशन सेंटर बनाए गए थे। 18 साल से अधिक उम्र के लोगों के लिए स्लॉट ओपन किया गया, यहाँ अपॉइंटमेंट दिए गए। लेकिन आज चिंता वाली बात यह है कि दिल्ली
produce cutting-edge research for health. We conduct quality assurance for norms and standards. And we leverage digital technologies to improve health outcomes across the 3 billions. The world can only achieve these targets with strong leadership for health across the globe. That is why the world needs a strong, well-funded World Health Organization. Around the world can benefit from universal health coverage. We deliver life-saving tools and supplies to countries and support training so there is a qualified workforce to help the world's most vulnerable people. We work so people can have access to the health services they need without financial hardship. Second, we work so 1 more billion people are better protected from health emergencies. We invest in and guide countries so they are equipped to prepare, prevent, detect, and respond to natural disasters and disease outbreaks like cholera, Ebola, or COVID-19. When necessary, we step in to coordinate the emergency response. And we are improving measurement practices so threats are identified early and appropriate responses are deployed. Thirdly, we work so 1 billion more people can enjoy better health and well-being. We help countries establish healthy environments and lifestyles in safe, supportive societies to prevent disease and save lives. We work to improve the water we drink, the air we breathe, the food we eat. One way we do this is by helping reduce risks that jeopardize health and well-being. For instance, through better road safety, decreasing tobacco and alcohol use, and more. And we harness the best science and data available. We know how crucial the power of science, data, and innovation are to improve global health and track impact in countries. We produce cutting-edge research for health. We conduct quality assurance for norms and standards. And we leverage digital technologies to improve health outcomes across the 3 billions. The world can only achieve these targets with strong leadership for health across the globe. That is why the world needs a strong, well-funded World Health Organization.
South Africa, this is Geneva again. Can you please make a task for just a minute to send us your sound and video just to check if it's all well? Can you please reply?
The World Health Organization is steadfast in our mission to promote health, keep the world safe, and serve the vulnerable. And committed to our 3 ambitious goals, the triple billion targets, laid out in our 13th General Program of Work. Reaching these targets is vital to meet the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030.
Okay, South Africa, I can see you.
They are what guides our work
Could you
across
just
the
do a
3
quick
levels
sound
of
check,
the
please?
organization. First, we work so 1 more billion people around the world can benefit
please
from
do a
universal
quick
health
sound check?
coverage. We deliver life-saving tools and supplies to countries and support training so
Hi,
there is a
see you.
qualified workforce
Video is
to
okay.
help the world's most vulnerable people. We work so people can have access to the health services they need without financial hardship.
Good morning from South Africa.
Second,
Yes,
we work so
I can
1
hear you
more
well.
billion people
Okay,
are better
thank you very
protected
much.
from health emergencies.
Yeah, South Africa, I
We
can hear you.
invested in guide
Can you hear me?
countries
Maybe
so
it's
they are
difficult due to the
equipped to
video,
prepare,
but from
prevent,
our side it's
detect,
okay.
and respond to natural disasters and disease outbreaks like cholera, Ebola, or
Do I get
COVID-19.
a positive response?
When necessary, we step in
Okay,
to
thank you. I
coordinate
put
the
you on
emergency
mute.
response. And we are improving
Okay, thank
measurement
you.
practices so threats are identified early and appropriate responses are deployed. Supportive societies to prevent disease and save lives. We work to improve the water we drink, the air we breathe, the food we eat. One way we do this is by helping reduce risks that jeopardize health and well-being. For instance, through better road safety, decreasing tobacco and alcohol use, and more. And we harness the best science and data available. We know how crucial the power of science, data, and innovation are to improve global health and track impact in countries. We produce cutting-edge research for health. We conduct quality assurance for norms and standards. And we leverage digital technologies to improve health outcomes across the 3 billions. The world can only achieve these targets with strong leadership for health across the globe. That is why the world needs a strong, well-funded World Health Organization. World Health Organization is steadfast in our mission to promote health, keep the world safe, and serve the vulnerable. And committed to our 3 ambitious goals, the triple billion targets, laid out in our 13th General Program of Work. Reaching these targets is vital to meet the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. They are what guides our work across the 3 levels of the organization. First, we work so 1 more billion people around the world can benefit from universal health coverage. We deliver life-saving tools and supplies to countries and support training so there is a qualified workforce to help the world's most vulnerable people. We work so people can have access to the health services they need without financial hardship. Second, we work so 1 more billion people are better protected from health emergencies. We invest in and guide countries so they are equipped to prepare, prevent, detect, and respond to natural disasters and disease outbreaks like cholera, Ebola, or COVID-19. When necessary, we step in to coordinate the emergency response, and we are improving measurement practices so threats are identified early and appropriate responses are deployed. Thirdly, we work so 1 billion more people can enjoy better health and well-being. We help countries establish healthy environments and lifestyles in safe, supportive societies to prevent disease and save lives. We work to improve the water we drink, the air we breathe, the food we eat. One way we do this is by helping reduce risks that jeopardize health and well-being. For instance, through better road safety, decreasing tobacco and alcohol use, and more. And we harness the best science and data available. We know how crucial the power of science, data, and innovation are to improve global health and track impact in countries. We produce cutting-edge research for health. We conduct quality assurance for norms and standards. And we leverage digital technologies to improve health outcomes across the 3 billions. The world can only achieve these targets with strong leadership for health across the globe. That is why the world needs a strong, well-funded World Health Organization. The World Health Organization is steadfast in our mission to promote health, keep the world safe, and serve the vulnerable. And committed to our 3 ambitious goals, the triple billion targets, laid out in our 13th General Program of Work. Reaching these targets is vital to meet the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. They are what guides our work across the 3 levels of the organization. First, we work so 1 more billion people around the world can benefit from universal health coverage. We deliver life-saving tools and supplies to countries and support training so there is a qualified workforce to help the world's most vulnerable people. We work so people can have access to the health services they need without financial hardship. Second, we work so 1 more billion people are better protected from health emergencies. We invest in and guide countries so they are equipped to prepare, prevent, detect, and respond to natural disasters and disease outbreaks like cholera, Ebola, or COVID-19. When necessary, we step in to coordinate the emergency response, and we are improving measurement practices so threats are identified early and appropriate responses are deployed. Thirdly, we work so 1 billion more people can enjoy better health and well-being. We help countries establish healthy environments and lifestyles in safe, supportive societies to prevent disease and save lives. We work to improve the water we drink, the air we breathe, the food we eat. One way we do this is by helping reduce risks that jeopardize health and well-being. For instance, through better road safety, decreasing tobacco and alcohol use, and more. And we harness the best science and data available. We know how crucial the power of science, data, and innovation are to improve global health and track impact in countries. We produce cutting-edge research for health. We conduct quality assurance for norms and standards. And we leverage digital technologies to improve health outcomes across the 3 billions. The world can only achieve these targets with strong leadership for health across the globe. That is why the world needs a strong, well-funded World Health Organization. The World Health Organization is steadfast in our mission to promote health, keep the world safe, and serve the vulnerable. And committed to our 3 ambitious goals, the triple billion targets, laid out in our 13th General Program of Work. Reaching these targets is vital to meet the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. They are what guides our work across the 3 levels of the organization. First, we work so 1 more billion people around the world can benefit from universal health coverage. We deliver life-saving tools and supplies to countries and support training so there is a qualified workforce to help the world's most vulnerable people. We work so people can have access to the health services they need without financial hardship. Second, we work so 1 more billion people are better protected from health emergencies. We invest in and guide countries so they are equipped to prepare, prevent, detect, and respond to natural disasters and disease outbreaks like cholera, Ebola, or COVID-19. When necessary, we step in to coordinate the emergency response. And we are improving measurement practices so threats are identified early and appropriate responses are deployed. Thirdly, we work so 1 billion more people can enjoy better health and well-being. We help countries establish healthy environments and lifestyles in safe, supportive societies to prevent disease and save lives. We work to improve the water we drink, the air we breathe, the food we eat. One way we do this is by helping reduce risks that jeopardize health and well-being. For instance, through better road safety, decreasing tobacco and alcohol use, and more. And we harness the best science and data available. We know how crucial the power of science, data, and innovation are to improve global health and track impact in countries. We produce cutting-edge research for health. We conduct quality assurance for norms and standards. And we leverage digital technologies to improve health outcomes across the 3 billions. The world can only achieve these targets with strong leadership for health across the globe. That is why the world needs a strong, well-funded World Health Organization. The World Health Organization is steadfast in our mission to promote health, keep the world safe, and serve the vulnerable. And committed to our 3 ambitious goals, the triple billion targets, laid out in our 13th General Program of Work. Reaching these targets is vital to meet the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. They are what guides our work across the 3 levels of the organization. First, we work so 1 more billion people around the world can benefit from universal health coverage. We deliver life-saving tools and supplies to countries and support training so there is a qualified workforce to help the world's most vulnerable people. We work so people can have access to the health services they need without financial hardship. Second, we work so 1 more billion people are better protected from health emergencies. We invest in and guide countries.
What does health mean to you? For many people, it is the foundation to do the things in life they love, to enjoy the company of others, to work, to play, to learn, to laugh. Health is life. So many people have lost their health in the past year, but they have lost so much more: their jobs, their ability to see their families, to travel, to live life. And more than 2.7 million of our sisters and brothers have lost their lives, and we have lost them. The hard truth is that some of those people died simply because they could not get the care they needed, because of where they live or how much they earn. Inequality is not a new problem, but COVID-19 has brought it into sharp focus. The pandemic has pushed an estimated 120 million people into extreme poverty. It has significantly increased gender inequalities, with more women than men leaving the labor force. And as we speak, rich countries are vaccinating their populations while the world's poor watch and wait. Health inequalities are not just unfair, they make the world less safe and less sustainable. So, as they build back from COVID-19, it's vital for all governments to invest in better health services and remove the barriers that prevent so many people from using them, so more people have the chance to live healthy lives.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, Ambassadors, Delegates, Director General, in my capacity as the outgoing President of the 73rd World Health Assembly, I am pleased to welcome you all once again. It was just over a year ago that I addressed this august body for the first time, in circumstances very similar to the one in which we are meeting today. As I noted, it was an honor and privilege for me personally and for my country, the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, a small archipelago and member state of the Caribbean community, to serve as president of the 73rd World Health Assembly, albeit virtually, rather than in our usual in-person meetings to which we had become so accustomed. It was a time when the global community was in upheaval, grappling with a pandemic which saw lives upended, countless lives lost, healthcare systems challenged in ways we never thought could happen given the advances in medicines and technology, economies shaken and in some cases decimated, and for many, the social, economic, and development gains made slowly eroded. The likelihood of attaining the Sustainable Development Goals or achieving the goal of universal health coverage and the strengthening of primary health care seemed for many a dream. There was so much uncertainty, and the multilateral system and international cooperation we have all come to expect, challenged, and sometimes even questioned. In the midst of it all, the WHO continued to labor on, offering that beacon of hope in the darkness for so many who lacked the resources and technical know-how to make sense of what was happening, a Florence Nightingale to so many, and for that we say thank you. The organization and its team of professionals not only continued to toil to find answers and make sense of it all, but continued with the other work that it had been tasked, such as Ebola, the Global Action Plan for the Prevention and Control of Non-Communicable Diseases, recommendations to improve diabetes prevention, treatment, and monitoring, to name just a few. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, much has transpired since our de minimis session last May and our resumed session in November. We saw the discovery and approval of vaccines to combat the pandemic we all faced. We witnessed healthcare professionals going above and beyond the call of duty to save lives, neighbors helping neighbors, countries displaying a sense of altruism by sharing when some had none or needed a helping hand. While there has been progress, and in some instances very rapidly, I may add, much still remains to be done. We have heard the cry time and time again that too many are being left behind. The Bahamas, my country, has not gone unscathed. As an archipelagic nation, the realisms of outbreaks occurring on multiple islands has been realized. Increasing resources requirements for ensuring delivery of the highest quality of COVID-19 care to all our citizens and residents is an actuality we bear. Our peoples, like those of other nations, have experienced disruptions in well-being through the social and economic challenges brought on by the pandemic. Thankfully, with the availability of the COVID-19 vaccine, access through the COVAX facility and donations, the Bahamas is moving firmly toward having priority groups in the first instance vaccinated. Recognizing that vaccinations signal the beginning of the end of this woeful pandemic, a fully vaccinated population in the shortest period possible is our aim, as we seek to regain pre-COVID normalcy across our nation. However, increasing equitable access to vaccines while exposing myths and misinformation fueling vaccine hesitancy is crucial for our collective success in ending this pandemic. But in the process, it is also important that we incorporate lessons learned while we build back better to take advantage of the technologies available to us, and in so doing, ensure that we leave no one behind. The need to remove trade barriers, export measures, and other transit issues that block, restrict, or slow down the supply and movement of vaccines, raw materials, protective equipment, component and supplies needed to ensure equitable distribution globally is most urgent. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the year 2020 is one which will long be in our collective memories as the year when the world was reminded of the undeniable importance of global, regional, and national preparedness for health emergencies, as it is certain that this COVID-19 pandemic has presented an existential threat to us all. Director General Dr. Tedros, the Bahamas is delighted to have had the opportunity to serve as president of this August Assembly during the past year, and we thank you, the Secretariat, and member states for this opportunity. Before we proceed to the election of officers for the 74th Health Assembly, it is my privilege to inform you of the presence of several distinguished high-level guests. We are honored to have them with us, and with further ado, I would like to invite the first of our speakers, the Federal Councillor Alain Bessette, for his remarks. Mr. Bessette, you have the floor, sir.
Microphone for the speaker, please. Microphone for the speaker, please. Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, President of the Assembly, Director General, all of the progress, social and economic progress made over recent decades must not be rendered null and void by the current crisis. As we have sought to grapple with the COVID-19 pandemic, we recognize that we are now facing new threats. Of course, we see the proliferation of variants of the virus, but we also see threats related to the socioeconomic consequences of the crisis. National responses to a global crisis can never be enough. They're not enough. And that is shown by what is happening and also by the difficulties that we are encountering. It is clear that multilateral cooperation is the way forward for all of us. We all share a responsibility to protect the health of all, and by protecting the health of all, we will be protecting the way in which our societies function. Because, of course, we need security, stability, and predictability in all of our societies. We all know that. And we all know that it is only by working together and taking a collective approach that we can achieve that goal. And so here we are, the 24th of May, 2021. We have to be realistic. We're not there yet. We have more to do. And we have more to do because there are many challenges to be met, many ambitious goals to be achieved, and we have to open our eyes to that. How can we strengthen the role of multilateralism in protecting health? What role should be played by the WHO in future in anticipating global health crisis and allowing us to overcome them? I would like to propose a number of priority areas by way of a response. Firstly, the fundamental role of multilateralism. Secondly, strengthening the functioning of WHO. And thirdly, protecting our societies in the light of a crisis like this one. Let me focus on those three priorities. First of all, multilateralism and how it has to be strengthened. We have to state here, loud and clear, that there is no alternative to multilateralism. We have been living now with the pandemic for more than a year, and this is a unique chance for us to do that. Since the very outset of this health crisis, Switzerland has advocated for a global multilateral response. We have had a number of goals, guaranteeing rapid, affordable, and equitable access to vaccines, but not only to vaccines, to diagnostics, to therapies, to treatments, to allow us to deal with the novel coronavirus. And we recently announced a supplementary contribution of around 300 million francs for the ACTS Accelerator, and more than a third of that should go to support the COVAX mechanism. This very morning, we also spoke out strongly in favor of the BioHub initiative, the initiative launched by WHO, and we're going to make available a biological security laboratory to diagnose coronavirus pathogens as well as other pathogens as part of that initiative. All of this shows then that effective, innovative cooperation with the private sector is now possible. For instance, license sharing that's allowed us to develop medical products while respecting technological and security requirements. And today we must build on the experience that we have gained in the white heat of the crisis as we move forward and seek to further develop these projects and launch them on a greater scale. These are innovative projects, and they really are an opportunity that we can grasp if we are to build a global health protection system with the WHO at its very heart. We need to restore confidence in multilateral solutions. We need to ensure that borders remain open to trade. And let us say once again here, something that has been clearly demonstrated to all in recent months. Let us say once again, no country can manage this crisis alone. Multilateral cooperation is vital. That's more obvious than ever. But it's not enough just to say that. You have to do something about it. And that means you need a clear governance structure, a universal health architecture. Having said that, it brings me very naturally to my second point, my second priority, and that is strengthening the role of the WHO. The crisis we are living through shows clearly something that was already self-evident to many people. It shows clearly that we need to strengthen WHO. Its normative, technical and operational mandates need to be enhanced. Yes, we see more clearly than ever today that we need WHO, and we need WHO to be strong. We expect a lot from WHO, and we want WHO to be effective in leading crisis response. That means that as member states, we have to give WHO the competence it needs to do its job, and we have to give it predictable, independent funding. And this is particularly important when it comes to the Health Emergencies Programme. That being so, let me state that Switzerland supports the idea of a treaty on pandemics. The purpose of this would be to enhance and strengthen the role of the WHO and also to ensure better implementation of the IHRs. Over recent years, many countries, including Switzerland, have truly sought to implement all of the requirements that are placed upon them by the IHRs, and we now recognize that in Switzerland we do feel prepared to deal with certain pandemics, but as has been shown by recent events all over the world, we can always be overtaken by events. We need to do more. We can do more by strengthening our health systems, by ensuring full application of the IHRs, and by promoting the One Health approach. Let me come now to my third priority, and that is protection of public health and the knock-on effect of that, protection of the way in which our societies function. Let me once again pay tribute to the vital role and the outstanding job that is done by health personnel. They are truly exemplary. As for our collective efforts to combat the pandemic, Preparation is vital, and we have to recognize that as part of our collective effort. When we talk, for instance, about international peace and security, we know how important that is. And we have to recognize that health is equally important in terms of ensuring protection for our way of life, for our societies. This health crisis affects everyone, but it affects the most vulnerable the worst. They are the hardest hit, and that's true for any epidemic or pandemic. There is a true risk of increasing inequality. And this means that this can turn from being a health crisis to a humanitarian crisis. The social effects of the pandemic have meant that inequality has become worse. And we have also seen that hostility has been stepped up in many areas. And there is still a serious threat to health personnel in conflict zones. There are attacks on health personnel. And we know that those needing health care today will achieve a record level, mainly because of the effects of the pandemic. We remain convinced, however, that dialogue on health is the way forward. That's the way to allow us to find a common ground. I have been the health minister for Switzerland for around 10 years, and throughout those 10 years, I have been fully convinced that health is a global good. It is something that is essential for all of us throughout the world. Sadly, my belief has only been confirmed by what has happened recently. And through the initiative Health for Peace, Switzerland is committed to finding lasting solutions to deal with health emergencies in the humanitarian context. Ladies and gentlemen, if we look at the international response to the pandemic, we have to evaluate it, we have to learn lessons from it. And that is very much what's at the top of the political agenda today. For instance, at the recent Global Health Summit of the G20, this was very much discussed. And it's important that we do this if we are to face up to future crises, because we do face significant challenges for the future. We need to redouble our efforts. We need to do more in strengthening multilateralism, solidarity, and international cooperation. I'm here at a World Health Assembly. Now, in normal times, as you know, ladies and gentlemen, now as I bring my speech to an end, I would say that I would be delighted to see you all this evening for the Swiss welcome reception. And we would all share a drink and a moment of fellowship together. Sadly, this year that's not possible. But I therefore cannot end my speech by saying that right now. But what I can say is that the next opportunity we have, when we have together overcome this pandemic, I will be more than delighted on behalf of Switzerland to invite you all to an in-person meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Berset. I'm pleased to now invite the President of France, His Excellency President Emmanuel Macron, to address us.
Dear heads of state and government, dear Director General of the World Health Organization, dear Tedros, the pandemic is not over, but we can draw many lessons from it already. And indeed, for more than 1 year already, we have all been fully mobilized in the daily management of this crisis. But the time has come, and you have given us this opportunity to do so through this exchange, to really learn some lessons from this pandemic. The first lesson that we can learn from this pandemic is that we can only succeed together. No country alone will save itself, and no country alone will save the others. Every citizen around the world has understood that this pandemic is a global one, by definition, and through the mechanisms of infection, it is a global one, and therefore our responses have to be global. Therefore, the only international response has to be cooperation, and we must join our efforts according to subsidiarity. We must make sure that we cooperate in terms of healthcare treatment at the regional level. We must also cooperate in terms of research, investment, and planning. And to do so, we have established the Europe for Health initiative, and we will continue to bolster it. At the international level, there will also be coordination, surveillance activities, sharing of information, and also solidarity. Now, on this last topic with our European partners, we have put forward concrete proposals. First of all, we have to have institutions that are up to the task. that meet our ambitions. The World Health Organization has to be the heart, has to be the compass of our global health approach. This organization has to be robust in times of crisis. It has to be flexible enough to to react during emergencies, and it has to be solid when it comes to controversies, and it must be completely transparent to make sure that people trust the organization. There must not be any political pressure, and there must not be any suspicions of pressure that has been exerted. France, therefore, supports the reinforcement of the World Health Organization in its normative role. In that regard, we must improve the funding of the World Health Organization for it to be more sustainable, more predictable, and less dependent on several big donors. We should also study the proposals that are on the table today to reinforce the independence of the organization. Now, secondly, we should work collectively to reinforce the implementation of the IHR. To do so, I would like France to participate in a pilot project of a peer review to the capacity for response during pandemics. We must also give the possibility to the WHO through rapid response missions to be available in the field as soon as there are the very first signs of a pandemic that are raised. Now, I would like to attribute to the WHO a competence of investigation on pathogens that potentially might lead to a pandemic that would give them rapid access to all territories around the world. Now, transparency and sharing of data are absolutely fundamental. The health crisis has reminded us that the health crisis cannot be dissociated from the animal environment. Now, this is the famous One Health approach, which must guide our efforts to be better prepared for future pandemics. And on this aspect, we have started to work together. In fact, in November, we launched in Paris this initiative, and we must continue to make this initiative more concrete. And finally, this is something that is very important to me, the current pandemic, with all of the misinformation attributed to it, has allowed us to understand how important science is and how important data is. Access to trustworthy, reliable data and information is absolutely fundamental. They will be extremely important when we will have to deal with the repercussions in the years and decades to follow. This is why in June 2019, we set up with the WHO a WHO Academy that will train healthcare workers, that will train also the leaders of companies and civil society organizations, because health, if it is based on science, is something that affects us all. 2 years on, I am very pleased to announce that thanks to you, dear Dr. Tedros, that the World Health Organization Academy has been launched. France will invest more than 120 million euros in this academy. It will become the reference establishment at the global level for public health. Now, its doors will open in Lyon in 2023. And as of this summer, there will be a very first catalog of training sessions available. France, therefore, would like to fully commit itself to the future negotiations on the WHO transformation. To advance very quickly, as of this WHA, the resolution sponsored by the EU on the reinforcement of the WHO in emergency health activities would be a strong signal of this. I would also like you to consider adopting the pandemic treaty. Now, these are the few convictions, a few words that I wanted to share with you, Dr. Tedros, and dear all. Be assured of France's full commitment in these endeavors, today and for the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Excellency. I shall now invite, with pleasure, the Chancellor of the Federal Republic of Germany, Angela Merkel. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Sehr geehrter Herr Generalsekretär.
Dear Secretary General, dear ladies and gentlemen, we have been living with and fighting against the pandemic for over a year now. We have made progress, but also seen setbacks. It is therefore time to learn from our experiences. For one thing is clear, this pandemic is not yet beaten, nor will it be the last of its kind. New diseases will break out again and again in the future. The priority must be to enable the world to respond to pandemic threats as rapidly as possible. To that end, the WHO panels have given clear opinions in their evaluation of the COVID-19 response and made concrete proposals. In particular, I would mention the idea of a Global Health Threats Council. Such a council could monitor adherence to health regulations in member states and thus help to improve both prevention and response. In their reports, the panels welcomed the Global Treaty on Pandemics as an important element in the WHO reform process. I share that view. We should take up these proposals, devise joint rules, and make sure that they are adhered to. This would serve to enhance not only preparedness in each individual nation, but also joint alert and response capabilities. The pandemic reminds us in particular of just how important international cooperation is. The WHO should therefore continue to play a leading role in global health care. If it is to do so, however, we must provide it with lasting financial and personal support. We have been talking about this for years, but now it is all the more important to act at last. The health of each and every one of us should be worth that much. I would like to invite all those who are not yet on board or are still hesitant to support the idea of a global treaty on pandemics. After the pandemic is before the pandemic. We should be as well prepared as possible for the next one. That is the signal I'd like to see from this World Health Assembly. On that note, I wish you every success all of us around the world urgently need. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. I have the honor to invite the President of the Republic of South Africa, His Excellency President Matamela Ramaphosa.
President of the World Health Assembly, Director General of the World Health Organization, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, members of the World Health Assembly, and esteemed colleagues. This assembly is taking place in one of the most critical periods in recent history for the world. Every country is affected by this pandemic. Millions of lives have been lost. Every sphere of life has been disrupted. And citizens of every country have had to endure severe hardships. And this pandemic has made us more aware of our strengths and our vulnerabilities. It has also demonstrated how interconnected we are and how dependent we are on each other for our health as well as our well-being. At this year's World Health Assembly, we are urged to end this pandemic, prevent the next one, and build a healthier, safer, and fairer world. This has to be our agenda. This requires that we attend with some urgency and purpose to the huge divide in the provision of COVID-19 vaccines to the peoples of the world. Millions of people in wealthier nations have been vaccinated, while billions of people in poorer countries still wait and are still vulnerable to infection, to disease, and to death. We all need to work together to correct this situation. This is not only a moral imperative. Effective and comprehensive global vaccination is vital to ending the pandemic. None of us can hope to be safe unless we are all safe all over the world. I've been honored to co-chair the Access to COVID-19 Tools Accelerator with Prime Minister Solberg of Norway. We sincerely thank funding partners and the scientific community for working so rapidly to develop vaccines, diagnostics, therapeutics, and other essential needs. We call on all leaders to continue to support this essential initiative so that we can raise the $18.5 billion that is needed to ensure that appropriate tools for prevention diagnosis, and treatment reach all parts of the globe. We must urgently increase vaccine production across the world, including in low and medium income countries. Among other things, we need all countries to support the call for a limited waiver on intellectual property rights as a mechanism to promote rapid, equitable access. This will allow countries to allow the use of intellectual property, to share technologies to produce vaccines and therapeutics, to lower prices and expedite distribution to everyone, everywhere. As we emerge from the worst of the pandemic, we need to build more robust pandemic response systems. We need to give attention to the establishment of a global health council that collaborates with the WHO to support regional and national response mechanisms. We need to invest in our national health systems, understanding that these are vital to the health of our people and the sustainability of our economies. While the pandemic has exposed some of the weaknesses in our respective health systems, it has also required decisive measures to strengthen them. In our case, for example, we have had to respond to the fragmentation of our health system, integrating services between the public and private sector, and improving coordination between the different spheres of government. We improved our capacity to do genomic analysis, relied more on scientific evidence to manage the pandemic, and improved diagnostics and increased oxygen supplies. We need to unpack the global lessons of COVID-19 as we plan for the future. Building healthier, safer, and fairer lives is also about delivering integrated services for HIV, tuberculosis, non-communicable diseases, and maternal, newborn, and child services. We cannot reflect on this moment without recognizing the contribution of the millions of health workers and other frontline personnel around the world who have really demonstrated amazing courage and dedication. As a global community, we are grateful to Dr. Tedros Ghebreyesus for his leadership and the World Health Organization for its dedication, its hard work, and tireless efforts. As humanity, we are in the midst of a devastating crisis. Let this be a turning point in our attitude towards human health and well-being. We should make this the beginning of a journey towards a fairer and safer world. Let us also deepen global solidarity and cooperation, and let us face the future together. And Dr. Ghebreyesus, I thank you and your entire staff across the world for an excellent job that has been done in managing this pandemic. May you go from strength to strength together with all those that you work with. I thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. I have the honor to invite the President of Estonia, Her Excellency President Kurs Kaižidiet. Excellency, you have the floor.
Dear President of the World Health Assembly, Director General of the World Health Organization, Excellencies, dear delegates. We have been through a very difficult period in our world, but I hope that finally we have learned that even those in this world best off, who feel like they are insulated from all the problems because they have the resources, they have access to resources, that they are not, in fact, isolated. And this is good, this is the silver lining of this cloud. We now realize, for example, that all population of this world needs to be vaccinated in order for everybody to be safe in this world. This virus, SARS-CoV-2, this has taught us that we need to think of everybody, of the billions on this world. And unless we make sure that everybody has access to safe vaccination soon, virus will be back, and it might be even more difficult to fight it. Mutations are created everywhere, not only among those who are rich and best off and can vaccinate, but also in the bodies of those who are still waiting. Estonia is part of the COVAX vaccination system, and we wish all the best to World Health Organization to maintain their good work at vaccinating everybody. But we must also understand that vaccination for all other diseases has stalled in the last year. Children, hundreds of millions of children, have missed school meals. And then there are wars, other problems of our world, which will be enhanced by the bad developments in the climate change process. The wars mean that children, women, adolescents suffer most. For example, in Afghanistan, out of 34,000 midwives, only 6,000 can work and help women because there is war. World Health Organization has worked hard and is continuing to push for better developments. And we believe that new technologies help them to work even better for everybody on this world. Estonia has been part of the World Health Organization's push for global vaccination certificate development, which will help us to return to traveling globally. But this is not enough. Many countries cannot participate because they do not have digital e-health systems. I hope, that's my dream, that in 5 years' time, every country in this world will have at least digital population registry, where every mother can register the birth of every child from the mobile phone or other tools accessible for them without going anywhere. And you know why this is very important? This way, technology will make vaccination, nutrition help, universal health care, if one day we are willing to provide them to each and everybody on this world, accessible. Because at least, and this is really the lowest common denominator, at least we would know who was born to whom and where. This is how we in Estonia see how technology can come to help to resolve the global health problems. Yes, it will not resolve everything, but at least we will know exactly where and how big our problems are. In Estonia, we have created a universal healthcare model. We have created a system where children are fed at school. And we have also created digital ecosystem to make sure that nobody misses out. I really wish this for all of the world, for all children, women and adolescents of this world. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Excellency. I shall now invite with pleasure the Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda, His Excellency, the Honorable Gaston Brown.
Mr. President, Director General, heads of government, heads of delegation, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I am honored by the invitation to address this formal opening of the 74th World Health Assembly. Of all the assemblies this organization has held, none has been more vitally important than this one. It is no exaggeration to say boldly that the future or fate of all mankind depends on the decisions that this assembly will make. The world is ravaged by the COVID-19 pandemic. Not only has the coronavirus infected almost 166 million persons worldwide, it has also officially killed more than 3.5 million people globally. Worryingly, recent estimates suggest that because of underreporting, actual deaths might be as high as 8 million persons. Mr. President, that startling figure should caution every person in the world to understand that to refuse vaccines is to court death. We are fighting a war with a grim, pernicious, and pervasive reaper of death and destruction. No nation has escaped it. No nation is immune from it, and no nation can isolate itself from it. If ever there was an irrefutable truth to the affirmation, we are all in this together, that truth now stares us directly in our faces. Mr. President, realistically, the global community is in the midst of two catastrophic events. The first and preeminent tragedy is the distressful deaths of millions of people, and the second is the ruination of economies globally. Some wealthy nations may survive these two afflictions, but the majority will not. In any event, no country, however rich, will escape the consequences unscathed. Unless this assembly agrees to comprehensive and decisive action and commits to an urgent and binding implementation plan, our one world will be injured irreparably with profound repercussions for all. Therefore, I urge that this meeting approach this matter as one that is of common urgency affecting all humanity and threatening the well-being of all. In this connection, we are all aware that a few of the world's richest nations had contracted to purchase exclusively more than 50% of the 4 vaccine types that had been produced up to May 7th, when the WHO listed China's Sinopharm COVID-19 vaccine for emergency use. This situation has led to a flood of vaccines in a few wealthy countries and a drought in the majority poorer nations. It should distress us all that of the 1.6 billion vaccines already administered globally, over 50% have gone to wealthy countries, while low-income countries and vulnerable states have received minuscule amounts. Global economies will not recover if some nations are fully inoculated and others are left deprived. Vaccine equity is critical to achieving global herd immunity and to contain the emergence of more deadly and debilitating COVID-19 variants. No person of conscience should be comfortable witnessing the awful television images of the bodies of COVID-19 victims floating in rivers, or the mass burning of their corpses, or hundreds of people being thrown anonymously into mass graves. The leaders of our one planet are summoned to serve a higher purpose, the worthy cause of saving lives. In this regard, this ignoble system of vaccine apartheid must end, and end now. Nations that have stockpiled more vaccines than they require must release them to those who need them. We are thankful to the government of the United States of America for its recent announcement that it will share 80 million doses of vaccines with other countries. We call on other governments that have either stockpiled vaccines or locked them up in contracts with suppliers to join the United States in releasing their surplus through a global plan managed by this World Health Organization. Supplying vaccines to save lives should also not be a matter of bargaining or of leveraging political support. It is the honorable and right thing to do. Apart from releasing surplus vaccines, the governments that now maintain intellectual property rights that prohibit wider and greater production of vaccines must act now to waive them. More pharmaceutical companies producing much more vaccines will mean more and fast inoculations of our global community. That is not only in the interests of the countries where COVID-19 is rampant. It is in the interests of our interconnected world, where every nation is dependent on the interaction of people across borders and on healthy markets with purchasing power. It is especially troubling to many small states, including mine, that because our capacity is wrongly measured by our relatively high per capita income, we are denied access to supply of critical life-saving vaccines under the COVAX facility unless we pay. Small island states such as mine, which are perennially vulnerable to hurricanes and exogenous shocks that are no fault of our own, such as COVID-19, have to find the money to purchase vaccines and to do so at high cost. We have had to do so even while the pandemic has caused a loss of 30% of GDP and halved our revenues. Our countries are teetering on the brink of economic disaster. In this context, we make an appeal to relax travel restrictions for vulnerable small states and rectification of the qualifications for access to the COVAX facility so that account is taken of the profound vulnerabilities of small island states. Vulnerability should be one of the determinants for vaccine accessibility. Finally, I draw attention to the phenomenon of vaccine reticence in all of our countries. This is no longer a matter for individual countries. It has become a pandemic as dangerous as COVID-19 itself and will cause millions more of our people to be infected and all our economies to decline. Vaccine reticence now needs a global response that is no less comprehensive and intense than the response to the pandemic itself. We have to collectively educate our peoples of the value and benefits of inoculation to themselves, to their loved ones, the wider society, and the global community as a whole. Mr. President, our world is in a global crisis. This Assembly must act now to imbue all our societies with the confidence that we, the governments, are acting in solidarity to take back our world from the stranglehold of this pandemic and to set our peoples free. I thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. I have the honor now to invite the Prime Minister of Spain, His Excellency Pedro Sanchez Perez Castellón, to address us.
Señoras, señores, Dear ladies and gentlemen, today the World Health Assembly starts. This is a meeting that is absolutely fundamental for the future of the global health system. The pandemic is not over, although in some countries we start to see the light at the end of the tunnel. We must continue to face it with conviction. And the priority now is to guarantee universal access to vaccines. That is why my government has launched a multilateral initiative, Vaccines for All, which addresses the global challenge of vaccine production as well as distribution in all of its complexity. In short, we propose to act simultaneously on 3 fronts that right now hinder equitable access to vaccines. First of all, we must share knowledge of all kinds, including the transfer of know-how and technology and aspects related to intellectual property. To this end, Spain has formally joined the CTAP, the COVID-19 Technology Access Pool initiative, as a platform that can facilitate these knowledge exchanges. We invite governments, and especially the pharmaceutical industry, to join it so that the initiative can achieve tangible results. Intellectual property rights must, of course, be part of the solution, but we must move quickly in other areas as well. Therefore, secondly, we must take all measures that allow us to increase production exponentially and in the short term. To do so, we must be able to identify global production capacities and help match supply and demand in this area. Furthermore, all trade barriers along the value chain, which encompasses both vaccines and the components and supplies necessary to produce them, must be eliminated. Third, we have to facilitate distribution. This involves increasing financial and non-financial contributions to the ACT Accelerator. Spain made a commitment to contribute 125 million euros, and we will continue to contribute. Spain is going to send millions of vaccines to Latin America thanks to the COVAX facility. It is also essential that the necessary capacities of vaccine recipient countries are enhanced to process, store, distribute, and administer vaccines. This is especially relevant in fragile context, and for this, ACTE's work on health systems is incredibly important. In addition, we propose that a public-private partnership be created between airlines, governments, and international organizations to facilitate such a distribution. Only by working together in all of these areas will we be able to rein in the pandemic and to do so without leaving anyone behind. If we have learnt anything, it is that we must strengthen the global architecture to be better prepared to face the different global challenges. We have worked intensively over the last year to take concrete action. It is now time to implement them. We are in favor of adopting an international treaty that establishes the objectives and fundamental principles of the collective action necessary to tackle future pandemics. We must harness the momentum and political commitment at the highest level derived from the COVID-19 pandemic to ensure the long-term political and financial investment that, as we have seen, global health emergencies require. We need a holistic approach, taking into account human and environmental health, which are two sides of the same coin, and I'm convinced that this treaty is the best way to make it happen. Director General, you know well that you can count on Spain's support so that the WHO continues to lead the way forward. We have done so in the past few months and the past few years. You are carrying out this leadership, and if we act together, and I am sure that we will be able to come out stronger from this crisis. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. I have the pleasure to now invite the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Togo, His Excellency, the Honorable Reverend Dr. Pohiva Tohioniti. Sir, you have the floor.
WHO Director General Dr. Tedros Ghebreyesus, President, Your Excellency Ms. Keva Bain, Your Excellencies, distinguished delegations of member states, guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of His Majesty's government, I'd like to join others in welcoming us all to the 74th World Health Assembly. As I join you virtually today, I am proud to say that the Kingdom of Tonga is one of the few countries in the world to be completely COVID-19 free. Tonga activated early its national task force for COVID-19 jointly with the National Emergency Management Committee in February 2020, even before the first case was reported in the Pacific. The Joint Committee developed an action plan and issued early travel advisories, diversion orders, regulations, and policies to facilitate rapid response. Heeding WHO's warnings, we knew from the very beginning that we must act decisively to protect our people. So already by March 2020, we had declared COVID-19 a national public health emergency. We worked quickly to put infrastructure in place, refurbishing and renovating facilities to serve as quarantine and treatment centers, and establishing a brand new laboratory with gold standard RT-PCR technology. We trained our health staff, including in the outer islands, so that they would be ready to treat cases. And we scaled up mental health and psychological support to help our people cope with this difficult time. And now we are working to vaccinate the population. To date, we have reached more than 25% of our target population. Through all of this and through the cooperation of our health, His Majesty's Armed Forces, police and border control staff, along with the more than 100,000 people who make up Team Tonga, we have so far been able to keep COVID-19 at bay. Of course, none of this would have been possible if it were not for the support we received from WHO and key donor partners. WHO has been instrumental in helping us to ensure that our response measures are based on the best possible data and science. I thank Director General Dr. Tedros for his strong visionary leadership and Western Pacific Regional Director Dr. Takeshi Kasai for his deep understanding and appropriate guidance targeted to the Pacific Island countries. In addition, we have received direct technical and financial assistance from the Asian Development Bank, Pacific Community, UNICEF, World Bank, and the governments of Australia, China, India, Japan, New Zealand, UK, and USA, along with the support provided through those behind COVAX, such as the European Union. For this, we are very grateful. On that note of cooperation, I want to take this opportunity to remind us all why we are here today. We are here brought together by the World Health Organization because we are faced by tremendous challenges that can only be addressed through collective action by all of us. Today, we face the COVID-19 pandemic, and our only way out of this is by working together. But we will face further pandemics and other issues which threatens lives, livelihoods, and health. In the Pacific, for example, we are all too aware of the increasing impacts of climate change and how it threatens our people. We cannot effectively address these issues without the convening power of a body like WHO. So, over the next 5 days, I call upon all of us to put aside our differences and come together collectively to address our common threat. Let's work together to build the sustainable systems that will ensure that all countries are able to meet future health needs. Let history show that the leaders of today had the courage to act collectively for the betterment of humanity. Only then will we be able to build for a better future for the globe, for a healthier, safer, and fairer world for all. Tuafatu.
Thank you, Excellency. I am delighted to now invite the Secretary General of the United Nations, His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, to address us.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues and friends, the COVID-19 pandemic has brought a tsunami of suffering. Over 3.4 million lives have been lost. Some 500 million jobs have gone. Trillions of dollars have been wiped from global balance sheets. The most vulnerable are suffering most, and I fear this is far from over. I pay tribute to the frontline health workers who are the heroes of this pandemic. Millions of healthcare professionals continue to put themselves in harm's way every day. We owe them our deepest appreciation. This includes our colleagues at the World Health Organization who are working around the world to support member states in saving lives and protecting the vulnerable. Excellencies, colleagues, friends, from the start of the COVID-19 pandemic, I have warned of the dangers of two-speed global response. Sadly, unless we act now, we face a situation in which rich countries vaccinate the majority of their people and open their economies, while the virus continues to cause deep suffering by circling and mutating in the poorest countries. further spikes and surges could claim hundreds of thousands of lives and slow the global economic recovery. COVID-19 cannot be beaten one country at a time. We need coordinated global action in 3 areas to put the world on the path towards recovery and to achieve the 2030 Agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals. First, the world must respond resolutely and in solidarity to stop the virus. World leaders must urgently step up with a global plan for equitable access to COVID-19 vaccines, tests and treatments. This starts with funding the ACT Accelerator and its COVAX facility to deploy life-saving tools to the poorest countries on a global scale. But that is not enough. We are at war with the virus. We need the logic and urgency of a war economy to boost the capacity of our weapons, the vaccines. On Friday, I called on the G20 to set up a task force that brings together all countries with vaccine production capacities, the World Health Organization, the ACT Accelerator partners, and international financial institutions able to deal with the pharmaceutical companies and other key stakeholders. It should aim to at least double manufacturing capacity by exploring all options, from voluntary licenses and technology transfers to patent pooling and flexibility on intellectual property rights. The task force should address equitable global distribution by using the ACT Accelerator and its COVAX facility. And it should be co-convened at the highest levels by the major powers who hold most of the global supply and production capacity, together with the multilateral system. I am ready to mobilize the entire United Nations to support these efforts. Second, we must bolster primary health care systems and universal health coverage. COVID-19 cannot be seen in isolation from the fundamental problems with our health systems: inequality, underfunding, complacency, neglect. With the right primary health care systems in place, we will recover more quickly from this pandemic and prevent the next before it takes hold. Our efforts to recover from COVID-19 should not come at the cost of other essential health care, from women's reproductive services to children's vaccination and mental health coverage. Third, we must prepare for the next global health emergency. Robust primary health systems are a start, but they are not enough. I fully support the bold recommendations in the recent report by an independent panel for pandemic preparedness and response. The world needs political commitment at the highest level to transform the existing systems through an international coordinated all-of-government and society approach. The WHO must be at the heart of global pandemic preparedness. It needs sustainable and predictable resources, and it must be fully empowered to do the job that is demanded of it. We need a framework for international cooperation and solidarity fit for the future, new solutions for sustainable and predictable financing, national capacity for prevention, detection and responses to disease outbreaks. Excellencies, colleagues, friends, COVID-19 must be a turning point. Your deliberations at this 74th World Health Assembly will be critical to set the highest level of ambition. I urge you to take the bold decisions necessary to end this pandemic and build safe, healthy communities and societies for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. Finally, I have the pleasure to invite Mr. Kailash Satyarthi, a child rights activist and Nobel Peace Laureate, to give his statement. Mr. Satyarthi, you have the floor.
Madam President, Director General Dr. Tedros, Honorable Ministers and distinguished delegates, my dear children of the world. Let me begin with a Sanskrit prayer. Sarve bhavantu sukhinah sarve santu niramaya sarve bhadrani pashyantu ma kaschid dukh bhag bhavet. Om Shanti. May all be happy. May all be free from illness. May all see what is auspicious. May no one suffer. May peace prevail. My dear sisters and brothers, today we remember those who we have lost to the pandemic. We also pay tribute to our health and frontline workers for their great sacrifice. I thank my dear brother Dr. Tedros for inviting me to speak at this August Assembly. I commend his leadership and applaud his team for their relentless work in fighting the pandemic. I also extend my appreciation to respected health ministers for their work. Today I am here as the voice of the millions of voiceless children who are left behind. They are the children who live with intergenerational poverty and hunger. The same children are forced to work and sell their bodies. They are the same who face the worst health outcomes and denied education. They have little access or no access to clean water and sanitation. They have been exploited for decades and centuries. Therefore, this 74th World Health Assembly will be a defining time in our society and in the history. It gives us the opportunity to take a moment to evaluate the choices we have made and their human cost, and to consider the choices we have today. What are the choices we have made? $8 trillion have been released as COVID response fund in 2020. But only a disgraceful 0.13%, I repeat, 0.13% was allocated to the most marginalized communities through multilateral assistance. Wealthy countries chose to cut down their ODA budgets for low-income countries that face immeasurable misery. The pandemic is not only a health or economic crisis, dear friends, it is a crisis of justice, crisis of civilization, and a crisis of humanity. What have we lost as a result of these choices? While the world has suffered as one, we have not suffered equally. 2/3 of the world's largest companies made an additional $109 billion in 2020. At the same time, 140 million children and their families will be pushed into acute poverty. This is unacceptable. This is injustice. They are invisible children of the world who, instead of being in their classrooms, are living on the streets, trapped into workshops and brothels, orphaned and abused, living in institutions, conflict zones, and refugee camps. They are children from the same communities that have faced generations of racial discrimination, injustices, and violence. Friends, they are the children who are working in cocoa fields of Ghana and Ivory Coast, and the children in Colombia's coffee fields. They face the health impact of the increasing use of pesticides, machine, and electricity, beside injured limbs and muscle damage. They are 10-year-old Nageswar who lost his speech from the trauma and torture at the hands of his employer. I have heard the children scream in their sleep and the deafening silence in the day. My organization in India has rescued over 100,000 child laborers in the last 4 decades. Let me tell you that most of these rescued children were suffering various health problems, different ailments, diseases, burns, weak teeth and eyesight, malnutrition, developmental challenges, tuberculosis, and so on. The health impact of child labor is felt throughout the life. Today, we have, unfortunately, 152 million children working at the cost of their childhood and freedom in the world. But due to this pandemic, the number is now set to increase in millions more for the first time in decades. Therefore, what choices lie ahead of us? Experts have warned that the next wave is likely to target children. This is what we know today. We cannot wait for the house to be on fire again for us to have the extinguishers ready. If we don't learn from our mistakes, we will not be losing our people because of the virus, but because of our lack of preparedness, apathy, and complicity. We have to build back better for our future. The COVAX initiative is a step in the right direction, but only compassionate politics and moral leadership can give it any meaning. Wealthy nations must support economically excluded communities by making COVAX inclusive, democratic, and well-resourced. If there is one thing we have been forced to learn today, is that till everyone is safe, none of us are safe. It is true of both people and nations. It is the hour of crisis that true character of leaders is demonstrated. Every child deserves their fair share of the world. We need urgent and accountable action to protect them. So, I call upon agencies of the United Nations must stand united now. This is the time to act with the true spirit of multi-sectoral partnership for children. In this regard, I recommend an interagency high-level group to recommend concrete and time-bound actions to safeguard our children who are directly or indirectly affected by COVID. Secondly, I demand the waiver of all intellectual property restrictions on COVID vaccines manufacturing, democratization of technical knowledge, and access to raw material. Perhaps you are aware that 170 former world leaders and Nobel laureates recently demanded the waiver of intellectual property restrictions on COVID vaccines. I thank President Biden for supporting this demand. Other countries must also do the same. Thirdly, protect our children now and from immense mutations of the virus. We have seen the devastating situations in India, United States, Brazil, and Nepal. It is possible anywhere in the world. We hope to organize focused consultations with the experts to support the efforts of WHO and national governments to protect the most left behind children from this virus. Finally, I call on you, respected health ministers, to create budgeted action plans and constitute task forces to reach the poorest and most marginalized children in your countries. This will ensure vaccination, pediatric facilities, and social protection floors. High-income countries must support this. In addition, I ask you, please, don't amplify superstitions around COVID and vaccines and stick to best scientific knowledge. Dear sisters and brothers, we are at a crossroads and generations will pay the price of our choices we make today. Profit, politics, and property can wait, but not our children. Their freedom, safety, and childhood cannot wait. If we leave entire populations of children behind, any investment in healthcare will fall through the cracks between one generation and the next. Dear sisters and brothers, I call upon you. Let us globalize compassion for our children. Let us globalize compassion as we move forward from the wreckage of this pandemic. Let us take all our children with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Satyathi. We would like to sincerely thank all our distinguished guests for their words of encouragement and solidarity. It is my honor to now invite the Director General of the World Health Organization, Dr. Tedros, to address us. You have the floor.
Thank you. Your Excellency, Madam President, Ambassador Keva Bain, Your Excellency Alan Berset, Federal Councillor of Switzerland, Excellencies, distinguished colleagues and friends. Lucy Naimbura is a health promotion officer in Mombasa City, Kenya. When COVID-19 arrived last year, a strict lockdown was introduced, but it was met with strong resistance by the local community, who refused to be tested, isolated, or treated. And Lucy made her daily rounds, providing information about the dangers of the new virus. Lucy was insulted in the streets, and she and her team sometimes had to stop working for their own safety. But Lucy kept going back to the community. After weeks of engaging leaders, things started to change. Communities started following COVID-19 guidelines and accepted to be tested. The spread of the virus was curtailed and the lockdown was removed. Asante sana, Lucy. Dr. Gansengel Purev is an intensive care specialist in the Central Military Hospital in Ulaanbaatar, Mongolia. This is what he said. During my first shift, I lost my grandmother to COVID-19. She died in my arms. During my last shift, 3 people died in an hour. My patients are no different to my grandmother and grandfather. Many patients recover and leave the hospital. What keeps me going is 2 words from them: thank you. Dr. Cătălin Denciu is an intensive care specialist in Romania. He was on duty in November last year, caring for patients with COVID-19 when a fire broke out in the hospital. 10 patients died in the fire, and in trying to save others, Dr. Denciu suffered third-degree burns to 40% of his body. Today, we will honor him with an award for his service, sacrifice, and example. These are just a few examples. There are millions more stories of courage, heartbreak, desperation, struggle, and triumph. For almost 18 months, health and care workers all over the world have stood in the breach between life and death. They have saved countless lives and fought for others who, despite their best efforts, slipped away. Many have themselves become infected, and while reporting is scant, we estimate that at least 115,000 health and care workers have paid the ultimate price in the service for others. Health and care workers do heroic things, but they are not superheroes. They are humans like the rest of us. They sweat and swear. They laugh and cry. They fear and hope. Many feel frustrated, helpless, and unprotected, with a lack of access to personal protective equipment and vaccines and the tools to save lives. In this International Year of the Health and Care Worker, we have all been reminded that these are incredible people doing incredible jobs under incredible circumstances. We owe them so much. And yet, globally, health and care workers often lack the protection, the equipment, the training, the decent pay, the safe working conditions, and the respect they deserve. The job can be dangerous and disheartening, but it can also be the best job on earth. A year ago, we published the first State of the World's Nursing Report, and just last week, we launched the third State of the World's Midwifery Report, showing the world faces a global shortage of 900,000 midwives. If we have any hope of achieving a healthier, safer, fairer future, every member state must protect and invest in its health and care workforce as a matter of urgency. This week, you will consider 2 draft resolutions on the health workforce. I hope you will adopt them and, more importantly, take action on them in every country. Just as health and care workers are the lifeblood of every health system, so the lifeblood of WHO is its staff. The incredible people all over the world I'm honored to call my colleagues in country and regional offices and here at headquarters. For almost 18 months, they have worked under extreme pressure. And time again, they have gone above and beyond to serve you, our member states, despite the modest resources they have to do their jobs. The success of this organization depends on its people. And we're committed to doing much more to build a WHO that attracts the best and gives them the best opportunities in the best working environment. As you know, the regional directors and I have made 2021 the year of the WHO workforce. As part of our commitment to strengthening the health and care workforce globally, as well as our own workforce, the WHO Academy will be a major addition to global health learning, as President Macron indicated earlier. The Academy's digital learning platform has been built and will begin global testing next week. The first batch of learning programs are in the final stages of production, translation, and testing, and will be rolled out by September. With thanks to France for its support, we're moving forward with plans to build the WHO Academy campus in Lyon. Today, I ask you not for a moment's silence, but to make the loudest noise you can. Please join me in clapping, shouting, and stamping your feet for every health and care worker everywhere. Thank you very much. Excellencies, although we have lost so many health and care workers already, we will lose many more as long as the pandemic rages. Almost 18 months into the defining health crisis of our age, the world remains in a very dangerous situation. As of today, more cases have been reported so far this year than in the whole of 2020. On current trends, the number of deaths will overtake last year's total within the next 3 weeks. Since our health assembly started this morning, almost 1,000 people have lost their lives to COVID-19. And in the time it takes me to make these remarks, a further 400 will die. This is very tragic. We're pleased that for 3 consecutive weeks, though, we have seen a downturn in the number of cases and deaths being reported. But globally, we remain in a fragile situation. No country should assume it's out of the woods, no matter its vaccination rate. So far, no variants have emerged that significantly undermine the efficacy of vaccines, diagnostics, or therapeutics. But there is no guarantee that will remain the case. This virus is changing constantly. Future changes could render our tools ineffective and drag us back to square one. We must be very clear. The pandemic is not over, and it will not be over until and unless transmission is controlled in every last country. WHO Strategic Preparedness and Response Plan sets out the 10 pillars that every country must apply in a tailored and dynamic way to reduce exposure, prevent infections, limit the spread, and save lives. Every country can do more. Increase surveillance, testing, sequencing, sharing information, surge supplies needed to protect health workers, fight misinformation and disinformation, empower people and communities to play their part, support businesses and workplaces to take steps to open up safely where appropriate, implement national vaccination strategies, vaccinate those most at risk, and donate vaccines to COVAX. The ongoing vaccine crisis is a scandalous inequity that's perpetuating the pandemic. More than 75% of all vaccines have been administered in just 10 countries. There is no diplomatic way to say it. A small group of countries that make and buy the majority of the world's vaccines control the fate of the rest of the world. The number of doses administered globally so far would have been enough to cover all health workers and older people if they had been distributed equitably. We could have been in a much better situation. I understand that every government has a duty to protect its own people. I understand that every government wants to vaccinate its entire population. That's what we want to. And in time, there will be enough supply for everyone, including those at lower risk. But right now, there is not enough supply. Countries that vaccinate children and other low-risk groups now do so at the expense of health workers and high-risk groups in other countries. That's the reality now. At the executive board meeting in January, I issued a challenge to see vaccination of health workers and older people underway in all countries within the first 100 days of the year. That target was very nearly achieved, but the number of doses available to COVAX remains vastly inadequate. COVAX works. We have shipped every single one of the 72 million doses we have been able to get our hands on so far to 125 countries and economies. But those doses are sufficient for barely 1% of the combined population of those countries. So today, I'm calling on member states to support a massive push to vaccinate at least 10% of the population of every country by September, and a drive to December to achieve our goal of vaccinating at least 30% by the end of the year. This is crucial to stop severe disease and death, keep our health workers safe, reopen our societies and economies. Sprinting to our September goal means we must vaccinate 250 million more people in low and middle income countries in just 4 months, including all health workers and the most at-risk groups as the first priority. These are the minimum targets we should aim for. At the G20 Global Health Summit on Friday, IMF Managing Director Kristalina Georgieva proposed vaccinating 40% of the world's population by the end of the year and 60% by mid-2022. We're in discussions with the IMF member states and our partners about how to make these ambitious targets achievable. Here is how the drive to December must happen. First, share doses through COVAX now. I welcome the commitments made by member states to donate doses, including the important announcements made at the G20 Global Health Summit on Friday. But to achieve the goals for September and the end of the year, we need hundreds of millions more doses. We need them to go through COVAX, and we need them to start moving in early June. Manufacturers must play their part by ensuring any country that wants to share doses through COVAX can do it within days, not months. I call on all manufacturers to give COVAX first right of refusal on new volume of vaccines, or to commit 50% of their volumes to COVAX this year. And we need every country that receives vaccines to use them as quickly as possible. No dose can lay idle, or worse, be thrown away. Country-level preparations to reach their populations must move as fast as vaccines. Second, scale up manufacturing. The bottom line is that we need a lot more doses. We need them fast. and we must leave no stone unturned to get them. Several manufacturers have said they have capacity to produce vaccines if the originator companies are willing to share licenses, technology, and know-how. I find it difficult to understand why this has not happened yet. I thank India and South Africa for their initiative at the World Trade Organization to have intellectual property protections for COVID-19 products. And I thank those countries that are supporting these efforts. And we urge member states and manufacturers to join CETAP, the WHO COVID-19 Technology Access Pool, which provides a powerful mechanism for sharing licenses in a non-exclusive, transparent way. I thank Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez for his commitment that Spain will join CETAP, and we expect more good news in the coming days. And third, fully fund the ACT Accelerator. There remains an $18.5 billion gap in the ACT Accelerator. Ultimately, the pandemic has shown clearly that in an emergency, low and lower middle income countries cannot rely on the imports from vaccine-producing countries. I welcome the draft resolution on strengthening local production of medicines and other health technologies that member states will consider at this assembly. I would also like to take this opportunity to express my deep appreciation to President Biden for reversing the decision to take the United States out of WHO, and also for donating $4 billion to COVAX, and also for their announcement that they will donate 80 million vaccines doses globally. These are the largest contributions ever, and also for supporting the intellectual property waiver. In November, I gave member states a detailed description of the incredible breadth and depth of WHO's work beyond the pandemic. In the 6 months since then, there have been even more achievements to be proud of. As part of our commitment to transparency, the 2021 results report provides a wealth of information in an interactive, engaging, easy-to-use digital format. I commend it to you. As a complement to the results report, we held the Triple Billion showcases, updated the Triple Billion dashboard, and we continue to hold ourselves accountable through delivery stock takes to review progress and identify challenges. We have built the World Health Data Hub to provide complete, transparent, and open data on an interactive and easily searchable platform. And the annual World Health Statistics published last week presents the latest data on more than 50 health-related indicators for the Triple Billion targets and the Sustainable Development Goals. Among its other findings, preliminary estimates suggest there were at least 3 million excess deaths globally in 2020 attributable either directly or indirectly to COVID, representing 1.2 million more deaths than the 1.8 million officially reported. One of the features of the 13th General Program of Work and the WHO transformation is to drive a paradigm shift in global health by increasing the emphasis on promoting health and preventing disease, focusing on healthy lifestyle. On current trends, we estimate that about 900 million more people could be enjoying better health and well-being by 2023, taking us very close to our target of 1 billion. But progress is uneven, and more than a third of countries are heading in the wrong direction. We have made mixed progress in addressing the major risk factors for non-communicable diseases. Tobacco use continues to decline, but the prevalence of obesity is rising, and is alcohol consumption in some regions. At the beginning of this year, WHO launched a year-long campaign called Commit to Quit, to encourage at least 100 million of the world's 1.3 billion tobacco users to quit. 6 weeks ago, we released our technical manual on tobacco tax policy and administration. Many countries are showing leadership in this area and in implementing the other measures in the Empower package of interventions. The Gambia has just increased its tobacco excise tax rates. Bolivia passed a comprehensive tobacco control law, and with WHO support, 6 African countries banned smoking in public places and on public transport. We also see progress in efforts to improve nutrition and to support consumers to make healthier food choices. Last year, we launched a program to certify countries that have eliminated trans fats from their food supply, and 14 countries have now introduced best practice policies on trans fats, protecting 589 million people from their harmful effects. Earlier this month, we published new benchmarks for sodium content in more than 60 categories of food, and last year, Mexico implemented front-of-pack labeling. On occupational health, we worked with the International Labour Organization to develop guidance to protect workers from COVID-19. We're working with the UN Environment Programme to support 40 countries to establish legally binding controls on lead paint, a significant source of childhood poisoning. Together with UN partners, in March of this year, we published the first global report on ageism. A month ago, we released a new technical package called Step Safely to prevent and manage falls, an increasing cause of death and disability for people of all ages. In April, UN member states adopted a resolution committing to greater efforts to prevent drowning in line with WHO recommendations. With UN Women, we launched a new report representing the largest study ever conducted on the prevalence of violence against women, showing that almost 1 in 3 women globally has suffered intimate partner violence, sexual violence from a non-partner, or both at least once in their lives. With our partners at FAO, OIE, and UNEP, we created the One Health high-level expert panel, which met for the first time last week, and the panel will be instrumental in guiding development of a dynamic new research agenda and providing high-level policy leadership. Despite these achievements, progress in addressing the root cause of death and disease remains vastly insufficient and inequitable. Globally, only 3% of health budgets are spent on promotion and prevention. And yet, increased investment in these areas could reduce the global disease burden by half, generating massive returns for individuals, families, communities, and nations. An investment of $1 per person per year could save 8.2 million lives and $350 billion by 2023. The pandemic has been a significant setback in our efforts to support member states to progress towards universal health coverage, as you know. On current trends, we project that an additional 290 million people will have access to high-quality health services without financial hardship by 2023. That leaves a shortfall of 710 million against our target to see 1 billion more people benefiting from universal health coverage. the world is far behind. With renewed determination and increased investment in primary health care and public health, we estimate that a further 400 million people could be covered with essential services by 2025. But at least half the world's population still lacks access to these services. According to our most recent estimates, about 930 million people suffer catastrophic health spending each year, and about 90 million are pushed into extreme poverty by out-of-pocket health spending. Globally, there remain huge gaps in access to essential medicines, including antibiotics, insulin, antihypertensives, diagnostics and treatment for cancer, and routine immunizations. Antimicrobial resistance remains an existential and largely unaddressed threat to a century of medical progress. And although we have seen a steady increase in service coverage over the last few years, the pandemic has caused severe disruption to essential health services. Our most recent Pulse survey, published 1 month ago, shows that during the first 3 months of this year, 94% of the 135 countries and territories surveyed reported some kind of disruption to services. To give one example, data published in March suggests an estimated 1.4 million fewer people received care for TB last year, 21% less than in 2019. This disruption could cause an additional 500,000 deaths. 60 mass immunization campaigns are currently postponed in 50 countries, putting around 228 million people, mostly children, at risk for measles, yellow fever, polio, and more. However, we do see signs of recovery. And despite disruptions to services, there have been significant achievements. Globally, the prevalence of hepatitis B virus in children under 5 years is now below 1%, meaning the SDG target has already been achieved. More than 9.4 million people globally have received treatment for hepatitis C, a 9-fold increase since 2015. And this week, we will publish interim guidance for validation of viral hepatitis elimination, with assessments to start in Brazil, Egypt, Georgia, Mongolia, and Rwanda. 10 days ago, the Commonwealth of Dominica received certification for the elimination of mother-to-child transmission of HIV and congenital syphilis. On malaria, although the global decline in infections and deaths has stalled, there are still causes for celebration. In February, El Salvador became the first country in Central America and the 39th country or territory globally to be certified as malaria-free. More than 670,000 children have now received the first dose of RTS malaria vaccine in Ghana, Kenya, and Malawi as part of a pilot program coordinated by WHO, with financial support from Gavi, UNITAID, and the Global Fund. Preliminary results are very positive. On tuberculosis, more than 20 million people received access to TB services over the past 2 years, almost 5 million more than the previous 2 years. 109 countries started using new effective TB drugs, while 89 countries reported using better and faster treatments for multi-drug resistant TB in line with updated WHO treatment guidelines. On neglected tropical diseases, we have a new roadmap that sets global targets and milestones to prevent, control, eliminate, and eradicate 20 neglected tropical diseases and disease groups. So far this year, only 3 human cases of guinea worm disease have been reported, compared with 17 of the same period last year. Last month, Gambia eliminated trachoma as a public health problem, while in March, Cote d'Ivoire became the second country after Togo to eliminate African trypanosomiasis. On non-communicable diseases, WHO has supported 36 countries to integrate services to prevent, detect, and treat NCDs into primary healthcare programs. More than 30 countries have developed policies or programs to improve access to childhood cancer care. We launched the Global Breast Cancer Initiative, aimed at reducing mortality from the world's most diagnosed cancer by 2.5% every year until 2040, saving 2.5 million lives. More than 3 million people in 18 countries are now on protocol-based management of hypertension, with increasing use of the WHO HEARTS package of interventions. And we have launched a new project to link quality of care for maternal and child health with NCDs. On mental health, we have supported 31 more countries to integrate mental health services into primary health care, a 100% increase since 2014. To improve mental health among adolescents, we worked with UNICEF to launch the Helping Adolescents Thrive Toolkit. To address opioid overdose deaths, we worked with UNODC to conduct a study of naloxone in 4 low and middle-income countries, demonstrating significant public health benefits. On access to medicines, WHO has given emergency use listing to 7 vaccines and 28 in vitro diagnostics for COVID-19, which has allowed 101 countries to issue their own regulatory authorizations. In total, WHO pre-qualified 62 medicines, 15 diagnostics, 13 vaccines, and more last year, the most in a single year. In January, we published the updated model list of in vitro diagnostics, including new tests for non-communicable and infectious diseases. We published new pricing policy guidelines to increase the affordability of medicines, and we supported island developing states to sign a pooled procurement agreement for health products to improve the prices at which they can buy medicines, vaccines, and other products. Through the WHO Listed Authorities Initiative, Ghana achieved maturity level 3 last year, meaning it has a stable and well-functioning regulatory system. In future, it will be able to become a reference agency for issuing marketing authorizations in Africa and beyond. WHO is also supporting the Africa Union to establish the Africa Medicines Agency to increase regulatory oversight and access to safe, efficacious, and affordable medical products across the continent. On antimicrobial resistance, just last month, WHO published the latest overview of the pipeline for antibacterials to monitor progress in research and development of these life-saving treatments. The number of countries reporting data to the Global Antimicrobial Resistance and Use Surveillance System has tripled to 70 in 3 years, and the number of surveillance sites globally has increased from 729 to 73,000. And we published the One Health Global Leaders Group on Antimicrobial Resistance, led by Prime Minister Hasina of Bangladesh and Prime Minister Motley of Barbados. And finally, we estimate that by 2023, about 920 million people could be better protected from health emergencies. Again, taking us very close to reaching our target of 1 billion. Of course, that doesn't mean 920 million people protected from all health emergencies. The past year has exposed gaps in national and global preparedness that must be addressed. Even while WHO has focused on responding to this pandemic, we continue to work with countries to prepare for a possible influenza pandemic. Finally, today also marks the 10th anniversary of the pandemic influenza preparedness framework, pioneered a new approach to sharing biological materials and to equity of access to vaccines and other critical pandemic response products. More broadly, we continue to assess preparedness and response capacities of member states with 113 joint external evaluations, 156 simulation exercises, and 126 intra-action or after-action reviews. More than 70 countries have developed national action plans for health security to address critical gaps, but many remain unfunded. And of course, COVID-19 is far from the only emergency to which WHO has responded in the past year. Every month, WHO processes over 9 million pieces of information, screens 43,000 signals, leading to 4,500 events reviewed and an average of 30 events verified. Our surveillance systems go far beyond disease outbreak events in human populations to encompass information with potential risk implications at the human-animal interface, signals related to climate change, industrial hazards, and conflicts. In 2020 alone, we responded to over 120 emergencies, including a total of 60 graded crises. More than 1.8 billion people currently live in fragile, conflict, and vulnerable settings where protracted crises are compounded by weak national capacity to deliver basic health services. As the health cluster lead in the United Nations humanitarian response, WHO leads efforts to deliver the public health response to COVID-19 through the global humanitarian response plan, providing coordination and operational support in 30 countries in partnership with 900 national and international partners. These populations are also the ones that are most at risk to outbreaks of cholera, meningitis, yellow fever, and other high-threat infectious hazards. Health and care workers are particularly vulnerable where there is instability. More than 2,400 incidents in 17 countries and territories have been recorded by the surveillance system for attacks on healthcare since it started in December 2017. Over 600 healthcare workers and patients have died, and nearly 2,000 have been injured. There is no space, there is no peace without health, and no health without peace. All of these efforts are supported by our science and data divisions, which monitor progress and stay abreast of the rapidly evolving evidence. The science division quality assure more than 290 global public health goods this biennium, and together with the Health Emergencies Program, coordinated the review of almost 1,300 COVID-19 publications. We're also working to ensure our products are tackled and designed for impact. Among WHO's most downloaded products in the past year included new guidelines on increasing physical activity, rapid advice on the use of chest imaging in COVID-19, technical specifications for blood pressure measurement, managing chronic pain in children, pharmaceutical pricing policies, traditional and complementary medicines, and screening and treatment for prevention of cervical cancer. In addition, new reports on tuberculosis, nursing, malaria, cancer, NCDs, neglected tropical diseases, antimicrobial resistance, and the annual World Health Statistics provide an authoritative snapshot on vital health issues. I know it's a long list, but we want to remind all member states of the vast range of work we do to address the vast range of health challenges we face. Many of these issues are on your agenda this week, and none of them does WHO work alone. Partnership is essential to everything we do, including in the multilateral system through the Global Action Plan for Healthy Lives and Well-being for All. Today, we're launching the Global Action Plan Progress Report entitled Stronger Collaboration for an Equitable and Resilient Recovery. We're committed to accountability for the results we achieve, but also for how we work, which is why any report of sexual exploitation and abuse by our staff cannot be tolerated. We recognize that we must do much more to protect the people we serve and to ensure that zero tolerance is not just a slogan, but a mark of who we are. Excellencies, colleagues, and friends, this pandemic has been driven by a highly transmissible virus. But it has been turbocharged by division, inequity, and the historical neglect of investments in preparedness. So, as we recover and rebuild, we must do more than stop viruses. We must address the vulnerabilities that allow outbreaks to become epidemics and epidemics to become pandemics. We can come up with new institutions and new mechanisms, but that may only paper over the cracks. Whatever changes we make must be something more fundamental. We can only lay a solid foundation for a safer world with a common commitment to solidarity, equity, and sustainability. A year ago, you tasked me with initiating an impartial, independent, and comprehensive evaluation, including existing mechanisms as appropriate, to review experience gained and lessons learned from the WHO coordinated international health response to COVID-19. At this Health Assembly, you will receive the reports of several panels and committees that evaluated different dimensions of the international response to the pandemic, including WHO's role. I would like to thank each panel, committee, and working group for its efforts. We welcome each of these reports, and we look forward to discussing them with member states this week. There is always more to do. There are more lessons to learn and more changes to make. We're committed to listening to you, our member states, with humility and a willingness to make the changes we need to be the organization you need us to be. Many of you have recognized that a significant increase in more predictable and sustainable financing is needed to enable WHO to fulfill your expectations. But beyond how this organization is funded, the world needs a fundamental rethink by what we mean by global health security. We cannot build a safer world from the top down. We must build from the ground up. Preparing for, preventing, detecting, and responding rapidly to epidemics doesn't start in Geneva, New York, or any of the world's corridors of power. It starts in the streets of deprivation and overcrowding, in the homes where there is not enough food, in the communities without access to health workers, and in the villages and towns whose clinics and hospitals lack electricity or clean water. It starts with strong primary health care and public health systems, skilled health workers, and communities, empowered and enabled to take charge of their own health. That must be the focus of our attention and our investment. We need better systems built locally and linked globally in an unbreakable chain for readiness, early warning, rapid response, risk communications, and more. Already, we have taken several steps to build these systems. We are now preparing to start a pilot program of the Universal Health and Preparedness Review with 12 member states during the second half of this year. We have announced plans to establish the WHO Hub for Pandemic and Epidemic Intelligence in Berlin. We're preparing to open the doors of the WHO Academy. We're already building on lessons from the WHO-hosted accelerator, which will need to be a pillar of the new international system. And just this morning, I signed a memorandum of understanding with His Excellency Alain Berset on establishing the BioHub here in Switzerland as a reliable, safe, and transparent mechanism for member states to voluntarily share pathogens and clinical samples. Second, we need better financing to strengthen national capacities, support rapid response, and fund the research and development, manufacturing, and deployment of life-saving tools. The world has several strong international financial institutions that must play a vital role in funding an enhanced national and global health security system. And third, we need better governance that's inclusive and truly representative of every member state, regardless of the size of its population or economy. Keeping the world safe requires the ownership and engagement of all member states. The international health regulations remain the cornerstone of global governance for pandemic preparedness and response, but their implementation is inconsistent and have not led to the level of commitment and action needed. We all know that one of the greatest drivers of this pandemic has been the lack of international solidarity and sharing data, sharing information, sharing pathogens, sharing resources, sharing technology. We can only address that fundamental weakness with a binding commitment between nations to provide a solid foundation for enhanced cooperation, a treaty on pandemic preparedness and response that can address the challenges that I have outlined. An international agreement that represents all nations and people, that addresses our shared risks and vulnerabilities, that leverages our shared humanity, solidarity, and diversity, and that reflects what future generations need, not what these generations want. Excellencies, we have come to a fork in the road. If we go on the same old way, we will get the same old result. A world that's unprepared, unsafe, and unfair. Make no mistake, this will not be the last time the world faces the threat of pandemic. It's an evolutionary certainty that there will be another virus with the potential to be more transmittable and more deadly than this one. This is not the time for incremental improvements or tinkering at the edges. This is the moment for bold ideas, bold commitment, and bold leadership, for doing things that have never been done before. We have a choice between cooperation, competition, or confrontation. In fact, the only choice we have is between cooperation and insecurity. A safer world is not a zero-sum game. It is the opposite. If anyone is left behind, all are held back. But if the farthest behind is the first to be helped, if the weakest is first to be strengthened, if the most vulnerable is first to be protected, then we all win. 73 years ago, our member states, established WHO as the directing and coordinating authority on international health. And with your continued leadership and guidance, that's the role we will continue to play together to promote health, keep the world safe, and serve the vulnerable. Shukran jazilan, sheshe, merci beaucoup, muchas gracias, spasiba balshoy, and thank you very much. Thank you. So just one thing, a thanksgiving to our President, Madam President, Ambassador Keva Bain, for her able leadership the past 1 year during her presidency. Thank you so much, Madam President, to you and to the Bahamas. And we had a very good working relationship, and you led us very well, and we're very grateful for that. And thank you so much, and look forward to continue working closely with you. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Director General Dr. Tedros, and thank you for your kind words. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, I am informed that the Director General would like to recognize the contribution of a few individuals for their exceptional endeavor and commitment to health. I will now turn the floor over again to Dr. Tedros. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. As you all know, the pandemic has brought exceptional challenges to health and care workers in every country. For those who have displayed so much courage and have made so many personal sacrifices to help others, 2021 has been designated the Year of Health and Care Workers, with the themes of Protect, Invest, Together. In this year's Director General's Award, I would like to celebrate 3 individuals for their contributions in the field of healthcare. The first recipient is former First Lady Rosalind Carter of the United States of America, in recognition of her 50 years of global advocacy for the care of persons with mental health and substance use issues. And of course, former President Jimmy Carter has stood by her side in their lifelong dedication to humanitarian issues.
Dr. Tedros, members and participants in the 74th World Health Assembly, my name is Jason Carter. I'm the chair of the Carter Center's Board of Trustees, and I'm honored to accept the award on behalf of my grandmother, Rosalind Carter. The World Health Organization's Director General's Award for Global Health is a great honor celebrating my grandmother's 50 years of advocacy. We appreciate enormously this recognition of her contribution to advancing global health. I'll note that when she spoke to the Medical Society of the World Health Organization in May of 1979, she became the first sitting First Lady of the United States to address the members of the WHO. It was a groundbreaking event as a First Lady, and it was also a groundbreaking for mental health, because on that day she stated that health is a human right, and that you cannot have true health without recognizing mental health as a crucial component. Of course, since that time, over the last 40 years, the partnership between my grandparents, the Carter Center, and the World Health Organization has been remarkable. From guinea worm eradication program, other neglected tropical diseases, and of course, mental health work in places like Liberia that have provided a roadmap for other countries. So thank you for honoring her 50 years of advocacy, and I would love to read a letter from her. Dear Dr. Tedros, Jimmy joins me in sending greetings to you and everyone present for the 74th World Health Assembly. Thank you very much for taking time today to call attention to the importance of mental health by recognizing my efforts over the last 50 years to advocate for the millions of people worldwide living with behavioral health conditions. The Director General's Award for Global Health is especially meaningful to me in light of the Carter Center's long partnership with WHO to eradicate debilitating neglected tropical diseases and to promote the inclusion of mental health as an integral part of overall well-being. The role of the World Health Organization is more essential now than ever, and I applaud all that you have done to encourage a comprehensive response to COVID-19. Almost every nation has suffered the death and deprivation caused by this disease. The mental health and substance abuse consequences have been profound and widespread, and the need for effective treatments and services has never been more urgent. In my country, there has been great concern about the mental health of school children, isolated elderly parents, first responders, business owners, people who are out of work, and those recovering from illness. Practically everyone has been touched. My hope is that this is the moment when all nations will make behavioral health a priority and create quality systems of care that are equitably delivered. I've been waiting a long time to see this happen. I urge all of you attending to use your influence and talent to ensure that it does. While I regret that I cannot accept in person, I'm deeply grateful for this moving gesture of support and for your outstanding work to make a positive difference in the world. With best wishes, sincerely, Rosalind Carter. And I can assure you that those are heartfelt words. On behalf of my grandmother and our entire family, thank you to the World Health Organization for all that you've done, and particularly for honoring my grandmother's 50 years of service. Thank you.
Thank you. So next is Dr. Catalin Densiu from Romania, who rescued COVID-19 patients from an intensive care ward during a hospital fire in late 2020, even as he sustained severe burns himself.
Hello. Bom dia. Eu estava aí. Thanks. Yeah.
Sunt impresionat și foarte emoționat să primesc recunoașterea muncii și a contribuției mele din partea Organizației Mondiale Sănătății. Nu m-am așteptat nicio clipă la acest gest. Îi mulțumesc directorului general Tedros pentru acordarea acestei distincții și directorului regional Kluge pentru nominalizarea mea. Vreau să le mulțumesc din inimă colegilor belgieni, datorită cărora mă aflu aici în fața dumneavoastră. Sunt onorat să accept această distincție în numele întregului personal medical din România și din toată lumea.
And around the world who are in the first line of this fight. I also received this award on behalf of all COVID patients who have known the suffering of this disease and on behalf of our families who are with us for better or worse. I'm not a man of words. As I said before, I did my duty to my patients and colleagues. A physician's white coat comes with huge responsibilities and expectations. I urge you to show solidarity with medical staff, to support them in every way and fight together with them to end the pandemic. Heroes are those who, each day for more than a year, continue to care for their patients and their families despite all the difficulties and barriers. This is an award for those resilient people, for those who did not give up and keep on going, and I'm very proud to be one of those people. Health is a victory over suffering and disease. Together, we win.
Thank you. Our third recipient is Dr. Jemima Kariuki from Kenya for her years of work on maternal and child health, preventive medicine, and public health advocacy.
My name is Dr. Jemima Kariuki, a young Kenyan doctor undertaking my postgraduate studies in obstetrics and gynecology at the University of Nairobi in Kenya. Wheels for Life is a project I formed in response to the cries of many women who I noted were dying from preventable causes or coming with pregnancy-related complications at the peak of the pandemic because they lacked the means to reach hospitals, especially during the curfew hours, and forced by the government to try cap the spread of coronavirus infection. Since its inception, we have been able to respond to the calls of over 100,000 pregnant women, with 98% receiving the help they needed successfully. I wish to take this opportunity to thank the World Health Organization and especially Director General Dr. Tedros Adhanom for recognizing this effort. This award, which I receive with excitement and gratitude, confirms that anyone can do it, that we all have a part to play, and that even the young are not left behind in making an impact in the world, starting with our humble ideas. I wish to recognize my partners in this venture, my colleagues who agreed with the idea right from the beginning and volunteered their time and resources to respond to the call from the needy mothers without expecting any reward. Finally, I wish to thank God, my anchor and strength, and the initiator of this idea, and my family, without whom this would not have been possible. Women carry the life force of humanity, and it is beyond painful when we lose mothers to preventable means. I firmly believe that we can bring preventable maternal deaths to zero, and I know this is part of the solution. With nurturing, Wheels for Life can be integrated to healthcare systems to help reduce the death of many women. Thank you.
Asante sana, Jemima. And thank you all for your contributions to promoting health, keeping the world safe, and serving the vulnerable. And again, congratulations to all recipients of today's award. You are an inspiration to us all, and I thank you again. Madam President, back to you.
Thank you, Dr. Tedros. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, this brings us to the end of our high-level welcome. We shall now move to Agenda 1.1, Appointment of the Committee on Credentials. The Assembly is required to appoint a Committee on Credentials in accordance with Rule 24 of the Rules of Procedure of the Assembly. In conformity with this rule, I propose for your approval the following 12 member states: Andorra, Australia, Cameroon, Haiti, Iceland, Mali, Monaco, Namibia, Panama, Singapore, Somalia, and Thailand. Is this proposal acceptable? As I see no comments, I declare the Committee on Credentials, as proposed by me, appointed by the Assembly. Subject to the decision of the General Committee, the Committee on Credentials will hold its meeting virtually on Tuesday, the 25th of May at 1300 CET. Let us now turn to the election of the President. In accordance with Rule 25 of the Rules of Procedure, at each regular session, the Health Assembly shall elect a President and 5 Vice Presidents who shall hold office until their successors are elected. In advance of the Health Assembly, a white paper has been circulated which contains names of delegates proposed for consideration, following consultations within their respective regions as well as their respective countries. To consider the nomination for the office of the President of the 74th World Health Assembly, I recall that in accordance with the practice of regional rotation, which the Assembly has followed for many years, the President of the 74th World Health Assembly should be chosen among delegates of members of the Southeast Asia region. I understand that Mrs. Doshin Wangamo, Minister of Health of Bhutan, is proposed for the office of President of the 74th Health Assembly. Is this proposal acceptable? In the absence of any observations, and as it appears that there are no other proposals, I suggest, in accordance with Rule 80 of the Rules of Procedure, that the Assembly approves the nomination and elects its President by acclamation.
We can start.
Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, Ambassadors, Delegates, Director General, I would like to thank this August Assembly for their trust in electing me as the President of the 74th World Health Assembly. I would like to express my appreciation to my predecessor, Her Excellency Ambassador Keva Benz, Permanent Representative of the Bahamas, for her contribution to the last World Health Assembly. We shall now turn to the nomination of the office of the Vice President of the Health Assembly. I would like to recall that since the delegates from the members of the Southeast Asia region has filled the post of the President, it would be equitable to choose the Vice President from among the delegates coming from other 5 WHO regions. In this regard, the following proposals have been received. Professor Benjamin Ongpaktin from Benin, Mr. Tanil Kek from Estonia, Dr. Amelia Flores from Guatemala, Mr. Ikban Serajiva from Mongolia, Dr. Hanan Al-Kawari from Qatar. Are these proposals acceptable to the Assembly? In absence of any objection, I take it that it is the wish of the Health Assembly to elect by acclamation the 5 delegates mentioned for the post of Vice President of the 74th World Health Assembly. I congratulate the Vice President on their election. I shall now determine by the lot the order in which the Vice President shall be requested to serve should the President be unable to act in between the sessions. Professor Benjamin Hopkaktin from Benin. Iqbal Serajev from Mongolia. Dr. Hanan Al-Kawari from Qatar. Tanil Ik from Estonia. Dr. Amelia Flores from Guatemala. That's it. Perfect. The names of the 5 vice presidents have been written down on 5 separate. Okay, so that's it. No? The Assembly will now consider the special procedure to regulate and conduct this virtual meeting of the World Health Assembly, which are contained in the Annex 1 of the document A74/45. As we all know, the document before us today has been the subject of extensive informal consultation involving all member states. May I take it that the Health Assembly is content to adopt the special procedure contained in the Annex 1 of the document A74/45 and to apply them to this meeting. I see no objection. It is so decided. Thank you. We shall now turn to the election of the chair of the main committee. For the office of the chair of the Committee A, Dr. Adriana Amarilla, Director General in the Health Promotion, Ministry of Health of Paraguay, has been proposed. Is this proposal acceptable? In absence of any objection, I take it that it is the wish of the Health Assembly to elect Dr. Adriana Amarilla of Paraguay as the chair of Committee A. For the office of chair of Committee B, Dr. Iframi Waganabita, Minister of Health and Medicine Service of Fiji, has been proposed. Is this proposal acceptable? In the absence of any objection, I take it that it is the wish of the Health Assembly to elect Dr. Iframi Waganabita of Fiji as a chair of Committee B. We shall now proceed to the composition of the General Committee in accordance with the Rule 30 of the Rules of Procedure. The General Committee consists of the President, the 5 Vice President, the Chair of the Committee A and B, and 17 delegates to be elected by the Assembly. In order to have an equitable geographical distribution of the General Committee, I propose that the Assembly elect the remaining member of the General Committee as follows: 4 member states from the Africa region, 4 member states from the region of the Americas, 2 member states from the Eastern Mediterranean region, 4 member states from the European region, 1 member state from the Southeast Asia region, 2 member states from the Western Pacific regions. The Secretariat has circulated in advance a white paper containing proposal for the nomination of the 17 other members of the General Committee. I shall repeat these proposals: Algeria, Bermuda, Canada, Chile, China, Cuba, Djibouti, France, Oman, Philippines, Portugal, Russian Federation, Sri Lanka, United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, United States of America, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. Burundi, Algeria, Burundi, Canada, Chile, China, Cuba, Djibouti, France, Oman, Philippines, Portugal, Russian Federation, Sri Lanka, United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, United States of America, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. Does the Assembly agree with these 17 proposals? I see no objection. I take it, therefore, that it is the wish of the Health Assembly to elect these member states as the member of General Committee. It is so decided. Before we complete our business, I would like to address some housekeeping matters. The General Committee will hold its first meeting immediately following the meeting of the members of the committee. Use the link that was sent to them for the General Committee to access the meeting. May I remind you that according to the Rule 30 and 31 of Rules of Procedure, attendance to the General Committee is limited to its member and to not more than 1 member of each delegation to the Health Assembly not represented thereon. The second plenary will resume following the General Committee meeting. I would also like to remind you that the next plenary will reconvene subject to the decision taken in the General Committee with the following program: Presidential Address, Item 1.4, Adoption of the Agenda and Allocation of Item to the Main Committee. Item 2, Report of the Executive Board on its 147 and 148 session and on its special session on COVID response. Item 29.2, Status of Collection of Arrears Distribution, including Member States in error in payment of their contribution to an extent that would justify evoking Article 7 of the Constitution. And Item 3, Address by Dr. Tedros, Director General. The meeting is adjourned.
The World Health Organization is steadfast in our mission to promote health, keep the world safe, and serve the vulnerable. And committed to our 3 ambitious goals, the triple billion targets, laid out in our 13th General Program of Work. Reaching these targets is vital to meet the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. They are what guides our work across the 3 levels of the organization. First, we work so 1 more billion people around the world can benefit from universal health coverage. We deliver life-saving tools and supplies to countries and support training so there is a qualified workforce to help the world's most vulnerable people. We work so people can have access to the health services they need without financial hardship. Second, we work so 1 more billion people are better protected from health emergencies. We invest in and guide countries so they are equipped to prepare, prevent, detect, and respond to natural disasters and disease outbreaks like cholera, Ebola, or COVID-19. When necessary, we step in to coordinate the emergency response. And we are improving measurement practices so threats are identified early and appropriate responses are deployed. Thirdly, we work so 1 billion more people can enjoy better health and well-being. We help countries establish healthy environments and lifestyles in safe, supportive societies to prevent disease and save lives. We work to improve the water we drink, the air we breathe, the food we eat. One way we do this is by helping reduce risks that jeopardize health and well-being. For instance, through better road safety, decreasing tobacco and alcohol use, and more. And we harness the best science and data available. We know how crucial the power of science, data, and innovation are to improve global health and track impact in countries. We produce cutting-edge research for health. We conduct quality assurance for norms and standards. And we leverage digital technologies to improve health outcomes across the 3 billions. The world can only achieve these targets with strong leadership for health across the globe. That is why the world needs a strong, well-funded World Health Organization. The World Health Organization is steadfast in our mission to promote health, keep the world safe, and serve the vulnerable. And committed to our 3 ambitious goals, the triple billion targets, laid out in our 13th General Program of Work. Reaching these targets is vital to meet the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. They are what guides our work across the 3 levels of the organization. First, we work so 1 more billion people around the world can benefit from universal health coverage. We deliver life-saving tools and supplies to countries and support training so there is a qualified workforce to help the world's most vulnerable people. We work so people can have access to the health services they need without financial hardship. Second, we work so 1 more billion people are better protected from health emergencies. We invest in and guide countries so they are equipped to prepare, prevent, detect, and respond to natural disasters and disease outbreaks like cholera, Ebola, or COVID-19. When necessary, we step in to coordinate the emergency response. And we are improving measurement practices so threats are identified early and appropriate responses are deployed. Thirdly, we work so 1 billion more people can enjoy better health and well-being. We help countries establish healthy environments and lifestyles in safe, supportive societies to prevent disease and save lives. We work to improve the water we drink, the air we breathe, the food we eat. One way we do this is by helping reduce risks that jeopardize health and well-being. For instance, through better road safety, decreasing tobacco and alcohol use, and more. And we harness the best science and data available. We know how crucial the power of science, data, and innovation are to improve global health and track impact in countries. We produce cutting-edge research for health. We conduct quality assurance for norms and standards. And we leverage digital technologies to improve health outcomes across the 3 billions. The world can only achieve these targets with strong leadership for health across the globe. That is why the world needs a strong, well-funded World Health Organization.
So the United Nations says that there's a high prevalence of mental distress worldwide because of the coronavirus pandemic, especially amongst healthcare workers, as you would expect, and children as well.
The United Nations is asking governments that as the pandemic crisis drags on, not to forget about the mental health toll that this is having on many.
With all the changes happening as we overcome this pandemic, it's easy to feel overwhelmed, anxious, and stressed. So joining us now is board-certified psychiatrist Dr.
When you are in a dangerous situation, stress and fear is actually guiding us and helping us to get out of the situation. So it's helpful. However, and there is a big however here, because you can have something called toxic stress. This is when the stress is not longer tolerable and you cannot relax after it. So it becomes more chronic and more permanent. It's all about the starting point. If you are a child living in a refugee camp because you have been living for years in a war that you managed to escape from, you're not ready to deal with COVID. You don't have the capacity, you don't have the energy because of your prior traumas. So this is a huge challenge, making these children very vulnerable in this situation.
أول ما سمعنا إنه في كورونا خفنا كثير، لأنه خايفين إنه يجي حدا من برا يعدينا، يعني خفنا كثير، خايفين عليهم إذا حدا انصاب من عائلتي يعني. نهاية دويا ما أدري إيش.
Children are sitting in the cab believing they are going to die. We have to talk with children directly. We have to address COVID-19 directly with them and ask them how they are doing.
يعني نروح أنا وأصحاب المدرسة قبل فيروس كورونا ونلعب وذا، ما نحناش خايفين من فيروس كورونا ذا، وما جا فيروس كورونا يعني احنا خفنا منه. غلق منه سريع الانتشار، يعني يخبون احنا داخل البيت ما يشتون حاش نخرج بسبب فيروس كورونا، ما يشتيش يخسرون احنا.
I would say that my biggest concern in this situation is that it will be very hard to get all children back to school. And if we cannot get these refugees back to school, they will suffer for the rest of their lives.
The World Health Organization is steadfast in our mission to promote health, keep the world safe, and serve the vulnerable. And committed to our 3 ambitious goals, the triple billion targets, laid out in our 13th General Program of Work. Reaching these targets is vital to meet the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. They are what guides our work across the 3 levels of the organization. First, we work so 1 more billion people around the world can benefit from universal health coverage. We deliver life-saving tools and supplies to countries and support training so there is a qualified workforce to help the world's most vulnerable people. We work so people can have access to the health services they need without financial hardship. Second, we work so 1 more billion people are better protected from health emergencies. We invest in and guide countries so they are equipped to prepare, prevent, detect, and respond to natural disasters and disease outbreaks like cholera, Ebola, or COVID-19. When necessary, we step in to coordinate the emergency response. And we are improving measurement practices so threats are identified early and appropriate responses are deployed. Thirdly, we work so 1 billion more people can enjoy better health and well-being. We help countries establish healthy environments and lifestyles in safe, supportive societies to prevent disease and save lives. We work to improve the water we drink, the air we breathe, the food we eat. One way we do this is by helping reduce risks that jeopardize health and well-being. For instance, through better road safety, decreasing tobacco and alcohol use, and more. And we harness the best science and data available. We know how crucial the power of science, data, and innovation are to improve global health and track impact in countries. We produce cutting-edge research for health. We conduct quality assurance for norms and standards. And we leverage digital technologies to improve health outcomes across the 3 billions. The world can only achieve these targets with strong leadership for health across the globe. That is why the world needs a strong, well-funded World Health Organization.
minhas primeiras semanas depois do parto, comecei a ficar inflamada, comecei a sentir dor no peito, não conseguia carregar bebê, comecei a me sentir mal, comecei a respirar mal, me senti tão mal e deixar minha filha sozinha, sem mãe. Até que não acreditava que ia voltar ao normal.
At the moment, about 30 million people live with rheumatic heart disease in the world. The same number of people living with HIV/AIDS. The only really big difference is that rheumatic heart disease is not supported by a major organization, and 100 times more funding goes into HIV/AIDS than in rheumatic heart disease.
Taking data from surrounding countries, at least 25,000 people a year in Mozambique may be dying. It affects predominantly women. When you get pregnant, you have more symptoms and more clinical signs that you had before.
Já não estou a estudar, já não estou a trabalhar, parei tudo.
Rheumatic heart disease is caused by a bacteria. This causes a throat infection that we call pharyngitis or tonsillitis. Being in a low-income setting, we usually miss the chance to properly treat the bacterial tonsillitis. Those susceptible develop acute fever. The third sign that you can have is called pancarditis. Everything in the heart is inflamed. Most important of them is the valves, which do not work properly. So they let blood flow inappropriately. And then you can develop the very severe complication, which is infection inside your heart. Really, one needs urgent surgery, something that we are usually not able to do. We failed as a community because this is a preventable disease by an antibiotic that is cheap. So as a community, we have to improve access to penicillin. We have to improve access to open heart surgery in low-income settings. When you have a disease that is not happening in high-income countries, there's something about inequalities, about disparity that we have to continue to fight for.
In 2018, at the World Health Assembly meeting, there was a resolution passed to improve detection of rheumatic heart disease, to improve the care of people living with rheumatic heart disease.
What we have to do is to improve access to family planning, to improve access to information, to make decisions regarding their life. If they are willing to get pregnant, are already pregnant, or are having a baby.
The World Heart Federation has set up an entire program on rheumatic heart disease for women who are diagnosed with rheumatic heart disease, and also improving access to surgery in low to middle income countries for cardiac thoracic surgeons.
Agora que tomo medicamentos, já consigo carregar bebê, já consigo varrer, já consigo nenecar a bebê, já consigo cozinhar. Já não estou mais inflamada, já desinflamei. Minha filha é o meu orgulho e a minha vitória. Quando olho para ela, eu não olho com aquele olhar de que ela que me fez eu descobrir a doença.
For women, we have learned how painful it is for them not to be able to plan their life. So I think that this is taking away some of your rights as a person, your human rights. If we want to eradicate the rheumatic heart disease, we have to understand every side of the problem.
सानैदेखि अलिकति केही गर्नुपर्छ भन्ने कुराले चाहिँ हैन यो एउटा समाजमा चाहिँ छोरी भएर पनि केही गर्नुपर्छ भन्ने चाहिँ त्यो लाग्थ्यो त्यो हिसाबले चाहिँ म ड्राइभिङ पेसामा लाग्यो हो
मलाई
मलाई चाहिँ गुरु खै त डाक्टर साहब कता हुनुहुन्छ भनेर मलाई चाहिँ ड्राइभर भन्नुहुन्छ सबैले होइन उहाँलाई चाहिँ डाक्टर साहब भन्नुहुन्छ किनभने मान्छेले सोचेकै हुन्छ कि केटीले ड्राइभ गरेर चाहिँ यहाँ कर्णालीमा यस्तो माथि आएको छ भनेर
भ्याक्सिन त एकदमै इम्पोर्टेन्ट नै छ यहाँ चाहिँ अब मास्कहरू युज गर्दैन होइन अब त्यस्तो युज नगर्ने भएर फ्रन्ट लाइनमा काम गर्ने मान्छेलाई त एकदम धेरै गाह्रो भयो नि त त्यो भएको कारणले गर्दाखेरि पनि भ्याक्सिनदेखि लिएर त्यो सँगसँगै जनचेतनाको पनि एकदमै महत्त्वपूर्ण छ क्या जब मैले चाहिँ एउटा WHO को टी सर्ट लगाउँछु होइन मैले चाहिँ मेरो काम चाहिँ इमान्दारीपूर्वक काम गर्नुपर्छ होइन म चाहिँ एकदम प्राउड फिल गर्छु क्या
The World Health Organization is steadfast in our mission to promote health, keep the world safe, and serve the vulnerable. And committed to our 3 ambitious goals, the triple billion targets, laid out in our 13th General Program of Work. Reaching these targets is vital to meet the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. They are what guides our work across the 3 levels of the organization. First, we work so 1 more billion people around the world can benefit from universal health coverage. We deliver life-saving tools and supplies to countries and support training so there is a qualified workforce to help the world's most vulnerable people. We work so people can have access to the health services they need without financial hardship. Second, we work so 1 more billion people are better protected from health emergencies. We invest in and guide countries so they are equipped to prepare, prevent, detect, and respond to natural disasters and disease outbreaks like cholera, Ebola, or COVID-19. When necessary, we step in to coordinate the emergency response. And we are improving measurement practices so threats are identified early and appropriate responses are deployed. Thirdly, we work so 1 billion more people can enjoy better health and well-being. We help countries establish healthy environments and lifestyles in safe, supportive societies to prevent disease and save lives. We work to improve the water we drink, the air we breathe, the food we eat. One way we do this is by helping reduce risks that jeopardize health and well-being. For instance, through better road safety, decreasing tobacco and alcohol use, and more. And we harness the best science and data available. We know how crucial the power of science, data, and innovation are to improve global health and track impact in countries. We produce cutting-edge research for health. We conduct quality assurance for norms and standards. And we leverage digital technologies to improve health outcomes across the 3 billions. The world can only achieve these targets with strong leadership for health across the globe. That is why the world needs a strong, well-funded World Health Organization.
Le cauchemar de tout docteur, c'est de tuer son patient. La maladie du sommeil, ça fait peur, parce que La maladie du sommeil, vous voyez ces signes d'agressivité. Vous avez les signes de quelqu'un qui devient fou. La maladie du sommeil ou la trypanosomiase humaine africaine, c'est une maladie infectieuse parasitaire parce qu'elle est transmise par la mouche tsetse.
The fly injects a parasite that circulates, goes into the blood, the lymph nodes, and later on will go in the central nervous system. And then eventually, if they don't have treatment, they will fall into a coma and die.
The last decades of the 20th century have been very productive in terms of new treatment, but nothing happened for those very neglected populations. Personally, when I was working with MSF during the 80s, 90s, I was confronted to a situation that was particularly dramatic because the only treatment available to treat sleeping sickness was melarsoprol, an arsenic derivative, killing 1 out of 20 of patients because of toxicity.
It was described by patients as fire in the veins.
Dans mes prières, j'ai dit, Dieu, est-ce qu'il n'y a pas moyen d'éclairer ces chercheurs pour qu'ils trouvent un médicament facile à prendre pour soigner ces gens qui meurent, ne fût-ce qu'un comprimé.
The first step has been to improve the situation with a combination of nifurtimox and eflornithine called NECT.
So this is NECT, and all this is for one patient.
Le NECT, c'est un bon médicament, et très efficace et qui guérit plus facilement. Mais c'est la logistique qui est lourde parce que c'est fait, il faut transporter ces cartons et l'amener dans le milieu où il y a des malades. Souvent, ils sont dans des forêts, ils sont dans des villages.
This treatment is available only for the second stage of the disease, so you need to go through a very difficult and painful lumbar puncture that every patient needs to be confronted with.
Ceux qui viennent à l'hôpital, on est obligé de les garder parce qu'on doit contrôler la perfusion. Ça doit se donner en intraveineuse.
And the consequence is we wanted to have an oral treatment to treat all the stages of the disease. So we started our research on this field with a basis that one class of drugs, nitronidazole, was having an effect on this sort of parasite. So we have organized a data mining of all the different compounds of nitronidazole coming from university, coming from pharmaceutical company. One presented the characteristic of what we were looking for, a molecule that was called fexinidazole, and it was developed during the 80s and abandoned because of lack of interest of developing a product for parasitology.
Sanofi had the molecule, but we partnered with DNDi, who brought their experience from preclinical research and being able to do the clinical trials in these very difficult to reach areas.
We started the study in 2012 in DRC and Central African Republic. It was incredible to have to think about how you would do sophisticated clinical research in an unsophisticated setting.
La RDC est un grand pays et la logistique elle est lourde.
There was poor infrastructure, lack of scientific lab equipment, no one trained on doing clinical research, and the political instability in these regions. To overcome these challenges, we had to bring electricity. We had to bring microscopes. We also brought some technology like internet and satellites to make sure we would have the connection. We did training of 200 people in good clinical practice, in pharmacovigilance, to make sure that they could comply with what is needed to have a new drug registered according to international standards. We supported the national programs with cars, with boats, to go and look for patients. We work with the best teams, those that know how to diagnose these patients. those that are treating these patients.
abanye oyo kasoni bana nabelaki nakomaki makasi nalamba nakenda zamba nalamba kitoko mpe na bana nanga toza bien tata eloko te makasi na nzoto.
Patients can be treated much closer to where they live.
On a confiance aux patients et c'est bien.
We're on the path to elimination of sleeping sickness.
It's not utopia anymore to be able to do this incredible research in these incredible conditions.
If we bring the right partner together, we can achieve the best science for a very neglected population.
Le fait qu'ici, d'abord, il rejoint mon rêve. C'est merveilleux. C'est merveilleux.
The World Health Organization is steadfast in our mission to promote health, keep the world safe, and serve the vulnerable. And committed to our 3 ambitious goals, the triple billion targets, laid out in our 13th General Program of Work. Reaching these targets is vital to meet the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. They are what guides our work across the 3 levels of the organization. First, we work so 1 more billion people around the world can benefit from universal health coverage. We deliver life-saving tools and supplies to countries and support training so there is a qualified workforce to help the world's most vulnerable people. We work so people can have access to the health services they need without financial hardship. Second, we work so 1 more billion people are better protected from health emergencies. We invest in and guide countries so they are equipped to prepare, prevent, detect, and respond to natural disasters and disease outbreaks like cholera, Ebola, or COVID-19. When necessary, we step in to coordinate the emergency response. And we are improving measurement practices so threats are identified early and appropriate responses are deployed. Thirdly, we work so 1 billion more people can enjoy better health and well-being. We help countries establish healthy environments and lifestyles in safe, supportive societies to prevent disease and save lives. We work to improve the water we drink, the air we breathe, the food we eat. One way we do this is by helping reduce risks that jeopardize health and well-being. For instance, through better road safety, decreasing tobacco and alcohol use, and more. And we harness the best science and data available. We know how crucial the power of science, data, and innovation are to improve global health and track impact in countries. We produce cutting-edge research for health. We conduct quality assurance for norms and standards. And we leverage digital technologies to improve health outcomes across the 3 billions. The world can only achieve these targets with strong leadership for health across the globe. That is why the world needs a strong, well-funded World Health Organization.
सपना हमने तुम्हें ये नाम दिया था क्योंकि हम चाहते थे कि तुम अपने सारे सपने पूरे करो। पर तुम लड़ रही हो इस कैंसर से। मेरी बेटी, तुम इसे हराओगे।
Somewhere in the fog I heard her cry. It kept me up for hours, haunts me every night. Screaming through my veins, the fire spreads. Fill me up with poison, dark clouds overhead, I'm soaking wet. I'm hurt, you didn't know. But there's no pretty way to tell you so. I'm tired, so tired, I'm letting go. I've been burning flies to let you know. Time is up, time has flown. Time has flown. Here she comes, she lays beside my head. She holds me through my winter in this awful bed. Softly in my ear she casts her spell. Fuck this cursed cancer, send it straight to hell. She knows me well. I'm hurt, this body's wearing thin. A beautiful mistake I'm living in. I'm tired, sometimes I fantasize. They push me out to sea, coins on my eyes. Family, friends, say goodbye. Say goodbye.
Achieving health for all requires a strong focus on the populations that we serve, understanding their needs and the barriers to improving their health. In 2018, WHO, through the Joint Working Team for Universal Health Coverage and Primary Health Care, established the Live Monitoring Mechanism, which is a regular opportunity for WHO at country, regional, and global offices, along with partners and donors of the UHC partnership, to convene on supporting country priorities. Live monitoring is about giving a voice to those who are driving in countries. It enables everyone involved to contextualize country reports, stories, and data, to have a clear understanding of what's happening on the ground, how WHO country offices work with governments to identify and act on country priorities, and how all these connect with regional and global WHO resources. This mechanism reinforces WHO's corporate planning, monitoring, and reporting systems, reflecting results like never before, with one plan, one monitoring, one reporting. By gathering country intelligence and promoting knowledge sharing across the organization, live monitoring helps us focus resources where they're most needed, maximizing donor contributions and investments, and strengthening accountability and transparency at all levels. Live monitoring allows us to bridge countries, technical experts, and donors, resulting in stronger planning, implementation, and impact that are aligned with emerging country needs. This is how timely, relevant data allows us to work better together to build a fairer, healthier world. Has been the most testing in our organization's history. However, it has also demonstrated why more than ever the world needs a strong WHO. To capture our achievements and challenges, this year we have taken on a brand new approach to reporting on our results for easier access everywhere by anybody. The report is presented fully online on the WHO website. The first report on the GPW 13 results framework, we have taken a bold new approach to show in one place our progress towards our $3 billion targets and health outcomes, as well as an assessment of the Secretariat's delivery of results. COVID-19 pandemic was undoubtedly the biggest challenge in 2020, and the featured stories show the centrality of WHO's role in the response and the transformation agenda that strengthened it. The report presents the impact measurement agreed with member states. Also, for the first time, the WHO Secretariat is reporting on its performance delivering its outputs, which contribute to the achievement of outcomes and the $3 billion targets. This innovative approach further improves transparency in reporting on the assessment of WHO's work across all major offices, unique among UN agencies. The online report also helps to easily probe into how WHO is driving impact in every country through the selection of country case studies. For greater transparency, a key feature of this report is also an interactive page where you can see the budget implementation figures and the financing of the work of the organization. This report also links to relevant pages in the WHO website, where you can get more detailed information such as the $3 billion dashboard, the World Health Statistics, and the program budget web portal. In sharing our results transparently with the world, we hold ourselves more accountable. A more transparent and accountable WHO is a stronger WHO. The world needs WHO, now more than ever.
The World Health Organization is steadfast in our mission to promote health, keep the world safe, and serve the vulnerable. And committed to our 3 ambitious goals, the triple billion targets, laid out in our 13th General Program of Work. Reaching these targets is vital to meet the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. They are what guides our work across the 3 levels of the organization. First, we work so 1 more billion people around the world can benefit from universal health coverage. We deliver life-saving tools and supplies to countries and support training so there is a qualified workforce to help the world's most vulnerable people. We work so people can have access to the health services they need without financial hardship. Second, we work so 1 more billion people are better protected from health emergencies. We invest in and guide countries so they are equipped to prepare, prevent, detect, and respond to natural disasters and disease outbreaks like cholera, Ebola, or COVID-19. When necessary, we step in to coordinate the emergency response. And we are improving measurement practices so threats are identified early and appropriate responses are deployed. Thirdly, we work so 1 billion more people can enjoy better health and well-being. We help countries establish healthy environments and lifestyles in safe, supportive societies to prevent disease and save lives. We work to improve the water we drink, the air we breathe, the food we eat. One way we do this is by helping reduce risks that jeopardize health and well-being. For instance, through better road safety, decreasing tobacco and alcohol use, and more. And we harness the best science and data available. We know how crucial the power of science, data, and innovation are to improve global health and track impact in countries. We produce cutting-edge research for health. We conduct quality assurance for norms and standards. And we leverage digital technologies to improve health outcomes across the 3 billions. The world can only achieve these targets with strong leadership for health across the globe. That is why the world needs a strong, well-funded World Health Organization.
for all requires a strong focus on the populations that we serve, understanding their needs and the barriers to improving their health. In 2018, WHO, through the Joint Working Team for Universal Health Coverage and Primary Health Care, established the Live Monitoring Mechanism, which is a regular opportunity for WHO at country, regional, and global offices, along with partners and donors of the UHC partnership, to convene on supporting country priorities. Live monitoring is about giving a voice to those who are driving impact in countries. It enables everyone involved to contextualize country reports, stories, and data, to have a clear understanding of what's happening on the ground, how WHO country offices work with governments to identify and act on country priorities, and how all these connect with regional and global WHO resources. This mechanism reinforces WHO's corporate planning, monitoring, and reporting systems, reflecting results like never before, with one plan, one monitoring, one reporting. By gathering country intelligence and promoting knowledge sharing across the organization, live monitoring helps us focus resources where they're most needed, maximizing donor contributions and investments, and strengthening accountability and transparency at all levels. Live monitoring allows us to bridge countries, technical experts, and donors, resulting in stronger planning, implementation, and impact that are aligned with emerging country needs. This is how timely, relevant data allows us to work better together to build a fairer, healthier world.
Three factors can help you make safe choices when you're in an area of widespread COVID-19 transmission. Consider the location, the proximity to others, and the amount of time you spend there. Where does your activity take place? Open-air spaces are always safer than enclosed spaces, particularly if they're small or without fresh air. Proximity to other people is also important. It's safest when there are fewer people around and you can keep more than 1 meter apart. How long does your activity last? The shorter, the better. Think about each of these factors and avoid situations where the risk dial is high. Small or poorly ventilated places and crowds of people for long periods of time. Stay safe. Lower the risk to yourself and others.
WHO supports countries respond to COVID-19. Sending supplies and protective personal equipment to over 150 countries. Helping establish treatment centres and strengthening laboratory, treatment and biomedical capacity. Providing diagnostics and biomedical equipment. Issuing over 100 technical guidance documents to provide real-time information and best practices. WHO coordinates COVID-19 response, working with world leaders to keep everyone safe. Deploying emergency medical teams to help design fit-for-purpose strategies. Building the Partners Platform and identifying gaps to ensure an appropriate COVID-19 response. Working with multiple agencies, NGOs, member states and the private sector. WHO accelerates COVID-19 research and development. Convening the ACT Accelerator for coordinated research for treatment and vaccines. engaging in solidarity trials for therapeutics and vaccine research with over 5,000 people in over 100 countries. Establishing the CTAP Access Pool, sharing research knowledge and working for accessible intellectual property for existing and new COVID-19 tools. WHO fights COVID misinformation. Raising awareness and stopping the spread of COVID-19 misleading or false information and messages that promote harmful practices. Holding technical webinars for experts. Offering multilingual COVID-19 online courses through Open WHO and the WHO Academy app. Help by donating to the COVID-19 Response Fund.
Something amazing happens when astronauts see Earth from space for the first time. It changes their perspective on everything. It's called the overview effect. It makes them realize that although we all come from different countries and speak different languages, we're all just passengers on the small blue ball. It's a reminder that none of us are alone and we're all part of a global family. We want the same for our communities and ourselves, a safe and prosperous world. COVID-19 has had a devastating impact. The pandemic has been a cruel reminder that in an interconnected world, what affects one of us can affect all of us. Fighting COVID-19 requires a team effort on an unprecedented scale. Right now, nations, health organizations, and communities are all coming together to defeat this virus. The Access to COVID-19 Tools Accelerator is the world's biggest coalition of partners fighting COVID-19, dedicated to saving lives and suppressing the effects of the pandemic. Uniting to accelerate the development and production of COVID-19 tests and treatments. And when vaccines become available, the ACT Accelerator will ensure all countries have access at the same time. Together, we can save lives and start the recovery our world needs. The overview effect reminds us of what we can achieve when we work together, when we use science for the good of all. So let's act and beat COVID-19 together.
What does health mean to you? For many people, it is the foundation to do the things in life they love, to enjoy the company of others, to work, to play, to learn, to laugh. Health is life. So many people have lost their health in the past year, but they have lost so much more: their jobs, their ability to see their families, to travel, to live life. And more than 2.7 million of our sisters and brothers have lost their lives, and we have lost them. The hard truth is that some of those people died simply because they could not get the care they needed because of where they live or how much they earn. Inequality is not a new problem, but COVID-19 has brought it into sharp focus. The pandemic has pushed an estimated 120 million people into extreme poverty. It has significantly increased gender inequalities, with more women than men leaving the labor force. And as we speak, rich countries are vaccinating their populations while the world's poor watch and wait. Health inequalities are not just unfair, they make the world less safe and less sustainable. So, as they build back from COVID-19, it's vital for all governments to invest in better health services and remove the barriers that prevent so many people from using them, so more people have the chance to live healthy lives.
This year, Bahami make 18 years blooming as a registered nurse. Me garem that fala interest from me garem out of some fala lo family blooming seleva o ketatu ota NCD patients. Blossom pen to me by me say him very effectful him bara waka good lo tami isim lo here lo Central Province for assessing and managing of the patient side lo NCD.
Virginia him nice one. It's an encouraging of the patient for make him frightened. Telling me for planting water, garden, the side house. Then we all share together. What I'm garden, what me garden, me give him. What I'm garden, him give him.
We think in future suppose me garden sample place ose mila ko SM any building where garamata cooking utensils so sem inside lehem mekem same time is a doing demonstration lo how ko prepare to diet block at a patient lehem.
El equipo debe salir en una lancha a recorrer 40 días para visitar las comunidades que se encuentran sobre ese río. Estamos hablando de 72.000 kilómetros cuadrados, zona selvática, con 80 al 90% de la población es indígena, que vive en comunidades que están localizadas en las laderas de los ríos.
El acceso a Iniria es complicado porque aquí solo se ingresa o por río o por aire, no hay carreteras.
Empezó pues por el barrio, casi en la misma semana casi todo el mundo pues del barrio resultó contagiado. Se propagó pues de manera considerable y afectando la situación económica. Hubo pérdidas de familiares también, sufrimos la enfermedad.
¿Cuántas personas viven acá, mamá?
Muchas veces las poblaciones, si no se les da una explicación cuál es el beneficio, no lo conocen, no lo interpretan, es más difícil que lo acepten. Por lo tanto, el plan de vacunación a nivel territorial debe de tener ese componente de comunicación y así poder contribuir a que las poblaciones las acepten.
Gracias. Fue algo que no respetó ni raza ni estrato social. Yo diría que por el bienestar de todos debemos hacerlo. Es un compromiso para nosotros, para nuestros hijos también.
The greatest difficulty at the beginning of the pandemic was just being one of the very first to be hit. So we needed to write the book as we went along.
Korea tried to strike a balance between control and prevention measures and our people's daily lives. The first case of COVID-19 in South Korea was confirmed on January 20th. The KCDC created a task force to monitor the COVID-19 situation. At the same time, we enhanced a broad screening process to block the inflow of COVID-19. from mid-February, the number of confirmed cases skyrocketed in Daegu and the Gyeongbu provinces. Some said the provinces had to be locked down. The government decided to contain the spread while preserving the freedom of movement.
Countries started to shut their doors against travelers coming from South Korea. It was not a foreign policy issue, it was a disease control issue. There was a demand from the public and the media that we should also close our doors. And it was difficult to argue against that and keep our borders open while also keeping our society open.
WHO's regular briefings on COVID-19 has provided the latest updates, thereby allowing us to be prepared for and respond to the virus. Korea studied and analyzed the virus and began to develop testing kits.
We built up this example. The three T's, the testing, tracing, and the treatment are just the very basics of any disease control.
We have been able to pursue creative strategies, including the drive-through screening stations, residential treatment centers, and the non-face-to-face healthcare services.
Some look at the Korean case and say, oh, you have the IT infrastructure, you have the universal health coverage, you have the ingredients to be successful. But I think they're missing the most important element in this, which is the public's trust. Crisis response can be successful only if you are faithful to the fundamental values of your country. And those fundamental values of our very vibrant democracy is exactly openness, transparency, and a full government accountability.
정보를 공유하고 함께 협력하는 힘은 바이러스가 갖지 못한 인류만의 힘입니다. 코로나는 인류 공동의 가치인 자유의 정신까지 위협하지만 자유의 정신에 기반한 연대와 협력이야말로 코로나와의 전쟁에서 승리할 수 있는 가장 강력한 무기입니다.
When it comes to COVID-19 response, what's commonly important is first solidarity and the cooperation with every member of society.
We've been getting countless requests for sharing our experience, for our test kits, for our masks, for our PPEs.
Korea supports the access to COVID-19 Accelerate initiative led by the WHO and will actively take part in international effort to develop and distribute vaccines.
Called to order. Excellencies, distinguished delegates of the Member States, Director General of the World Health Organization, regional directors, ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, let me congratulate the 73rd President of the World Health Assembly, Ms. Keva Vance from Bahamas, for successfully conducting the proceedings during the 73rd World Health Assembly last year. It is a great honor and a privilege for me to address the 74th World Health Assembly as its president. I convey my humble and deepest gratitude to the member state for bestowing upon Bhutan the honor and the confidence of the presidency of the highest and the most important global forum on health, the World Health Assembly. On behalf of His Majesty the King, the Royal Government of Bhutan, and the people, I convey to you the best wishes and offer my sincere prayers for the successful conduct of this prestigious event. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, since the establishment of World Health Organization in 1948 with the mandate to address the global health concern, never has the world realized the vital role that this organization plays in safeguarding the health and well-being of the global citizen as we do now. I express my deepest appreciation to the founding members and the current leadership of the World Health Organization across all its regional and country offices. Amidst competing ideas, resistance, inhibition, and uncertainty, the team at the WHO, under the able leadership of the Director General, has been committed in steering our world through this unprecedented crisis. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, the last 1.5 years has touched the very core of humanity. Never have we, as a global citizen, experienced such adversity cutting across every aspect of human existence. The virus today has infected hundreds of millions of people worldwide, resulting in more than 3 million deaths so far. For all those who have lost their loved ones to the pandemic, I offer my sincere prayers and deepest sympathies. And for all the frontline workers who continue to work tirelessly to contain the pandemic, I offer my heartfelt gratitude for your commitment and unwavering dedication. The WHO this year is historic and imperative for the way forward. It is through the united presence that we can put our hearts and ideas together and draw strength to overcome the adversity. Though virtual, all the nations have come together in the spirit and solidarity to share their stories, struggles, and hear each other to seek guidance and solutions collectively. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Bhutan so far has been fortunate largely due to the selfless leadership of His Majesty the King, who forged a unified all of the government and all of the society response to the pandemic, a response that is guided on the core principle of empathy and compassion, while ensuring all our policies and actions are based on best scientific evidence available at the time. For my small country, the singular moral authority of the sovereign, with its ability to unite the nation, augmented by the technocrat cabinets with a strong public and medical background, was instrumental in abating a major public health crisis. While our response were aligned to the cultural ethos of our people, we thank the WHO and the global scientific community for timely and continuous generation of scientific evidence to guide the course of action in our country. This helped us ensure that our policies and strategies were always based on sound scientific evidence. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, today as we look back, beside the unimaginable number of positive cases and premature death across all ages and countries, the pandemic has also grossly magnified the inequalities in accessibility and availability of health and social services across the world. It is clear that the disparity in accessing diagnostic and therapeutic services were widened along the traditional fault line of socio-economic status of a nation. For example, the ability of a low and a middle-income country to effectively contain and prevent premature mortality from the pandemic has been limited by their access to diagnostic and therapeutic services, which is further exacerbated by existing weaknesses in health human resource, health infrastructure, health technology, health financing, and a strong governance. Today, no one can escape from the grimness of the daily news. Where we stand is hard to predict. Thus, in this era of uncertainty, I truly feel that selfless leadership is the lifeline in containing the pandemic. Leadership may be hard to define, and it is even harder to find during the crisis. However, it is impartial to say that only selfless and compassionate leadership will steer the ship forward in the ocean of turmoil. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the current pandemic has once again reminded us that when it comes to critical and common global threat, the world is undeniably a singular unit, and we must come together as one to devise common solution for a problem that can affect all of us. Director General, your timeless quote, no one is safe unless everyone is safe, will over the generation inspire future public health professionals and define a framework for global public health management. It has also taught us that it is only through the power of solidarity and cohesiveness that we can work to respond to the global pandemic in the future. As the pandemic continues to spread in different pockets across the world with the looming threat of different variants of the virus, we must now think of a global recourse that is deeply rooted in the value of humanity and compassion, that must arise above petty nationalism and reach out to each and every individual on this planet. We must continue to emulate and build forward on the good practices we have seen across the world in the fight against this pandemic and build a better future. One such remarkable achievement is the pace at which the COVID vaccines were developed and rolled out for emergency use. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as we forge ahead, it is critical to consider three systemic changes to engender more favorable public health outcomes during pandemic and other public health emergencies of global concern. Firstly, to ensure resilience and enhance preparedness during future public health emergencies, as I have advocated in various global and regional health forums in the recent past, I once again would like to call upon the member state to consider a global humanitarian corridor to ensure a seamless flow of medicine, vaccines, and other critical health commodities during the pandemic and public health emergencies. I strongly feel that such display of true solidarity would have a profound impact on the public health and the lives of countless people all over the world, especially those living in harsher socio-economic environment. Secondly, during pandemic and global health emergencies, it is often the most vulnerable in our society who are affected to the greatest degree: women, children, differently abled, and those with chronic diseases. Thus, while designing and instituting our preparedness and the response system, we must relook at the current system and strategies to address their specific and special need, both during normal times and during public health emergencies. Today, as we discuss the urgency to manage the pandemic, we must not forget our routine health services. I would like to bring to the attention of the member state that equal number of people are dying of preventable cancers. It was during the last executive board meeting that Bhutan tabled the agenda on elimination of cervical cancer, a cause that I have been truly and extremely passionate about. There is a greater need for a concerted investment to address these chronic issues, which, if left unattended, will consume the world. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, finally, it is clear from scientific evidence that the pandemic can only be controlled when everyone is vaccinated. It means that the equitable access to vaccine and comprehensive global vaccine drive is the only way forward to contain this pandemic. It is time now for the global community to come together as one to ensure that every country in the world gets sufficient doses of the COVID-19 vaccine to vaccinate every eligible citizen. We must remember that only solidarity and science, and not solitude, will get us out of this pandemic. Excellencies and esteemed delegates, unless we walk the talk, we will not be able to move forward. These are extraordinary times that calls for extraordinary interventions, and humanity and its well-being must at all times prevail over mere economic benefits. Once again, I wish the World Health Assembly a very successful deliberation, and I thank the World Health Organization under the exceptional leadership of the Director General for enabling us to come together for the 74th World Health Assembly. Together, we must strive to make health the heartbeat of developmental agendas. Thank you, and Tashitele. The next item to be considered is item 1.4, adoption of the agenda and allocation of the item to the main committee. The General Committee has examined the provisional agenda for the 74th World Health Assembly, document A74/1, along with the proposal for the supplementary agenda item contained in the document A74/1/1, entitled Inviting Taiwan to Participate in the World Health Assembly as an Observer. To facilitate our work, I would like to propose to the plenary that we address this matter through a process that has proven constructive when this issue arose in the past session of the Assembly. Through this process, viewpoint can be addressed and a good order of the Health Assembly can be well maintained. Accordingly, I propose that the debate be structured as follows. Two delegations would take the floor for the 3 minutes each to support the General Committee's recommendation not to include this item on the agenda, and two delegations would take the floor for 3 minutes each in opposition to the General Committee's recommendation not to include this item on the agenda. Furthermore, following how previous such 2+2 proposal for the debate has been handled in the past, I would propose the following. The 4 intervention the Health Assembly decides, as those most closely involved have agreed not to include this item on its agenda. Further, and again, as this would be a 2+2, I would take it that it is understood that no additional request for the floor on this matter would be put forward. Finally, I would like to express my appreciation for the cooperation received in the effort to agree these arrangements in the form I am proposing it today. It has been the subject of extensive consultation in a runabout to the World Health Assembly. My understanding is that this proposal again has a full support of those most closely involved, as well as the support of member states generally. Given these understandings, given the sensitivities, and given the importance of predictable and orderly process, I take it my proposal is agreeable to the Health Assembly. Thank you. Accordingly, I would like to give the floor to the delegates of China.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, Mr. Director General, delegates, the China delegation firmly supports the recommendation made by General Committee. I would like to stress again the following points. First, Taiwan is an inalienable part of China. The UNGA Resolution 2758 and WHA Resolution 25.1 provided the legal basis for WHO to abide by the One China principle. The Taiwan-related proposal is in violation of the purposes and principles of the UN Charter, runs against the WHO's constitution and the WHO's rules of procedure, and is illegal and invalid. Second, the Taiwan region's participation in the WHA must be handled in accordance with the One China principle and through cross-strait consultations. The Democratic Progressive Party (DPP) authorities in the Taiwan region obstinately adhered to the separatist position of Taiwan independence and refused to recognize that both sides of the Taiwan Strait belong to one China and the same China. As a result, the political foundation of the Taiwan region to participate in WHA has ceased to exist. Third, it must be pointed out that DPP authorities in the Taiwan region, by instigating a small number of countries to put forward this Taiwan-related proposal, attempted to create two Chinas, or one China, one Taiwan within the UN systems and the WHO, and advance their political agenda at the WHA to extend its so-called international space and to advocate so-called independent sovereign status, which is doomed to failure. Fourth, based on the One China principle, the central government of China has made appropriate arrangement for the Taiwan region's participation in global health affairs. Since the outbreak, the central government has sent 258 notifications on COVID-19 to the Taiwan region. Health experts in the Taiwan region have participated in 16 WHO technical activities. The WHO Secretariat briefed health experts in the Taiwan region several times on information of COVID-19 pandemic. The so-called international epidemic prevention gap does not exist, nor do experts of the Taiwan region lack channels and platforms to share responses and control practices with others. Madam President, the WHO has already reached a conclusion on Taiwan-related issue. Certain countries' insistence on submitting a Taiwan-related proposal can only harm the interests of the majority of the WHO member states. As COVID-19 pandemic continues to rage globally, posing daunting challenges to member states, states, 74th WHA's primary task is to focus on global anti-pandemic cooperation. We urge relevant countries to stop politicizing health issues and using Taiwan issue to interfere in China's internal affairs and stop disturbing the proper order of the Assembly. We call on President to make her ruling to endorse the recommendation made by the General Committee not to include the Taiwan-related proposal in the agenda of the Assembly. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. I would like to give the floor to the delegates of Nauru.
Mr. President, Director General, Honorable Ministers and Excellencies, Ekamowiromo. At the outset, allow me to convey my heartfelt condolences to those who have lost loved ones during these unprecedented and extraordinary times. And today we continue to witness an unrelentless and indiscriminate virus, transcending geographical and political boundaries. The World Health Organization continues to exclude Taiwan from its international coordination health efforts, including participation of its health experts in technical meetings, jeopardizing and putting lives at risk by creating a gap in global, regional, and public health networks. Taiwan's exclusion contradicts the fundamental principles and objectives of the World Health Organization, undermining its reputation as a professional international health agency. Mr. President, today I urge all members to deliberate on Taiwan's participation impartially, politics aside, based on the right to global health of its 23 million people. Due consideration must be given to the contribution that Taiwan can provide in the global efforts to combat and build a better post-pandemic future. Taiwan's proactive deployment of high-tech tools in its pandemic response and ongoing success in containing the virus must be acknowledged, commended, and exemplified. Taiwan's medical and healthcare capacity, strong research capabilities, and national coordination of key sectors has successfully paved the way for global vaccine development. Indeed, member states can gain to learn from Taiwan's experience. Mr. President, the decision to exclude Taiwan as an observer to the World Health Assembly is deceptively premised on resolutions which, in retrospect, do not refer to Taiwan. Reiteration of these resolutions must not continue to influence nor deflect discussions of the real issue at hand, the representation of health of 23 million Taiwanese. As a democratic nation with an advanced and comprehensive healthcare system, responsibility to represent the health and well-being of all Taiwanese at international forums fall under the authority of the government of Taiwan. We have seen in the recent past that Taiwan's participation proactively contributed in strengthening the global health network. The political pressure, therefore, from one country should not legitimize the continued exclusion of Taiwan, which ultimately destabilizes global health efforts. Mr. President, the World Health Assembly must and should invite Taiwan to participate as an observer. Thereby, and God bless.
Thank you. I would like to give the floor to the delegates of Pakistan.
Thank you, Madam President. Pakistan endorses the statement delivered by China on the issue of Taiwan. Pakistan reaffirms that there is only one China, with Taiwan. Madam President, Pakistan endorses the statement delivered by China on the issue of Taiwan. Pakistan reaffirms that there is only one China with Taiwan region as its inalienable part. My country reiterates its full support to China in its efforts to safeguard its sovereignty, territorial integrity, and achieve national reunification. The United Nations General Assembly Resolution 2758 and World Health Assembly Resolution 25.1 provide the legal foundation to deal with Taiwan's participation in the activities of international organizations, including the WHO, under the One China principle. This assembly is meeting at an important juncture. There is a myriad of unparalleled socioeconomic consequences of COVID-19 and their devastating impacts on health and healthcare. The enormity of these challenges require full attention and focus on issues of common and global concern. The 74th WHA session should therefore deliberate and develop effective solutions to counter the present and emerging health challenges, not least the removal of restrictions to accelerate production of COVID vaccines, medicines, and ensure their equitable distribution. Pakistan therefore opposes any proposal for inclusion of supplementary agenda item regarding Taiwan's participation in the World Health Assembly. These politically motivated efforts designed to disrupt the Assembly's proceedings are divisive, counterproductive, and violate the principles of UN Charter. Therefore, any discussion on the Taiwan question should not be entertained by this Assembly. I thank you.
Thank you. I would like to give the floor to the delegation of Eswatini.
Mr. President, I have the honor to speak on behalf of the Kingdom of Eswatini to request for the inclusion of the supplementary item entitled Inviting Taiwan to Participate in the World Health Assembly as an Observer in the agenda of the 74th session of the World Health Assembly. COVID-19 knows no borders. COVID-19 pandemic has underscored that the global challenges require global collaboration and has reminded the world that the infectious diseases know no borders and do not discriminate along political, ethnic, religious, or cultural lines. Nations should work together to address the threat of emerging diseases. It is therefore prudent that the World Health Organization, which is a key platform for international health coordination efforts, include Taiwan as a member. Taiwan is a staunch partner in the global fight against the pandemic. Since the onset of COVID-19, Taiwan's tremendous medical health care capacity and strong research capabilities have been evident. To ensure access to vaccine, Taiwan has joined the COVAX. Taiwan is actively assisting domestic manufacturers in the hopes of accelerating and development of the production of successful vaccines, bringing them to market as quickly as possible and putting an end to this pandemic. Beijing's claims that Taiwanese health experts may attend WHO technical meetings do not accord with the facts. Taiwan applied to participate in 199 WHO technical meetings between 2009 and 2020, but was only allowed to attend 64, which is 30%, due to China's interference. This shows that the problem of Taiwan's participation is not limited to WHO, but extends to all WHO activities. It is imperative to fully include Taiwan in the international health regulations. Taiwan's participation in the World Health Assembly as an observer is a health issue, not a political one. The WHO Constitution states that the enjoyment of the highest attainable standards of health is one of the fundamental rights of every human being without distinction of race, religion, political belief, economic or social condition. Indeed, we request WHO to live up to its conviction. As I conclude, the position of my government is firm and unequivocal. The World Health Assembly must discuss inviting Taiwan to participate in the WHO as an observer. I thank you.
Now that we have heard 4 interventions on this subject, I take it that the Health Assembly accepts the recommendation of the General Committee not to include the proposed supplementary agenda item on the agenda. I see that is the case. The recommendation of the General Committee is therefore approved. Let us now turn to the adoption of agenda item itself. The General Committee recommended deleting the following item from the provisional agenda. Item 29.3, Special Arrangement for Settlement of Arrears. Item 29.5, Amendment to the Financial Regulation and Financial Rules. And Item 31.1, International Agencies for Research on Cancer, Amendment to the Status. Am I correct in assuming it is agreed to delete this item? I see no objection. It is so decided. The General Committee also recommended to delete the reference to the members from the title of Provisional Agenda Item 5, such that Item 5 would read as follows: Admission of the new associate members. Am I correct in assuming that this is agreed by the Assembly? There being no objection, it is so decided. The General Committee also considered a proposal to move Progress Report F, Global Technical Strategy and Targets for Malaria 2016 to 2030, to item 26.4, so that the draft resolution on recommitting to accelerate progress towards malaria elimination may be considered by the Health Assembly. The General Committee recommended to move Progress F, Global Technical Strategy and Target for Malaria 2016 to 2030 to item 26.4 on its agenda. Am I correct in assuming that this is agreed by the Assembly? I see no objection. It is so decided. May I therefore assume that the Assembly agrees to adopt the provisional agenda as contained in the document A74/1 as amended? It is so decided. Document A74/1 REV1, reflecting the changes in the agenda, will be distributed tomorrow morning. This concludes our consideration of the agenda. The General Committee also decided to recommend to the plenary that the 74th World Health Assembly close no later than Tuesday, 1st June 2020. Our program of work for the remainder of the day will be item 2, report of the Executive Board on its 147th and 148th session and on its special session on COVID response, followed by item 29.2, status of collection of assessed contribution, including member state in error in payment of their contribution to an extent that would justify invoking Article 7 of the Constitution. To consider the report contained in the document A74/30 and a draft resolution on the situation in respect of 2019. This item will then be suspended and resumed in Committee B. We shall then take up Agenda 3, addressed by the Director General. Director General will be followed by a general discussion on item 3, and Committee A will convene upon the commencement of the general discussion.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Madam President. Excellencies, ministers, heads of delegation, distinguished guests, dear colleagues and friends. It gives me great pleasure to open the general debate. This held assembly is one of the most important in the history of this organization. In addition to the full agenda before you this week, your discussions will help to shape the future of WHO and the future of global health security. I made my report to the assembly this morning, and I refer you to those remarks. As we conduct our business this week, I ask you to remember the people around the world who, as we speak, are fighting for their lives. I ask you to remember those who are at risk of COVID-19 but lack the tools to protect themselves. I ask you to remember the health and care workers who today and every day put themselves in harm's way in the service of others. And I ask you to remember that although the pandemic is uppermost in our minds, millions of people around the world today face many other health threats that existed before the pandemic and will still be there when the pandemic is finally over. Thank you once again to all member states for your continued commitment, support, and engagement. I look forward to hearing your continuing commitments to promote health, keep the world safe, and serve the vulnerable. I wish us a productive debate. I thank you. Back to you, Madam President.
Thank you, Director General. We will open the general debate. In the meantime, we will complete the agenda. On Tuesday, 25th May, at 10 o'clock, the third plenary will continue discussion on item 3, concurrently with the second meeting of Committee A. At 1300, the Committee on Credentials will meet virtually. The plenary will then reconvene on its fourth session at 1400 hours and will resume its consideration of item 3 concurrently with the third meeting of Committee A. On Wednesday, 26 May, the plenary will meet at 10 o'clock to consider the report on the Committee on Credentials, followed by item 5, admission of the new associate member. Immediately after the conclusion of the item 5, Committee A will hold its fourth meeting. Committee B will hold its first meeting following the conclusion of both item 3 and 5. On Wednesday afternoon, both Committee A and B will meet. On Wednesday, 26th May at 17:30, the General Committee will hold its second meeting to draw up a list of members for the purpose of the annual election of the member entitled to designate a person to serve on the Executive Board and to consider any changes in the program of work of the Health Assembly. A plenary meeting will be held on Friday, 28 May at 10 o'clock in order to consider item 6, Executive Board election, and item 7, awards, and depending on the advancement of the work, item 8, report on the main committee, after which the committee will continue their work. Let us now move on to agenda item 2, report on the Executive Board on its 147th and 148th session and on its special session on COVID response. I have pleasure in giving the floor to the Chair of the Executive Board, Dr. Vardhan, Minister of Health and Family Welfare of India. Dr. Vardhan, you have the floor.
Madam President, Dr. Tedros, Director General of World Health Organization, Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, in today's statement, I will summarize the highlights of the 147th and 148th sessions of the Executive Board and its special session on COVID-19 response that was held on October 5th and 6th last year. The board held extensive discussions on the implementation of Resolution WHA 73.1 on COVID-19 response and expressed its support for WHO efforts to address the pandemic while zealously working to maintain essential health services. The board called for further efforts to ensure fair and equitable access to COVID-19 vaccines through the COVAX facility and encouraged WHO to work closely with World Organization for Animal Health, OIE, and the Food and Agriculture Organization, FAO, to identify the zoonotic source of the virus. Following the update from the co-chairs of the Independent Panel for Pandemic Preparedness and Response, the chair of the Review Committee on the Functioning of the International Health Regulations 2005 during COVID-19 response, and the chair of the Independent Oversight and Advisory Committee for the WHO Health Emergencies Program, the Executive Board stressed that the findings of the 3 review mechanisms should inform future decision-making and that member states needed to play a pivotal role in guiding the Secretariat's translation of those findings into policy action. During the 147th session, which was held in 2 sessions on 22nd May 2020 and 16th November 2020, the board considered 13 items and sub-items, thereby adopting 12 decisions. Following consideration of reports on the evaluation of the election of the Director General of the WHO, the board decided to adopt the amendments to Rule 62 of its Rule of Procedure. The board appointed members to fill the 6 vacant positions on the Program, Budget and Administration Committee and 2 vacant positions on the foundation committees. During its 148th session, held from 18th January to 26th January 2021, the board considered 48 items and sub-items, adopting 6 resolutions and 19 decisions. In relation to the first pillar, focusing on universal health coverage, the board decided to encourage member states to take further action to address diabetes as a public health problem and recommend that the 74th World Health Assembly should adopt a decision to present an implementation roadmap for the Global Action Plan for Prevention and Control of Non-Communicable Diseases during the period 2013 to 2030. In addition, the board requested the Director General to draft a global strategy for tackling oral diseases and an action plan for oral public health, as well as recommended that the Health Assembly adopt the Global Patient Safety Action Plan for the period 2021 to 2030. Following consideration of a report on antimicrobial resistance, the board emphasized the importance of adopting a One Health approach and welcomed member states' participation in the revision of the Codex Code of Practice to minimize and contain foodborne antimicrobial resistance. In relation to the second pillar, focusing on health emergencies, the board engaged in extensive and in-depth discussions on the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on global health, noting the report on the COVID-19 response and underscoring the importance of guaranteeing equitable access to COVID-19 medicines and vaccines to ensure that COVID-19 vaccines were considered as a global public goods. Following its consideration of the report on mental health preparedness and response for the COVID-19 pandemic, the board recommended that the 74th World Health Assembly endorse the updated Comprehensive Mental Health Action Plan for the period 2013 to 2030. The board noted the report on the public health implications of implementation of the Nagoya Protocol and acknowledged the need for timely pathogen sharing to fulfill public health needs, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic. In relation to reports on poliomyelitis eradication and polio transition planning and polio post-certification, the board expressed concern about the surge in cases of wild polio virus in Afghanistan and Pakistan, the increasing outbreaks of vaccine-derived polio virus in several countries, and falling immunization rates as a result of the disruption caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. In relation to the third pillar, focused on general health and well-being, the board recommended to the 74th World Health Assembly the adoption of a resolution on strengthening efforts to address the social, economic, and environmental determinants of health. Lastly, during the fourth pillar focused on providing better support to countries, the Executive Board noted the reports on the proposed program budget 2022 to 2023 and decided to establish a time-bound and result-oriented working group on sustainable financing open to all member states. This, it was felt, would enable WHO to have the robust structures and capacities required to fulfill its core functions as defined in the Constitution. On governance matters, the board decided to recommend the adoption of a decision to sunset and streamline reporting requirements on certain resolutions and decisions. It also recommended that the 74th World Health Assembly adopt a decision to welcome the Secretariat's support of initiatives that celebrate the date of 30th January as a day dedicated to neglected tropical diseases. Concerning global strategies and plans of action that are scheduled to expire within 1 year, the board recommended the adoption of a resolution to ensure comprehensive, accessible, and affordable access to health systems and care for all persons with disabilities. The board also requested the Director General to undertake a broad consultative process to develop global health sector strategies on HIV, viral hepatitis, and sexually transmitted infections for the period 2022 to 2030. In its discussion on the process of election of the WHO Director General, the board decided to request the Secretariat to conduct a study on voting machines that shall be able to read and immediately tabulate votes cast on ballot papers and to report its finding to the Assembly. On staffing matters, the board noted the statement by the representative of the WHO staff associations. The board also confirmed several amendments to the staff rules and recommended to the 74th World Health Assembly the adoption of a resolution on the salaries of the Director General and the staff in ungraded positions. This brings to a close my summary remarks of the 147th and 148th sessions and the special session on COVID-19 response. Madam President and the other Executive Board representatives, I would like to convey our highest regards to you and indicate our readiness to respond to any questions or clarifications you may have. I would like to especially convey my thanks to Dr. Tedros and Dr. Poonam Khetapal Singh for their valuable support extended during my tenure as Chairman Executive Board of WHO, and a very warm thank you to all of you.
Thank you, Dr. Harshvardhan, for your excellent report. I take this opportunity to pay a tribute to the work of the Executive Board and in particular to express our appreciation and our warm thanks to the outgoing members who have contributed very actively to the work of the board. This concludes our review of item 2 of our agenda. Let us now turn to item 29.2, status of collection of assessed contribution, including member state in error in the payment of their contribution to an extent that would justify invoking Article 7 of the Constitution. The relevant reports are contained in the document A74/30 and A74/48. A draft resolution for consideration by the Health Assembly is contained in the document A74/30. As you will recall, this item was discussed by the Program, Budget and Administration Committee of the Executive Board at its meeting last week. The committee recommended that the Health Assembly adopt the draft resolution contained in the paragraph 6 of the document A74/30. Since then, the Secretariat has informed me that among the list of countries mentioned in the draft resolution before you, the Islamic Republic of Iran is no longer an error in payment of their contribution to an extent that would justify invoking Article 7 of the Constitution at this, the 74th Health Assembly. Therefore, the reference in the draft resolution before you to the Islamic Republic of Iran should be deleted. With this deletion of the reference to the Islamic Republic of Iran from the draft resolution we are now considering, I would like to invite the Health Assembly to now consider for adoption this draft resolution as it has just been amended. In the absence of any comment, may I take it that the Health Assembly is ready to adopt the draft resolution as just amended, contained in the document A74/30 as amended. Okay. So we just call Iran? Iran, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. My delegation would like to note the significance of this decision the WHO is to entertain, especially under current circumstances, where WHO stands out as the global lead organization against the most formidable pandemic of our time. My delegation is fully aware of Article 7 of the Constitution and understands that if a member fails to meet its financial obligations to the organization, the Health Assembly may suspend the voting privileges of that state. The question that we should ask, though, is whether the Assembly deems it aptly proper to deprive some members of their voting privileges during the existing global health crisis that requires maximum unity, harmony, and solidarity to cope with. I should hasten to clarify, as you already noted, Madam President, that as far as the Islamic Republic of Iran's arrears are concerned, we managed through an extraordinary procedure to make necessary payments. And I have to use this opportunity to recognize the cooperation and assistance provided both by WHO Secretariat here in Geneva and WHO Country Office in Tehran to make that happen. We are grateful for that. My delegation feels obliged, however, to register its strongest dismay and deepest concern over the increasing negative impacts of unilateral sanctions, not only on the right to health, but also on the targeted states' normal capacity to fulfill their financial obligations towards respective international organizations, WHO in particular. Unilateral coercive measures or sanctions should be recognized and deplored as conditions beyond the control of the targeted states that has not been able to make necessary payments due to those unilateral sanctions and banking restrictions. It would be legally unsound, logically unjustified, and morally unfair to suspend a member state's writing privileges due to the failure to pay its assessed contributions because of an unlawful unilateral act of another state. I thank you, Madam President.
I now give the floor to Gabon.
Monsieur le Directeur Général,
Mr. Director General, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. Gabon takes the floor on behalf of the 47 countries of the African region, representing the contribution of member states that are in arrears and the potential application of Article 7 of the Constitution of WHO. We would like to highlight that an important number of countries have not been able to contribute their arrears in a timely fashion, which would have removed them from the list of countries that would have seen Article 7 inflicted on them. We also should mention the current economic context that is scarred by COVID. We would therefore urge member states to support stepwise payment of arrears so that countries can retain their voting privileges. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the legal counsel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In light of the debate that we've just heard, I wanted to make a small clarification so that everybody is clear as to how the matter will be taken forward. As you've just proposed, Madam Chair, the name of the Islamic Republic of Iran would be deleted from the resolution in document A74/30 to reflect the fact that they have made their payment in respect of 2019. I do need to point out, though, that there is another resolution, draft resolution in document A74/31 in respect of the situation in respect of 2020. That doesn't currently have the Islamic Republic of Iran listed, but in light of the extent of the payment made, when Committee B comes to look at this resolution, they will have to consider whether the Islamic Republic of Iran would be added to that list in the resolution for 2020. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for the clarification. Before we turn to the statement by the delegation, which will be provided under item 3, I would like to remind delegates that the Committee A will be held in the virtual room 2. As Dr. Tedros has already covered the address by the Director General under item 3, now we shall turn to the general discussion under item 3. I would like to inform the distinguished delegates that the order of intervention will be determined by the list of speakers which can be accessed on the organization's website and the WHA 74 app. Regional and group statement shall be no more than 4 minutes and will precede national statement, which will be limited to 3 minutes. The traffic light will be in use and statement exceeding the allocated time may be shortened. My apologies. We will now return to 29.2 agenda item. In absence of any comments, may I take it that the Health Assembly is ready to adopt the draft resolution as just amended contained in the document A74/30 as amended. I see no objection. The resolution is adopted. This item is now suspended. Before we return to the statement by the delegation, which will be provided under item 3, I would like to remind delegates that Committee A will be held in the virtual room 2. As Dr. Tedros has already covered the address by the Director General under item 3, now we shall turn to the general discussion under item 3. I would like to inform the distinguished delegates that the order of intervention will be determined by the list of speakers which can be accessed on the organization's website and the WHA 74 app. Regional and group statements shall be no more than 4 minutes and will precede national statement, which will be limited to 3 minutes. The traffic light will be in use and the statement exceeding the allocated time may be shortened. Delegations wishing to make a statement but did not inscribe on the list of speakers may raise their hand in the Zoom platform and will be called after the name of the speaker listed have delivered their statement. Following intervention from member states, the floor will be given to the observer, United Nations agencies, and international organizations. I shall now turn the floor over to the moderator to manage this portion of the session.
Thank you very much, Madam President. We have, as you had already indicated, a number of requests for regional statements. I shall call them in the order in which we have them on the list of speakers. We will start with Benin, who will be making a statement on behalf of the countries of the African region, to be followed by Qatar on behalf of the countries of the Eastern Mediterranean region. Benin, you have the floor. Benny, you're muted, please.
Madame la Présidente, Monsieur le Directeur,
Madam President, Mr. Director General, heads of delegation, ladies and gentlemen, my country has the honor of taking the floor in this 74th World Health Assembly. Madam President, the African region wants to congratulate the DG and his whole team for the preparation of this event and the World Health Assembly in Geneva. There's a wide gamut of topics that need to be covered and are indeed covered in the report so that we can understand WHO's efforts deployed to accompany countries in their response against COVID-19. The African region is happy to see the important progress made in primary health care, strengthening of healthcare systems, and universal health coverage more broadly. We look with satisfaction at the results that have been achieved regarding non-communicable diseases, in particular malaria, HIV, tuberculosis, and the hepatitis diseases that are responsible for a lot of death. We also are happy with the progress made on neglected tropical diseases and other diseases such as diabetes and other non-communicable diseases such as cancer and poor nutrition, which are topics of grave concern for our region. The African region also wants to highlight that positive results have been achieved against maternal mortality and infant death. All these achievements, however, should not make us lose sight of the important challenges that we have yet to face. The challenge of COVID-19 that started last year, the epidemics of Ebola that once again have affected us in areas such as the Congo and Guinea, remind us once again of the need to prepare our health systems so that we can react quickly and effectively in the face of health emergencies. That said, we exhort WHO to continue to provide its technical assistance to member states so that they can face these challenges effectively. The African region of the WHO urges all member states of WHO, especially the most developed members, to help with the deployment of COVID-19 vaccines, access to quality medicines at an affordable price, which is a priority for my continent, which is why the African region wants to support the setting up of an African Medicines Agency, which will facilitate access to safe medicines by capacity building and a better use of standards in our countries. Our region urges member states of WHO to provide sustainable financing to support the necessary efforts to achieve universal health coverage between now and 2030. Madam President, WHO is the best way to face global challenges, and we want to appeal to the international community for greater solidarity. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Benin. I shall now invite Qatar on behalf of the countries of the Eastern Mediterranean region. You have the floor, Qatar.
Madam President of the 74th session of the World Health Organization General Assembly, Mr. Director General of the WHO, Your Excellencies, heads and members of delegations, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. For the second year in a row, we are holding our World Health Assembly meetings while we are still combating the COVID-19 pandemic and its significant global repercussions on various aspects of life. This pandemic has clearly demonstrated that health security is a joint responsibility and essential to achieving the goals of sustainable development. Under the wise leadership of His Highness Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, Emir of the State of Qatar, Qatar is supporting the efforts of countries and organizations. Qatar has funded dozens of countries in support of their efforts in the fight against the pandemic. It has allocated $20 million to the Global Alliance for Vaccination and Immunization, and more recently, Qatar signed a $10 million core contribution agreement with WHO to support WHO's 13th General Program of Work and the initiative of accelerating access to COVID-19 tools in countries most in need. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Qatar has developed a comprehensive strategy to protect its population from the risk of the COVID-19 pandemic. We understood early on that a whole government approach, strong national governance, reliance on science and facts, and the engagement of the general public were essential. Our high-quality health system, which is based on universal health coverage, has put in place strong emergency preparedness and resilience plans and reacted to this challenge with determination and commitment. Although facing very intensive epidemic waves, we have been able to contain mortality to very low levels. Our national COVID-19 vaccination program, which prioritized our elderly and other high-risk categories of the population, is proceeding at an accelerated pace, and well over 50% of Qatar's adult population has received at least one dose of the COVID-19 vaccine.
We understand that audio is not for the regional statement, but is actually a national intervention. We have the regional statement that will be provided by the Minister of Health for Qatar now, live, and we will come back to the national statement later. Qatar, you have the floor, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam President, and I'm sorry about the confusion that's happened with the statement of the country statement. So thank you, Madam President, Your Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. The COVID-19 pandemic is devastating health, well-being, and economies across the Eastern Mediterranean region. The health sector alone cannot defeat pandemic threats. Full engagement by governments and communities is essential. International cooperation and solidarity have often been lacking over the past 17 months, but extraordinary collaborations led to the development of safe and effective vaccines in record time. The COVAX facility has successfully delivered vaccines to 72 low and middle income countries and economies worldwide, including all 11 participating countries in the Eastern Mediterranean region. Now we need to scale up the production and rollout of vaccines and ensure equitable access. COVID-19 has highlighted many weaknesses and problems, but also offers lessons to help tackle pandemic risks and other public health challenges. Effective responses have been based on key public health measures, early detection, robust surveillance, timely laboratory diagnosis, isolation and treatment of cases, quarantine of cases, and protection of healthcare workers. Scaling up and maintaining these capacities, especially at subnational level, requires sustained political leadership and financial resources. Meanwhile, strengthening the vaccine component of the response can help to expand production capacity for future infectious disease challenges and jumpstart immunization throughout the life course, as per the 2030 agenda. Adherence to public health and social measures can only be achieved through consistent and early engagement of communities, timely and transparent information sharing, and prompt corrective action on misinformation and disinformation. Community trust has been one of the hallmarks of effective COVID control. Integrating vulnerable populations in the response is crucial. Vaccination and surveillance must include internally displaced populations and refugees. There is an urgent need to invest in health systems in our region, many of which have been weakened by protracted conflicts. This includes investing in health workforce capacity, supply chain, and essential health services. The pandemic has disrupted essential health services, impacting access to life-saving care. In more than 2/3 of the countries in our region, outpatient services for non-communicable diseases have been closed, reduced, or repurposed. Maternal and child health services, including immunization, has been massively disrupted, and polio eradication activities were temporarily paused. Countries face huge challenges, but are making tremendous efforts to ensure continuity of care while expanding COVID-19 vaccination coverage. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to put politics aside for the greater good. Together, we will defeat this pandemic, but we must also prepare for the next one. The Eastern Mediterranean region calls on all member states to invest in health systems, essential public health functions, and emergency preparedness. And we call on you to provide the necessary resources to WHO so that we can maintain and strengthen our leadership role in health security and achieving our vision of health for all by all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Qatar. On behalf of the Eastern Mediterranean region, I shall now invite Portugal on behalf of the European Union member states. Portugal, you have the floor, please.
Chair, Director General, Excellencies, I have the honor to speak on behalf of the European Union and its member states. The candidate countries, the Republic of North Macedonia, Montenegro, and Albania, the country of the stabilization and association process and potential candidate Bosnia and Herzegovina, as well as Ukraine, the Republic of Moldova, and Georgia, align themselves with this statement. The pandemic revealed long-standing challenges to respond rapidly and effectively to public health emergencies. It overwhelmed health systems, burned out workforces, and brought deep social and economic consequences, worsening inequalities. This crisis underlines the importance of global cohesion and international cooperation, and we thank WHO's leadership and its staff for their work in global response, showing commitment in mitigation these impacts. The EU is committed to global public health, leading the strengthening of WHO's emergency preparedness and response by proposing a resolution to this World Health Assembly and alerting for the need to fully implement the international health regulations and to strengthen its role. We support the development of a universal health and preparedness review mechanism as a key enabler of increased trust, collaboration, and accountability between member states and resilience for health systems. Excellencies, we believe that no one is safe until everyone is protected. Timely, fair, and equitable access to quality, safe, affordable, and effective vaccines, therapeutics, and diagnostics against COVID-19 as a global public good are essential. However, this can only be achieved with greater solidarity and transparency. We commend the role of WHO in coordinating the access to COVID-19 tools accelerated and leading its health systems pillar. To this end, Team Europe allocated more than 40.5 billion euros to the COVID-19 response. We are key supporters of the ACT accelerator across all its pillars. We are by far the largest COVAX facility contributor, including with those chairing, and we supported the rollout of vaccination in countries with critical humanitarian needs and fragile health systems. Every third euro comes from EU and its member states. We remain committed to support the development of production capacities of health products through an adequate environment, boosting regulatory frameworks, supporting technology transfer and expertise, as well as regional manufacturing hubs and research capacity. Excellencies, we recognize the pandemic impact on non-communicable diseases, including cancer, as well as mental health conditions, other infections, diseases, antimicrobial resistance, and many health programs, including immunization, which compromises health gains made over the past decade. As a result, we emphasize the need for strengthened health systems capable to withstand shocks while maintaining essential services, and the need to reinforce and support health workers and protect persons and groups in vulnerable conditions. Community engagement, particularly from women and girls, respect of human rights in all stages of preparedness and response, and robust policies to prevent and address abuses must be underscored. This pandemic must be a game changer. By the conclusions of the evaluation panels, we are calling for nothing less than a reset of global health preparedness and to design a new global health architecture with a possible international instrument to prevent the reoccurrence of similar crises in the future. Strengthening WHO is the first step, but we need to cooperate across international, multilateral, and multi-sector levels through a whole of government, whole of society, and one health approach. If we want to make the world safer, we must start now. The EU and its member states call for all states to harvest the political momentum and take on the responsibility to build a healthy, safe, and fairer world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Portugal, on behalf of the European Union. Morocco, on behalf of the Arab Health Ministers Council, you have the floor, please.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين السيد الرئيس السيد المدير العام السيدات والسادة.
Chair, esteemed Director General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I'm pleased to speak on behalf of the Arab Health Ministerial Council, and we would like to thank the Director General for the coordinating role that he plays in organising this very important meeting so that we can draw some important conclusions as regards the health service, COVID-19, as well as the efforts that have been made to improve the health system and the role played by the WHO by adopting a certain number of resolutions and by taking measures, as well as providing an update on the COVAX facility, which aims to facilitate the distribution of vaccines. Is very important. We would like to thank all of those who have tried to produce these vaccines quickly. Of course, health systems have suffered during this pandemic, which has obliged us to change our priorities. And after a year and a half, we are trying to contain this pandemic, basing ourselves on the guidance of the WHO and the protocols that have been proposed in order to face the challenge of this pandemic and its variants. And of course, we would like to thank the WHO for the role that they've played for less developed countries to help them strengthen their health systems and to ensure the equitable distribution of vaccines through the COVAX facilities. And of course, we need to strengthen the production of vaccines globally. And we also would propose to Arab countries to locally produce vaccines where possible so that we can face these challenges. And of course, the lack of human resources. We reiterate our commitment to development plans up to the year 2030 and the 13th Programme of Work of the WHO, as well as its priorities and its strategies. And of course, we must underscore the health priorities, particularly primary healthcare, which are the foundation of the reform of the entire health system, so that we can improve mother and child health. And as regards our region, we have strengthened our strategies so that we can combat non-communicable diseases as well as psychological diseases, and our governments are following attentively programs that look into violence against women, and also we are trying to protect the rights of elderly persons. And also in terms of health emergencies, we have built on our capacities so that we can face the challenge of epidemics in our region. And we launch an appeal to the WHO so that we can strengthen techniques in Arab countries so that we can have a unified strategy to respond to emergencies and to provide services to all displaced persons and refugees. And the Arab Health Ministry Council has developed a strategy to provide health services in the Arab region. Ladies and gentlemen, we are facing a challenge that has forced us to undertake measures to strengthen health coverage, and we must also follow the measures that have been adopted and to strengthen them in order to ensure universal health coverage. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Morocco. May I now invite Canada on behalf of the group of Francophone states. Canada, you have the floor, please.
Au nom du groupe des pays francophones.
On behalf of the group of Francophone states, we would like to express our solidarity and express our condolences to the numerous families across the entire world which continue to struggle with the COVID-19 pandemic. Our group once again expresses our gratitude to health workers who demonstrate extraordinary courage in their fight against this pandemic. And we would also like to express our gratitude to workers that are working in very difficult conditions and that provide the basic services that are necessary for a society. And we would like to commend the WHO for the key role that it plays in strengthening and ensuring international solidarity in order to fight against COVID-19, and particularly for ensuring equitable access to vaccines. And we reaffirm the need to strengthen this solidarity through collective action in order to sustainably eradicate this pandemic. And we commend the multilateral response to this pandemic, which is leading to the implementation of the ACT and COVAX facility, which aims to ensure the fair and equitable access to vaccines. We call upon the international community to intensify efforts, particularly for the most vulnerable persons and for developing countries. And we also commend the appeal of our president to work multilaterally, and we commend the efforts of the Director General of the WHO and the President of our organization for signing a memorandum of understanding. And this looks at health policies and particularly looks at the equitable access to vaccines, and we support the draft agreement between our two organizations, and which is arriving at a strategic moment given the current pandemic. And we welcome this agreement, which aims to intensify the collaboration between our two organizations and to provide political and diplomatic support as regards certain policies of the WHO, particularly that of ensuring social protection and universal access to public health services in Francophone countries. And we welcome the quality of the different reports of the Independent Panel for Pandemic Preparedness and Response, and also the Independent Oversight and Advisory Committee, which is looking at the issue of public health emergencies, and we take note of the recommendations contained therein and the need to contribute to their implementation. Finally, the Francophone Group would like to recall the fundamental place of multilingualism within the United Nations system, and we stress the importance of the systematic and integral respect of multilingualism within the WHO, and we encourage the WHO to continue and intensify its efforts that have already been agreed upon in this regard by ensuring the availability without delay and in all UN languages a guideline document of the WHO, particularly given this difficult health situation, in order to ensure the active participation and effective participation of all delegations. Thank you.
Canada. I shall now invite Tonga, who will be speaking on behalf of the Pacific Island countries and areas, to be followed by Azerbaijan. Tonga, you have the floor, please.
Honorable Chair, WHO Director General, Vaito Hemoui Mapu Avaya, Dr. Tedros Tonganame, Your Excellencies, I'm honored to speak on behalf of my colleagues in the Pacific Island countries and areas today. First, I wish to thank all the WHO Director General and all the leaders of the world for your commitment to equitable distribution of scarce vaccines to the developing Pacific small island states. In the Pacific, experiences of the COVID-19 pandemic have differed greatly. The countries and areas I speak on behalf of today include some that have experienced large-scale community transmission, and some of the few countries in the world that are yet to experience a single case, including the Kingdom of Tonga. However, in this interconnected age, we are all affected. Until we control this pandemic, every citizen of every country is at risk. In addition, most of us are impacted in some way by the pandemic's ongoing ripple effects, whether that is through loss of income, the inability to travel to see loved ones, the mental strain that comes from living in constant uncertainty, or taking care of kids while working, or the interpersonal violence that is taking place inside too many locked down homes. We face many challenges. However, we in the Pacific also have hope. Hope that countries across the world will remember our interconnectedness and put aside our self-interest and work together to ensure that the most vulnerable people, wherever they are in the world, receive vaccines first. Hope that political and business leaders may finally understand that the well-being of our economies relies on the well-being of our people, and hope that we can use this pandemic as an opportunity to invest in strengthening the systems that will serve us, not only during the pandemic, but in tackling other health issues in years to come. In the Pacific, sustainable systems strengthening has been our focus, thanks to the support of the WHO and for the future vision put forward by the regional director, Dr. Takashi Kasai. With the support of WHO and partners, we are using this pandemic as an opportunity to strengthen capacities and healthcare systems such as laboratories, risk communications, emergency medical teams, and telemedicine that will serve us through the future emergencies and beyond. Ladies and gentlemen, as a global community, we have been tested before through SARS, H1N1, MERS, and Ebola. But while we have played around all the edges, we haven't yet succeeded in making the fundamental adjustments needed to protect our people and save lives. On behalf of my Pacific sisters and brothers, I call upon all of us, let's make this pandemic the moment when everything changes for the better and make it the last pandemic. Malo Albido. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Tonga. I should now like to invite Azerbaijan on behalf of the Non-Aligned Movement. Azerbaijan, you have the floor, please.
Dear President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I have the honor to deliver this statement on behalf of the Non-Aligned Movement. The Non-Aligned Movement expresses its concern at the global threat posed by COVID-19 and underscores that the control of the pandemic relies on proper preparedness, prevention, resilience building, and greater national, regional, and international collaboration, worldwide solidarity, and actions to address this challenge in an effective and timely manner. Upon the initiative of Azerbaijani NAM chairmanship, the contact group in response to COVID-19 was set up, and on 4th May 2020, the online summit-level meeting of this contact group was held. In the declaration adopted by the summit-level meeting, the heads of state and government expressed their full support to the WHO while recognizing its crucial role, guidance, and leadership in ensuring the effective response of the international community to the pandemic. Pursuant to the decision of the meeting, a task force was established to work out a database that would include the basic humanitarian and medical needs and requirements of the NAM member states. The NAM takes note of the proposal to conclude the pandemic treaty and looks forward to receiving more details on the proposal and to the inclusive engagement of all member states in consultations. The NAM also notes the joint WHO-China report on the origin of SARS-CoV-2 and expressed support for an apolitical and science-based approach to the proposal to establish WHO Hub for Pandemic and Epidemic Intelligence and invites the WHO Director General to share further information on its mandate, terms of reference, and funding arrangements. The NAM further welcomes the report of the Independent Panel for Pandemic Preparedness and Response and looks forward to further discussion on the findings and recommendations presented. We also express our strong condemnation at the promulgation and application of unilateral coercive measures against member states of the movement that are applied in violation of the Charter of the United Nations and international law. Further express our support in accordance with international law to the state affected by such measures and urge the international community to adopt urgent and effective measures to eliminate the use of such measures that are inconsistent with the principle of international law or the Charter of the United Nations with a view to ensure the effectiveness of national responses to COVID-19 pandemic. The NAM member states express their gratitude to all medical personnel to reiterate their readiness to continue collaborating with the WHO to ensure that one of the fundamental rights of every human being, the enjoyment of the highest attainable standard of health, is ensured and no one is left behind. The NAM member states call upon states and other relevant stakeholders to remove unjustified obstacles restricting the export of COVID-19 vaccines, resulting in unequal distribution in access to them between developed and developing countries, and to promote access to vaccines as a global public good and the equitable global distribution and universal access to vaccines in order to further the principles of international cooperation and solidarity to end the current pandemic and to promote the realization of the right of everyone to the enjoyment of the highest attainable standards of physical and mental health. In this regard, the movement recalls with pleasure the resolution ensuring equitable, affordable, timely, and universal access for all countries to vaccines in response to the coronavirus disease pandemic, adopted by consensus at the 46th session of UN Human Rights Council. The non-member states reiterate their commitments to achieving universal health coverage and health-related SDGs by 2030 to ensure health security and more resilient health systems that could provide a timely response to health emergencies, particularly through integrated surveillance, building long-term capacities, and promoting progressive self-reliance strategy based on the local production of affordable quality medicines and the development of health technologies. In conclusion, the non-aligned movement calls upon all states to spare no efforts in transforming 2021 into the year of solidarity and renewed multilateral cooperation to effectively address the emerging global threats. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Azerbaijan. I understand Indonesia will make a statement on behalf of ASEAN, but that will be done tomorrow. With that, I shall now proceed to interventions by member states in their national capacity. And I should like to invite Brazil. Brazil, you have the floor, please.
Senhora Presidente.
Madam President of the 74th World Health Assembly, Minister Dasho Vangmo, Director General Dr. Tedros Adhanom, ladies and gentlemen, heads of delegation. We're here today to join forces and offer a message that together we can overcome the COVID-19 pandemic and prevent next ones. I'd like to extend my solidarity to the families of the COVID-19 victims and to thank all health workers for their efforts. We dedicate this year to them. The pandemic has imposed huge challenges to the health systems all over the world. Brazil invested both financial and human resources to foster health and economic recovery. Additionally, we strongly recommend non-drug interventions to the entire population. Today, our greatest hope for a gradual and safe return to normal is a widespread vaccination. To date, our national health system distributed more than 90 million doses of vaccines, and more than 55 million people have been inoculated, within which more than 80% of our indigenous peoples. We have the capacity to quickly immunize our entire population as long as more vaccines are available. Brazil offers its own productive capacity to increase the production of diagnostic, treatments, and vaccines for COVID-19. To that end, we must strengthen technical cooperation and technology transfer. Therefore, we are engaged in discussions about local production and intellectual property. The increase of the global productive capacity is essential to guarantee fair and equitable access to vaccination, including through initiatives such as ACT Accelerator and COVAX, of which Brazil is proud of supporting. We believe using epidemiological criteria is essential in the vaccines allocation process. To prevent future health crises, Brazil supports discussion around possible international instruments on pandemics that take into account WTO reform process, the central role of the IHR, and the need for an appropriate timeline that allow us to move forward on a consensual basis. We must not forget that the best responses will depend on the universal health coverage and the strengthening of national systems. Thank you very much.
I shall now invite Kenya to be followed by France. Kenya, you have the floor, please. Kenya, you may unmute, please.
Can you hear me? Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Moderator, Your Excellency, Madam President, Dr. Tedros, World Health Organization Director General, World Health. Ladies and gentlemen, may I start by congratulating Her Excellency, Madam Wakmo, on your election this morning as President of the Assembly. I'm delighted to address this meeting today, being convened more than a year since this pandemic started. I wish to commend member states and World Health Organization for their tireless efforts in suppressing transmission of the virus. Into the future, we will need to enhance the World Health role even more for coordinated responses to similar or worse challenges. Fellow ministers, in order to bring an end to the current pandemic, I wish to propose 6 immediate actions for us to consider. The first one is that we should address the issue of vaccine inequity as a matter of necessity in order to ensure access to COVID-19 vaccines for all. Appreciating the fact that none is safe until we are all safe must mean that to vaccinate generally safe 13-year-olds in one country while denying high-risk adults access to the vaccine in another country is a damning contradiction of this principle. There have been clear demonstrations of vaccine nationalism and vaccine appetite. Such action will not stop the virus for one or for all of us. But 2, to realize the full potential of our collective response to the virus, we welcome the recent announcement of additional vaccines to the COVAX facility. We hope, however, that monies intended for the acquisition of AstraZeneca vaccine will be diverted to cater for the acquisition of the added vaccines and contribute to the budgetary relief of developing and middle-income countries as earlier intended. Number 3, we need to step up regional and local manufacturing of vaccines by facilitating and fast-tracking regulatory and pre-qualification for local production, especially in Africa, within the World Health Organization process. 4th, we need to coordinate technology and knowledge transfer on new COVID-19 vaccines, diagnostics, and therapeutics in all parts of the world with World Health Organization assistance. 5th, countries must desist from engaging in discriminatory conduct and accept all valid certificates for vaccines approved by World Health Organization for emergency use. Number 6, we should ensure the sharing of intellectual property rights with countries to allow the development of local capacity in vaccine development. Consequently, there is a need to reevaluate ownership of IP rights to reflect the true participation in creating the same. Too often, research results and trials conducted in parts of the world, particularly in Africa, are assumed to be the property of some participants instead of all participants. In conclusion, we as a global community have a common goal of ending this pandemic, but we must do so in such a manner that we end it for everyone at the same time. Coordinated efforts by the World Health Organization will help us all to mitigate against the next pandemic. We need to fight not just the virus, but also another disease called vaccine nationalism, which can stop us from building together a healthier, safer, and fairer world. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Kenya. May I now invite France to be followed by Colombia. France, you have the floor, please.
Madame la Présidente, Monsieur le Directeur Général, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement,
Madam President, Mr. DG, esteemed colleagues charged with health. The health crisis that we are going through appeals to our sense of solidarity, of supporting WHO, because the principles that led to its creation in 1948 are more than ever timely. And they are the key to our response to this enormous challenge. To have better health is a fundamental right for all humans. And there are many challenges to overcome if we're going to guarantee access to medicines, vaccinations, to strengthen health systems. All these are stakes that should not be lost sight of despite the COVID pandemic. To face these health and also social and economic challenges, multilateralism is an essential response in all areas, especially in health. The crisis has called to mind that only collective action can lead to success in the face of a virus that disregards borders. Solidarity among countries, amongst all of us, has allowed us to set up a common health response without any precedent. We've used the ACT Accelerator as an example. This initiative has been built around a shared ambition to give access to treatment as well as vaccines to as many as possible. We can collectively be proud of what we've accomplished, even though it's true that there is much to be done. We are at a crossroads. Our joint efforts now need to be redoubled to reduce health inequalities and within every country. This is an essential goal to continue to promote well-being and socioeconomic development of our populations, as well as social cohesion, stability, and even safety within our countries. Sadly, we are fully aware that the COVID crisis has made the Human Development Index go back in many countries. Strengthening primary health care, therefore, has to more than ever be one of our priorities. Therefore, we need to prevent any steps back that might be due to the crisis. With that in mind, we need to continue to act to guarantee that we're going to be able to reach our sustainable development goals, especially with respect to universal health coverage, a goal that is extremely near and dear to our hearts in France and something that I've supported from the beginning of the crisis. We need to work tirelessly to promote access and transparency when it comes to the prices of medicines. France supports the Global Compact Against Diabetes launched last month. We're also fighting against tuberculosis, malaria, HIV. The pandemic has turned our societies upside down, and our current world is different than it used to be. It will now be characterized by our common will to change the situation regarding health. The current health crisis is an historic one. It's going to change the course of history. It is therefore our collective responsibility to draw all the lessons learned to rethink world health architecture. This is a demanding task, and we can use this as a catalyst to be able to better respond to health crises and all other health matters that the WHO covers. In that regard, I wish to salute the work carried out by experts and their recommendations regarding the future of WHO and WHO reform more broadly. We need to have a more resilient WHO. That needs to be the cornerstone of our work. The central role of WHO in coordination and health cooperation at an international level, as well as health safety, is absolutely essential. Looking at the different evaluations underway, we need to look to each other to strengthen WHO, to give it with an early warning mechanism that is more effective, and also with transparent evaluation mechanisms that are also independent and with increased public financing support. This renewed architecture is the condition to give strength to our international cooperation and to give teeth to our shared goals. Together with our international partners, the European Union is bringing to this assembly a solid stance with respect to the implementation of the international health regulations, so we can improve early warning mechanisms and systems, strengthen research and development to approach crises, including this one, with a greater spirit of cooperation, and to draw all the possible lessons learned from it. France is completely committed to WHO. This support is due to the values of our country: universal health access, quality health care, respect for human rights, especially of those with diseases. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Franz. May I now invite Colombia to be followed by Peru. Colombia, you have the floor.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, President. After a year and a half of a pandemic, we have learned many lessons and achieved many milestones in our response. This has happened in R&D and the discovery of appropriate treatments and diagnostic instruments, as well as the development of vaccines that has been carried out at a pace without precedent. However, the challenges are also numerous. Overcoming the current pandemic requires solidarity and cooperation of all countries and actors. We need to appeal to our more human side and teamwork. This involves guaranteeing fair access to diagnostics, therapeutics, vaccines, and to all technologies that would be necessary to provide proper health care, recovery, and rehabilitation more broadly of our populations. I'd like to state that fair access to vaccines against COVID-19 is without a doubt one of the major challenges we have to face. It is an essential component if we are to overcome this health crisis and prevent the continued increase of COVID cases and the spread of new variants in our different countries, variants that might not be that could not be addressed with current vaccines. The creation of vaccines gave us hope, but these hopes were dashed when we heard news of restrictions in exports, concentrations in distribution, and speculation. This does not bode well, and this is despite the fact that over 12 billion doses having been distributed, but they've been very much focused on countries of high income and have had a very reduced impact and influence on other countries, especially those of middle to low income. Therefore, we need to strengthen national, regional, and global capacities when it comes to the production and supply of vaccines. We also need to address the issue of supply chains. The support of WHO in this regard will be absolutely essential if we are to face not only this emergency, but future ones down the road. Mr. President, the fair allocation of this vaccine needs to also respond to demographic, social, and economic factors in our different countries. We appeal to WHO to bear in mind all these variables when it comes to the allocation and distribution of biological components of vaccines so as to reach herd immunity. Until we reach that point, we shall not be protected. Until all are protected, no one will be protected. Initiatives such as COVAX are increasingly important, and we need to strengthen them. We appeal to countries to place their faith in said mechanism, and any countries that might have an excess number of vaccines to share them in a fair and equitable fashion by using COVAX. I have to mention how important it is to strengthen our systems when it comes to future emergencies through epidemiological surveillance and redoubling our efforts when it comes to implementing the international health regulations. These regulations are the most valuable tool that we have at our disposal to prevent future emergencies and put a halt to the current situation. Nevertheless, we recognize that the current pandemic has emphasized the importance of developing complementary tools and to further strengthen the international health regulations, reducing gaps in prevention and preparation with a view to addressing future pandemics so that we can be stronger with the One Health policy and have a more integrated and holistic as well as multi-sectorial approach when it comes to facing challenges of zoonotic diseases, which is one of the essential challenges we face. Today we face an absolutely unique opportunity to build a more healthy and safer world. We need to be fully aware of the changes that are required. And one of the most important of these is to understand that we live in a global community and that we need to work together in an integrated fashion, strengthening our measures and also by strengthening the very World Health Organization we work with. Thank you, Mr. President. From Barranquilla in Colombia, on the Caribbean coast of Colombia, we wish all the best to all the delegations and appeal to all to work together for a better world to face this pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Colombia. Before we proceed to Peru, I understand the President would like to take the floor. Madam President.
Thank you, Moderator. I would like to request the delegates to respect the time limit for the intervention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I shall now invite Peru to be followed by Latvia. Peru, you have the floor, please.
Señor Director General.
Esteemed Director General of the World Health Organization, distinguished ministers, representatives of all countries gathered here in this World Health Assembly. My first words are words of solidarity with all countries that have been suffering the scourge of COVID that has led to 162 million cases. And what is most painful of all, we have lost 3.5 million lives as a consequence of this pandemic. That is the backdrop. And within that backdrop, we welcome the initiative of the World Health Organization to move forward and create the COVAX facility. What this facility achieves is by the support of that organization and many other institutions that we make available to countries with fewer resources, sufficient and important amounts of vaccines so that they can use this tool to face the pandemic. We also want to appeal to developed countries and those companies that managed to learn from the initial cases in China that produced the vaccines that are now being used worldwide and that are contributing to contain the spread of COVID. We wish to reaffirm our commitment to combat this scourge. From where we stand, Peru, a South American country, we've been carrying out an extraordinary effort in our country. This pandemic has already cost us tens of thousands of lives. And we are only now coming to an end of the second wave. That is why we wish to reiterate our commitment with solidarity. We are convinced that together, all of us, all countries, will be able to achieve a healthier, safer, and fairer world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peru. May I now invite Latvia to be followed by China. Latvia, you have the floor, please.
Distinguished Director General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Latvia, I would like to endorse the statement of the European Union and its member states. In 2020, COVID-19 took the world by storm, and since then it has overwhelmed our national health systems, as well as challenged global society's physical and mental health. We have seen the virus affecting every sector, every aspect of our lives, and it is clearer than ever. We must learn how to live with this virus going on. Long COVID is a reality. Latvia highly values cooperation with the World Health Organization, and in particular, the country office here in Latvia, that helps us to overcome current pandemic. And I would like to emphasize, in particular, the work we do together in mapping our future digital health ecosystem strategy. Latvia has been hit hard by the pandemic. The tireless and meticulous work of our epidemiologists, healthcare professionals, experts, and whole of society has helped to manage the incidents and avoid massive waves so far. To overcome the pandemic and prevent the next one, the whole of government and whole of society approaches should be implemented. This is a hard-learned truth. This is far beyond ministries of health and health sectors in any given country. We work hard to balance the health and epidemiological aspects with a pandemic fatigue across society and political class, balancing overextended health system and longing for normalcy and push of other sectors to lift restrictions. While we work hard on finding solutions to the current challenges, we must draw conclusions on which approaches, which measures work best, thus helping us to prevent the next pandemic and focus on building a healthier and fairer world to all of us. We are working on measures to deal with post-COVID world and legacy of long COVID. We are contemplating our revaccination strategy for 2022 and beyond. Latvia believes that the multilateral response is the best way out of the disaster like this, so it is prepared and willing to participate in building legal and organizational framework in order to prevent and avoid the catastrophic consequences of similar pandemics in the future. In order to achieve the best possible outcome, our negotiations must be as comprehensive and thorough as possible. Latvia believes that the only road into the future is the road that we take together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Latvia. May I now invite China to be followed by Costa Rica. China, you have the floor, please.
Mr. Chair, the current COVID-19 is the most severe pandemic unseen over the course of 1 century, and a major crisis that the whole world has to face and address together. In the face of the unexpected outbreak of the virus, the Chinese government has put the people and their lives front and center, and President Xi Jinping has personally guided the work, adhering to the principle of early detection, early reporting, and early quarantine and early treatment. We have adopted comprehensive, rigorous, and science-based prevention and control measures, and with a proactive commitment of the whole government and whole society, China has effectively stopped the local transmission of the virus within about 3 months. Since then, China has continued to implement a regular and targeted prevention and control strategy to quickly control clusters in some areas. Now, China is rolling out the vaccination plan at a steady pace, and China's efforts have proven that the pandemic can be prevented and contained. And China has been reporting relevant information to the international community in an open, transparent, and responsible manner. And China firmly supports the leading and coordination role of WHO. China is among the first countries to propose and actively fulfill its commitment to making vaccine a public good. And China proactively supported ACTA and COVAX, and China has committed to helping countries with vulnerable health systems to improve the response capacity. Recently, WHO has approved the licensing of emerging use listing of Chinese vaccine, which provides a very favorable conditions for further vaccine cooperation. What we call upon all countries with relevant capacities to facilitate vaccine availability, particularly to developing countries. Virus knows no border. The threat of infectious diseases to human health can never be eliminated, and the risk of pandemic always exists. And to ensure the global health security, we would like to propose the following. First, we should uphold multilateralism, unite as one in the fight against the pandemic by taking a science-based approach and stand against politicization and stigmatization. Second, we should ensure equitable access to public goods such as vaccines, diagnostic reagents, and therapeutic drugs. Third, we should ensure the sustainability of pandemic preparedness and response mechanism, develop human resources for the human sector, strengthen health systems, and promote universal health coverage. Currently, COVID-19 is still spreading around the world, but we believe that as long as all countries work together, we will defeat it successfully and prevent further pandemic effectively. Let us join hands to build a healthy, safe, and fair world and a global community of health for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, China. May I now invite Costa Rica to be followed by Philippines. Costa Rica, you have... Costa Rica, you have the floor, please. Okay. We do not appear to have Costa Rica yet. Costa Rica, please.
Señora Presidenta, señor Director.
Madam President, Mr. Director General, Excellencies, over the last 17 months, we've faced a unique challenge that has affected all our societies. My country has a strong health system in which we invest 5.39% of our GDP. However, we've had to face this challenging pandemic. Now we're going through a third wave, which has led to an exponential increase in cases, and our health systems have been saturated and led to an increase in death. We have hope to overcome this challenge together, and this assembly is essential to reach that end. My country maintains its commitment to that joint effort. A year ago, our president, Carlos Alvarado Quesada, and the director of WHO took on an effort to provide access to technologies that would be useful for the detection, prevention, monitoring, and treatment of COVID-19. This was done with the creation of CTAP, which was set up to share clinical, technological licenses and innovation data regarding intellectual property, as was presented this morning with the President of Spain and the DG. This initiative is essential for the fight against COVID and future pandemics. Multilateralism, cooperation, and international solidarity are essential pillars to face the crisis. Nobody will be safe until everyone is safe. This is a moral imperative to guarantee fair access to vaccines and make sure that they reach those countries that are in greatest need first. It is not possible that low-income countries have only received 0.3% of existing vaccines, while there are countries that have excess doses. Last but not least, the lessons learned during the current crisis mean that we need to strengthen our response mechanisms to crises. This is reinforced by the different panels and their recommendations. Last but not least, we believe that we need an international treaty, including WHO, addressing this specific issue. Our health systems and our societies trust fully in that we will have the wherewithal to take the necessary measures to overcome the current crisis without leaving anyone behind. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Costa Rica. May I now invite Philippines to be followed by Paraguay.
The Philippines joins the 74th World Health Assembly with a firm conviction to end the COVID-19 pandemic through committed and full solidarity with the international community and our common humanity. We support Director General Tedros' call for solidarity in vaccine access as a critical step to mitigate COVID-19, decrease the risks of new variants, and ultimately end this pandemic. With this same moral imperative, the Philippine government approaches the vaccination program with the whole of government and whole of society strategies to ensure success in delivering vaccines for all. In this same spirit of solidarity from bilateral, regional, and multilateral partners, including the WHO, the Philippines continues to enhance its capacity to respond to COVID-19 while also doing its part. The Philippines participated in the solidarity trials on therapeutics and stands ready to participate in the solidarity trials for vaccines. The Philippines is also both a donor and a recipient to the COVAX facility, having contributed financially to Gavi and SAPI for the first time, and also welcomes the arrival of vaccine shipments from the first two tranches as a COVAX AMC country. The Philippines is also a donor and recipient to the Contingency Fund for Emergencies, or CFE. And through our modest contributions to these multilateral initiatives and pooled fund mechanisms, the Philippines hopes to demonstrate that developing countries can substantially contribute to the global health discourse. The Philippines is further committed to effective international governance mechanisms that strengthen national, regional, and global capacities to address pandemics. The Philippines agrees to the consensus opinions forwarded by the WHO Health Emergencies, or WHE, the Independent Oversight and Advisory Committee, and the Independent Panel on Pandemic Preparedness and Response, that the International Health Regulations, IHR 2005, needs to be reviewed and to be strengthened. The Philippines commits to engaging fully in the way forward on the basis of consensus, on pursuing whatever the Assembly agrees to undertake, notably the consideration of a convention agreement on pandemic preparedness and response. We need an implementation mechanism that works, the necessary support to build our national and regional capacities to confront these threats. But foremost, a strong commitment from all to ensure that we end this pandemic and prevent the next by building together stronger and resilient health systems for a healthier, safer, and fairer world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Philippines. May I now invite Paraguay to be followed by Singapore.
Presidente de la Asamblea, señor director.
Madam President, Mr. DG, it's been over a year since the start of the pandemic, and despite certain steps forward, the current global situation is concerning. The Americas region now has the highest death rate worldwide and the largest number of confirmed cases. We are very aware of our healthcare system limits, and therefore our country reacted quickly to try to reduce the impact of COVID-19 for a long period, hoping that we would manage to incorporate scientific advances in our address to the pandemic. However, these steps forward have been hampered by the socioeconomic limitations we face, which means that we've had to be flexible with the measures that were containing the vaccine, and has put an enormous amount of pressure on our health system. We put our faith in the multilateral system. This is the best and fairest way for us to face this global crisis. Our essential premise is that nobody shall be safe unless everyone is safe. This is especially the case when it comes to the fair and equitable distribution of the vaccine. Facts have shown a reality that is not acceptable. Developing countries are in an unequal battle to get the doses of vaccine that will allow us to protect our populations and to try to return to normality the best way possible. Paraguay is pleased by the quick reaction and work of the scientific community when it comes to distributing the vaccine. However, there are a handful of countries that need to do more, especially when it comes to the fair distribution of said vaccines. We want to highlight how important it was for us to receive our solidarity allocation from those governments that have provided help and those countries that we wish to express our gratitude to. Similarly, we want to recognize the success of Taiwan's appeal as an observer, or desired success as an observer to this World Health Assembly. We want to support the creation of a new treaty that would be transparent and inclusive so that we have an instrument that would be beneficial to all. We are also committed to strengthening WHO when it comes to integrating for the first time its executive board. Now, we have for the very first time the opportunity to show that this organization represents a valid way forward that can give us the responses we need through principles such as cooperation and international support so that we would have universal access to healthcare. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Paraguay. May I now invite Singapore to be followed by Maldives. Singapore, you have the floor.
Excellencies, COVID-19 has had a deep and devastating impact on every country. Globally, more than 165 million people have been infected and over 3.4 million have passed on. We have made tremendous progress in responding to the pandemic so far, but we are not out of the woods yet. The global situation remains deeply concerning. Many countries seem to have bent the curve at first, but subsequently saw new variants and hotspots appear. Singapore, too, has experienced firsthand how circumstances can change quickly. After successfully controlling our initial outbreak, we enjoyed low daily local cases for many months. However, in the past month, we have identified a few new clusters of infection, including those of relatively new variants. We are working hard and remain confident that we can contain these clusters. Even as COVID-19 continues to exact a high cost on public health systems and economies around the world, we can take away valuable lessons. First, we must build up and strengthen national healthcare systems. The response to a pandemic requires both a vigorous public health response as well as a well-functioning healthcare delivery system. Second, even as we focus on the immediate challenges of COVID-19, we must not lose sight of the Sustainable Development Goals. We must continue to support and address the health priorities identified in the Sustainable Development Goals alongside our COVID-19 response plans. Third, the WHO has a central role to play as the UN agency with the mandate to act as the directing and coordinating authority on international health matters. It is in member states' interests that the WHO has the necessary resources to carry out its mandate in global health, because a healthier world is a safer world for all of us. Singapore reaffirms our solidarity with the WHO, with fellow member states, and the global community in this fight against COVID-19. In conclusion, the pandemic is likely to persist for a while, but the world has certainly progressed from where we were over the past year. Let us continue to stand united in containing this virus and brace ourselves for the rest of this marathon. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Singapore. May I now invite Maldives to be followed by Indonesia. Maldives, you have the floor, please.
Rahim. Thank you, President. Greetings from the Maldives. Director General of the World Health Organization, Dr. Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, Ministers of Health, colleagues and friends from around the world. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My delegation and I are delighted to join you all in the 74th session of the World Health Assembly. Despite it being in the midst of a devastating health crisis, as we all are grimly aware, this is the second year of the COVID-19 pandemic since it tore into our fabrics of our societies. President, this is indeed an important time, a period of significant change not only for global health but the future course of humanity as well. As we embark on this journey, we must take stock of the lessons learned from what has transpired thus far. Discuss ways and means to not only overcome the current pandemic, but also prevent the next. We must view this pandemic as an opportunity to learn, to get organized, and to develop strategies to be better prepared. President and my colleagues, a century ago, we had a flu pandemic of global magnitude and suffered great consequences. 100 years apart, and here we are yet again, drowning in another pandemic. Let us pause and take a moment to reflect. Let us not be oblivious of our level of negligence and unpreparedness, but grasp and accept the reality of what it is for what it is. This pandemic has surely brought home one hard reality, that the world, the global health systems are not adequately prepared. Right to health, or health for all, is one of the most basic tenets of life itself. It should not be ensured based on the geographic location of your birth or where you happen to live. Health is a global public good and a human right. If the global systems and global institutions happen to function as they truly should, they would not only be able to embrace these global realities, but also be in a position to ensure that these basic universal principles and rights are ensured. However small or remote or economically disadvantaged a nation or a particular region is. Therefore, present at this World Health Organization and at this World Health Assembly, we must look to the institutions we have created and the charters and agreements which we are all party to. It is high time we take up and realize that we have a lot of obligations and homework to do. Smaller, resource-deficient countries, especially small island nations, like the Maldives, are witnessing firsthand how perilous pandemics such as the COVID-19 are. Although our health systems are at par with some of our counterparts, our resilience is faithfully tied to our dependency on resources that can only be acquired or sourced from other countries. Be it health professionals, medicines, medical equipment, consumables, and of course, life-saving vaccines. Just imagine what other options do we have. When expatriate health professionals leave and when we can't recruit more, when manufacturing countries place embargoes on export of critical medicines and medical equipment, when vaccine nationalism prevents access to life-saving vaccines. I'm sure and I understand that Maldives is not the only country facing this dilemma. We are happy to inform that despite these daunting challenges, we invested and allocated our human resources as well as other resources to deal with the pandemic. My government has made a bold move to open the tourism industry with relative safety. And although Maldives is now grappling with a vicious third wave of COVID-19 cases, we have largely been able to keep the situation from going catastrophic. Our government has provided free of charge vaccines to locals and expatriates working in Maldives without any discrimination. We believe that during a public health crisis, it is not only fair but critical that equity is ensured. Therefore, President, we embark to build a better, healthier, fairer world for everyone. A world that guarantees health justice, health equity, and thereby protects the right of life within and across nations. I wish to reiterate that we should practice what we preach. I wish to call upon the Director General of WHO, the heads of delegations of other member states, and other global multilateral agencies to not waste this golden opportunity. We must escalate our joint efforts to prepare for the next pandemic. We have a long and most certainly a perilous road ahead, but we will only succeed if we all put our minds and resources together and work as one. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Maldives. May I now invite Indonesia? You have the floor.
President of the 74th World Health Assembly, Her Excellency Daso Desen Wangmo, Dr. Tedros, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. It was the best of times. It was the worst of times. This line from Charles Dickens perhaps is a good description of where we are today. The world has been riding the wave of COVID-19 pandemic for nearly 1.5 years now. That some countries are doing better with good access to vaccines, diagnostics, and medicine, yet some are still struggling. Today, 83% of global vaccine supplies were available for rich countries, whereas only 17% were received by developing countries, though they represent 47% of the world's populations. Even more contrast, when some countries have started vaccinating low-risk populations such as teens and kids, only 0.3% of vaccines were available for low-income countries. Excellencies, this pandemic has reminded us to a fundamental yet often forgotten truth, that we are all interconnected. With over 40,000 flight connections globally, a new disease emerging from any corner of the world is only one flight away from almost wherever we are. So, when coronavirus is still raging in one part of the world, none should ever assume safety and turn a blind eye to others. If we want to go out of this dark tunnel safely, we must do it together. In short term, the most unrivaled way of showing global solidarity in fighting this pandemic is to push harder for equitable access to vaccines for all countries through the COVAX facility. Moving forward to our shared vision of a healthy future, we also need to build a strong and resilient global health architecture. First, we must multiply global capacities of vaccine research and development and also productions. Second, we need to improve early warning systems for global preparedness by increasing capacities to promptly detect potential health emergencies and ensure rapid information sharing in a responsible manner. Third, we must prevent pandemic at its source by curbing spillover of viruses from wildlife into people, mostly caused by nature degradations. Fourth, we should enhance the role of existing task forces by providing them with relevant resources for countermeasure. Finally, and above all, we need a strong political commitment from all global leaders. In this regard, Indonesia supports the establishment of a new pandemic treaty. Principles in the proposed treaty is of the utmost importance to our global health security. However, without concrete actions, principles are in vain. There is no better time for global solidarity if not through a crisis such as this pandemic. We need a fundamental shift of mindset from putting ourselves above others into putting our shared interests above our own. I wish that we all could see a glimmer of light at the end of the dark tunnel and come out together stronger and better. It is the worst of times. It is the best of times. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Indonesia. I understand the Russian Federation has a technical challenge, so we would come back to them later. I would then invite Ireland. You have the floor. Ireland, you have the floor, please.
Honourable Chair, Distinguished Director General, distinguished delegates, Ireland fully aligns itself with the statement delivered by Portugal on behalf of the EU and its member states. Since the beginning of COVID-19, we faced global health challenges unlike anything we have seen before. In the International Year of Health and Care Workers, we recognise the special contribution of all frontline healthcare workers and the critical role they play in our pandemic response. These workers must be at the centre of health systems and adequately supported. In particular, I wish to pay tribute to all healthcare workers serving on the front line, especially those in humanitarian settings. We call for the respect and protection of all frontline medical and humanitarian personnel engaged in medical duties around the world. Ireland strongly supports the WHO and believes that the United Nations system must be central to our global response across the three pillars of development, human rights, and peace and security. As a member of the Security Council, we are working to deliver the leadership expected and required at this critical moment. Ireland believes in the need for a coordinated, multilateral response to the pandemic, and that the WHO's health leadership is central to this. We welcome the recently published reports of the Independent Panel for Pandemic Preparedness and Response, the IHO Review Committee, and the IOAC, and we look forward to advancing their recommendations to strengthen the WHO and global pandemic preparedness and response. Ireland will continue to act in solidarity with countries around the world. We have supported partners bilaterally, including providing oxygen generators, concentrators, and other vital supplies to the hardest hit countries. Ireland will invest over €100 million in global health in 2021, including to the COVAX facility, and we have doubled our funding to the World Health Organization. As Minister for Health, I am conscious of the importance of maintaining and building up health services. We will prioritise the strengthening of our health system's resilience as we look to emerge from this pandemic. Ireland will continue to work with the international community to recover from this crisis as soon and as safely as possible, and to ensure that we embed preparedness in our systems and structures. Thank you, Chair.
We thank Ireland. Before we proceed and give the floor to Pakistan, I have been informed that the President would like to have the floor. Madam President, over to you. Thank you, Moderator. Distinguished delegates, given the number of delegations interested in contributing to this agenda item, in order not to lengthen the debate too much, we will now limit the intervention strictly to 3 minutes. Moderator, you have the floor now. Thank you very much. I now invite Pakistan to take the floor, to be followed by Turkey.
Madam President, Dr. Tedros, Director General of WHO, Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, COVID-19 is a crisis of unparalleled dimensions in modern history. It's revealed gaps and vulnerabilities all across the world in health systems to handle an epidemic of this sort. Not only has this disrupted economies and livelihoods, and at the same time has affected health systems in a very major way. Yet the countries and people with modest resources have been the hardest hit, exacerbating their pre-pandemic vulnerabilities and difficulties. Putting an end to this pandemic and to prevent future ones requires an accelerated level of international cooperation. This necessitates financing, which is enhanced, for the development and removal of structural impediments to drive production of affordable medicines, diagnostics, and vaccines, both as a means to ending this pandemic, but also to stop the next one. The fight against COVID-19 and its variants has been hampered by the unequal and slow pace of vaccine distribution, supply, and therefore threatening lives, especially in developing countries. COVAX facility has made a positive contribution. However, it has yet to confront the challenges of stoppage and interruptions or inordinate delays in supply. And even as developed countries succeed in procuring vaccines quickly, at times above their needs, developing countries continue to encounter shortages. It is essential to urgently overcome the huge gap in demand and supply of the COVID vaccines. Similarly, immediate redistribution of vaccines from high-income to low and middle-income countries is something to be considered. Filling these gaps is essential to not only provide this care, but also to interrupt the epidemic across the globe. The throes of the pandemic require urgent removal of undue restrictions on intellectual property rights and early waiver of patents to accelerate production. And we welcome the United States and EU announcements in this context and look forward to an early formalization. President, in Pakistan, we've maintained an integrated response to mitigate the socio-economic and public health impacts of this pandemic. We put together an efficient governance structure to monitor, coordinate, and have a coherent response through our National Command and Operations Center. On the socio-economic front, we were able to launch one of the most ambitious social protection programs through emergency cash distribution to the tune of over $1 billion. Despite delays in vaccine supplies and procurements, we've still been able to manage to vaccinate nearly 5.5 million people. And through a combination of data-driven smart lockdowns, awareness, testing, and other preparedness measures, we've been able to minimize the fallout from the second and third wave so far. But the impact of new variants entering into the country remains a threat. In the middle of every challenging situation lies an opportunity. And COVID-19 represents an opportunity to adopt these new approaches and to enhance solutions. And the global focus for this ought to have been and should be public health. Recent reports by the independent panel, the review committee on IHR, and WHO oversight and advisory committees have made useful recommendations to strengthen global defenses against future threats. These recommendations require the attention they deserve by the WHO and its member states. In our interconnected world, the founding principles of the WHO are even more relevant today, and the enjoyment of the highest attainable standards of health is one of the fundamental rights of every human being without discrimination. So let us today affirm our commitment to ensure a safer, equitable, effective international system that is fully equipped to prevent future pandemics.
Apologies,
Thank you
Pakistan.
very much.
Thank you. Thank you for concluding your statement. We now invite Turkey to take the floor, to be followed by Norway. Turkey, you have the floor, please.
Sayın Başkan, Sayın Genel Direktör, değerli katılımcılar.
Distinguished Chair, esteemed Director General, distinguished participants, I would like to begin by stating that I find this assembly, which brought us together under the theme of building a healthier, safer, and a fairer world during the COVID-19 pandemic, historical and of vital importance. Even though we endeavor to protect human health and the right to health, we have been experiencing very tragic developments wiping out all these efforts in recent days. We are painfully observing how a country which sits at the table of the executive board of this organization that is responsible for protecting and building global health and preaches on human health poses a threat to human health by mercilessly targeting hospitals offering healthcare services without paying any regard to the right to life of even children. If we ignore this inhumane approach, do not raise the necessary awareness as the health community to what is going on in Palestine, and do not react, the idea of building a fair and a healthy world cannot go beyond mere words, and these meetings will be devoid of any meaning. Esteemed participants, the pandemic we are in has revealed from the very first day how much the international system needs to be strengthened in many areas such as supply chain, information sharing, response, data collection, and global cooperation. It is obvious that the whole world has failed, especially when it comes to international solidarity. Turkey, on the other hand, has been a pioneer of international solidarity during the pandemic by supporting 158 countries and 14 international organizations. In addition, we must make the necessary steps quickly and decisively in strengthening WHO in the light of all data and lessons learned, including the outputs of the work of the Independent Panel for Pandemic Preparedness and Response, the Independent Oversight Advisory Committee, and the International Health Regulations Review Committee, and in reshaping the international system. If consensus is achieved, we, as Turkey, will offer constructive support to any international initiative, including a Pandemic Framework Convention. Distinguished participants, as we attach great importance to the 2021 International Year of Health and Care Workers, which was declared upon our proposal, and to the activities being carried out, we continue to work at full speed. I would like to lay emphasis on the importance of vaccinating healthcare workers, because this also ensures the continuity of healthcare systems. As the first stage in our COVID-19 vaccination program that is being successfully implemented in Turkey, we vaccinated over 1 million healthcare workers in 45 days. However, it is not sufficient that only healthcare workers are vaccinated. I believe that the families of healthcare workers who face the same threat should also be prioritized, and I call upon the whole world on this matter. With this understanding, I would like to share with you that in Turkey we have started vaccinating the families of healthcare workers. On the other hand, I would like to highlight the ethical and epidemiological problems in access to COVID-19 vaccines and the danger we are facing in terms of equitable access. This issue is the most critical and urgent agenda item of international relations, where we need to come up with solutions on many issues such as intellectual property rights, technology transfer, scale-up production capacities, and distribution. Esteemed ministers, distinguished participants, the times we are in and even the future will witness health threats and their global repercussions. As we said since the start, the solution depends on thinking on a global scale and successful local practices. However, we should not forget that the ultimate success depends on the international alignment of local practices. Thank you.
uluslararası uyumuna dayanmaktadır.
We thank Turkey and now
Teşekkür
invite Norway to take the floor, to be followed by Zimbabwe. Norway, you have the floor, please.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we must be honest. No country was ready when the crisis hit. COVID-19 is the biggest health crisis of our time. Now we need to end this pandemic and to do whatever we can to prepare for and prevent future crises. While, as for any other government, our first priority is to protect our own people, we need global cooperation and solutions in order to do so. No one is safe before everyone is safe. The world has brought forward safe and effective vaccines far faster than anyone expected. Now we have to step up our common efforts to ensure access to vaccines globally. We must continue to scale up manufacturing capacity, and we must share surplus doses of vaccines. If we don't ensure global access, we will fail. At the same time, we need continued investment in research and development to ensure that we have vaccines that can protect against potential immune escape variants. Norway has supported CEPI in this regard and urge other countries to do the same. Act A has been an important tool. Norway has so far invested 500 million, but more funds are needed. The evaluations of our handling of the crisis are clear. Urgent action is needed. We now have an unique opportunity to provide this organization with the tools needed to prevent and handle future health crises. To ensure a fully financed WHO with the authority and the independency to lead the world in crisis. What member states decides that WHO should do, we must fund. Norway supports a fundamental increase in assessed contributions. We have no time to lose. Norway believes a pandemic treaty may be instrumental for our future health crisis architecture. Such a treaty should ensure full compliance with ERR, including early access to emergency threats and equitable access to countermeasures with WHO at its heart. This assembly must seize the opportunity and decide on resolute process with the adoption by WHA next year. We need to act now to prevent the crisis of tomorrow, with a strong WHO at the center of building together a healthier, safer, and fairer world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Norway. We now invite Zimbabwe to take the floor, to be followed by Austria.
Chairman of the Assembly, Director General, distinguished ministerial colleagues from around the world, Excellencies, ambassadors and representatives. Zimbabwe to date recorded 38,595 cumulative positive cases, 36,771 recoveries, and 1,583 deaths. A total of 600,579 people received the first dose of COVID-19 vaccine, and a total of 231,375 individuals received a second dose. The country now has the capacity to do COVID-19 genomic sequencing at our National Microbiology Reference Laboratory. We have decentralized operations to all our provinces. Our response has been a combination of health promotion and preventive measures based on raising awareness and community mobilization. The whole of government and whole of society approach helped the country to reduce transmission and COVID-19 associated morbidities and mortalities. At this moment, let me express my government's gratitude to the World Health Organization, development partners, and countries that continue supporting us in the fight against COVID-19 pandemic. Recognizing further that COVID-19 pandemic has disrupted the supply chain of essential medicines and other health technologies, the government is partnering its local universities and private sector on innovations and strengthening of local production of PPEs, medicines, and medical equipment. The government has been progressively increasing the percentage budget allocation, with the current year budget allocation standing at 13% of the total government budget being allocated to the health sector. Treasury has also given the Ministry of Health and Child Care commendable budget support for the procurement and implementation of the COVID-19 vaccination program. We are strongly committed as a nation to ensuring equitable access to vaccines to all residents of Zimbabwe. Let us not lose hope, and in the end, we shall win. I thank you.
We thank Zimbabwe, and now we invite Austria to take the floor, to be followed by the Islamic Republic of Iran. Austria, you have the floor, please.
Chair, Director General, ladies and gentlemen. Austria fully aligns itself with the statement of the European Union delivered by Portugal. Dear colleagues, with hindsight, everyone is a prophet. This is what one of our most popular Austrian poets once said. And this is doubtlessly also true for this crisis, where we have been very happy to see such an experienced and prudent WHO leadership team steering our ship through the stormy seas. Only together can we overcome this pandemic. In this spirit, Austria has participated from the beginning in COVAX as part of Team Europe and made considerable financial contributions to COVAX, CEPI, ACTA, and other institutions, while also coordinating the EU vaccine sharing mechanism for 6 Western Balkan countries. Austria is committed to multilateralism with a human rights approach, and hence also to strengthening the WHO as the world's leading international organization on global health issues. To reach this goal, we think that the ongoing work of the Working Group on Sustainable Financing is of vital importance and an indispensable step towards a more independent and fit-for-purpose WHO. Other priority areas of Austria's engagement in global health matters include primary health care, eye care, health literacy, strengthening of the health systems, including digital health, and recalling the broad definition that health is a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease or infirmity. Our commitment to delivering on the SDGs through intensified efforts throughout the UN system, leaving no one behind. Coming to the end, I would like to express our sincere gratitude and highest recognition to all health workers, in particular to all those heroes at the front line, as well as to the scientists and researchers who made COVID-19 vaccines, diagnostics, and therapeutics available in record time. And last but not least, of course, to each and every colleague at WHO, its management team, and the Director General, all of whom have been doing an incredibly great job in these tough times. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Austria. We now invite the Islamic Republic of Iran to take the floor.
Distinguished ministers, dear DG Dr. Tedros, the COVID-19 pandemic has shown unprecedented scale and tremendous risk during global 16 months fight against COVID-19. Global preparedness and emergency response must be at the forefront of the agenda of international community, governments, and concerned international agencies for decades to come. Leadership, solidarity, intersectoral collaboration, evidence-based interventions, and coordination between countries are the tools needed to manage COVID-19 pandemic. Excellencies, I commend the work done by IPPR emphasizing on the need for an improved surveillance, altering, and warning system in place at regional and international levels. I believe that any new modalities should be considered in the framework of IHR 2005 with a global consensus on implementation mechanisms. Distinguished delegates, injustice in access to this pandemic treatment and vaccines is a sign of moral crisis at the international level and should be stopped. Through strengthening the leadership of WHO, more investment in rapid response teams, data sharing, transparency, and accuracy of data in an aggregate format to overcome legal barriers such as intellectual property in favor of health population. Unilateral coercive measures, particularly when the pandemic has adversely affected all aspects of people's living. Therefore, I call upon all member states, WHO, and other regional and global organizations to stand against such unlawful measures to ensure a rapid, comprehensive, and coordinated global fight against COVID pandemic. The Islamic Republic of Iran stands ready to constructively interact with other member states, in particular sharing its remarkable expertise on developing several platforms of COVID vaccines at the regional and global levels to devise workable, appropriate, and effective means and mechanisms to respond to future pandemics. Thank you.
We thank the Islamic Republic of Iran, and now I have the pleasure of giving the floor back to you, Madam President.
Thank you, Moderator. As we have come to the end of the session for today, I will now suspend this item. I would like to thank you for joining us and remind you that the next plenary will reconvene tomorrow at 10 o'clock. The meeting is adjourned.